Hello and welcome everyone. Dr. Anthony Criniti IV here, also known as Dr. Finance. Folks, we'll be getting started in just a moment. Hope all is well out there. We're just getting everything in order here. A little bit of a tiny late start here today, but it's going to be a great night tonight. We got how to sell everything. We got a Hall of Fame speaker here, an incredible Hall of Fame speaker, folks. There's only about 200 or less alive, and we've probably had about 5 or 10% of them here already. I think we're working on about seven or eight Hall of Fame speakers. This is another one though, and Jeffrey Gitomer. The thing about him that's really even more special is that he's actually the sales king of sales, obviously, right? So he has tons of records on selling books. His sales books are New York Times bestsellers. He has literally the sales Bible in the sales industry. So this is going to be a really cool topic. While I start building up the stage, folks, we just got started just a moment. I'd like to welcome Diamond Diva, our amazing co-host tonight, and she also runs the Wednesday night room in Abundance Mastermind, and that's an incredible club approaching 50,000 members. So we collaborate on Wednesdays and Thursdays. She starts about 4 p.m. Eastern time. This room usually starts about 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. So off to Diamond Diva while I start to build the room. In the meantime, I want to thank those who have shared the room. I want to thank Ensha and Deborah and Jonathan. Appreciate you guys, and we're gonna be getting everyone up in just a moment. So welcome, Diamond Diva. How are you, Diamond?
This is Diamond, and I'm doing absolutely amazing, Dr. Finance, and truly looking forward to another fabulous evening in the Finance Club. And before I dive into my introduction, I really want to encourage everyone to click on the green house at the top and become a member of the Finance Club today. Dr. Finance works tireless hours in the background to make sure every single Friday we have nothing but the best leaders. And I tell you what, tonight is no different. I'm a huge fan of Jeffrey Gitomer and his work, and I cannot wait to get to know more about him today. And for everyone who's just now joining us, I encourage you to also take a moment and share this room on Clubhouse. Let's help build the space to really welcome in Jeffrey and all his knowledge on sales and how to really just make a difference in your business, which is really what his work has done for me. So if you can go to that square at the bottom of your screen with an arrow pointing up and the number 7, let's all just share this room on Clubhouse and leave a nice note about what you're looking for here today. And for anyone who doesn't know me yet, I am Diamond Diva, founder and CEO of Diamond Diva Entertainment and the Abundance Mastermind. Mindset is my jam. I'm a mindset coach with background in expert coach, NLP, and timeline therapy. And what that simply means is I have quite a few certifications surrounding the science and the art of the mind. And it truly is my goal to empower entrepreneurs, individuals to develop a success mindset in order to achieve their goals with no stress, anxiety, or overwhelm. And when it comes to the topic of sales, and for my entrepreneurs out here, you may recognize this or perhaps have experienced it. Stress, anxiety, and overwhelm often kicks in when we go through the sales process. And just my brief thought on this before I pass the mic back is sales is service. And when you put that hat on as an entrepreneur and recognize that what you're really doing is educating and informing those who you support, those clients, those ideal customers, with the value that you bring. And coming from that place is always going to serve you so you can serve them. And for anyone who wants to know more about the work I do in the mindset space for the entrepreneurs and individuals, just head to my Instagram and DM Mindset. I have information in my bio for free resources to support you there. And as always, if you believe it, if you take massive action, you can achieve it. This is Diamond, and I'm complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much, Diamond. I appreciate that. Appreciate everything you do, Diamond. You're doing amazing work here on Clubhouse and off of Clubhouse, folks. There's many people with influencing abilities and powers on Clubhouse. We've seen so many over the past year and a half, 2 years, but they are maybe not doing so many things off of Clubhouse, right? Well, Diamond is the totally exception to that. She's a master mind expert. She's a mindset expert. She's doing incredible things offline and an incredible speaker. All you got to do is listen to her for about an hour and a half sometimes even 2 hours on Wednesday. She goes off and She like to do that. I'm not even at that level. She's way beyond. She's got some great shares on mindset. So I appreciate you. You're a fabulous speaker, Diamond. This is part of our topic tonight because Jeffrey Gitomer is a Hall of Fame speaker, folks. For those of you who don't know what that means, that's an incredible honor. Former President Ronald Reagan was on that list. Colin Powell was on that list. Jim Rohn. You name all the greats in the self-help movement. Pretty much most of them have been on that list. There's about 250, 300, and only about 170 alive, and Jeffrey is one of them. So we're going to hear from another amazing Hall of Fame speaker tonight to add to the list, and we're going to learn about sales, how to sell everything. So with that said, I'd like to get to know our amazing panel, and I'll be inviting everyone up as we can. If you can help us to share the room in the meantime, I'd appreciate that. I want to thank Inspire to be Snatched for sharing, Deborah for sharing. Thank you, Deborah, and Noah for sharing. Thank you, Noah. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Jonathan, Kimbrough, and Savannah for being here. Thank you, Savannah, for sharing as well, and Ensha. All right, folks. One thing I'd like to do some house cleaning real quick. So you're in the Finance Club. You hit that greenhouse at the top. Give it a follow if you can. And we actually hit the 15,000 mark. I think yesterday. So that's pretty cool. I don't focus too much on numbers in here. I just focus on serving and helping each other. It's always been my philosophy. I want to share something pretty cool with you guys. As of about an hour ago, I posted this on YouTube. This is on my YouTube page. I'd love to get your feedback. Now, folks, this is my trailer in my first book I wrote about 10 years ago. And I recently did a trailer, and I'm working on the other two trailers as we speak. So it's about a 2-minute video. I'm going to be sending this out to a lot of big book distributors and stuff to try to make up for lost time. So if you guys can give me your feedback on it, I'd love to hear it. You're the first to see it. Okay, so it's the Necessity of Finance book trailer. I'll leave it at the top for a little bit. With that said, I'd love to introduce our next Gold Badge Mod Squad. We got Deborah here. Welcome, Deborah. How are you?
Hello, Dr. Finance. Hello, beautiful Diamond, Savannah, Noah, and everyone. I mean, are we not excited for tonight's masterclass? Dr. Finance, you bring in the most amazing guests. Where else in the world can we sit and listen to masterclass week after week? I thank you so much. I am so excited for tonight. This is Deborah. I'm always talking, but for now I'm done speaking.
All right. Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate that. And Deborah's doing amazing stuff here on Clubhouse, by the way. Appreciate you, Deborah. By the way, Deborah's got it right. Like if you look at her profile page, she's got honor. We did this about 2 months ago, and she's a perfect testimony to what the point I was trying to make. So if you look at her profile, she lists all the amazing speakers that we've had on just in the past couple months. I'm sure if she goes back to a year and a half ago, I mean, literally, she would automatically be a superstar herself just from her resume, right? Like we've had so many incredible people from Les Brown to Dr. Ness Waitley here, but just in the past like 2 months, look at all the people that she put on her profile page that spoke mostly on this stage, and you get to add another Hall of Fame speaker that you shared the stage with today, Deborah. So, folks, if you want to do what Deborah's doing, I use her as a role model because I think it's great. Why not? You know, it's not you're not saying anything that's not truthful. I mean, if you want to be a speaker, you got to start beefing up your profile a little bit, and this is the way to do it. How many people can have to say they've been on stage with Hall of Fame speakers? You know how hard it was before Clubhouse to do this? You'd have to pay probably 10, 20,000 to get in a mastermind of some sort, or maybe maybe $1,000 ticket to be a part of tens of thousands of people swimming in a sea of many other people. But here, we have a room of 1,000, 2,000 people by the end of the night or more, and you get to be on stage or in the room with these amazing people. So thank you, Deborah. Excellent job. I want to welcome Savannah as I start to invite others up to the stage and bring others into the room. We'll be getting started in about 20 minutes. I asked Jeffrey to give us a little bit more time for the delay. It's been a long week. I don't know about you guys. Just back to school, the season changing, so many things. I think a lot of people there's a good science on this. They call it fall anxiety. That was a new term I just found out about. Many people go through this change around this time of the year where you're switching from summer to fall. So don't feel alone if that's the case. It's normal. It's just part of the seasonal process. And many of us, the best answer really is to be surrounded by great people like this room and get some rest. take naps during the day. So with that said, Savannah, welcome to the stage. Savannah, we got an amazing another co-host to Diamond Diva's Amazing Room on Wednesday night. So welcome, Savannah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. It is an honor to be here with you, with beautiful Diamond Diva and all these incredible individuals in this room. My name is Savannah. I am a TEDx speaker, a public speaker. I absolutely love what I do. If you want to learn more about me and you want to connect, definitely make sure to check the profile and let's connect. But most importantly, you guys, I want you to look at the bottom of the page right now. We have 17 shares. If you click that box with the arrow pointing up, let's get that to at least 20 right now, because I know we could do that. And let's also make sure to click that greenhouse and join this incredible club and community, the Finance Club. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance and beautiful Diamond Diva, for having me. As always, I'm so thankful to be here with you all, and I cannot wait for tonight's discussion. Thank you so much. This is Savannah. Over to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you, Savannah. Appreciate that, and appreciate all you do to support the club and Diamonds Club as well, because we are a team. So, folks, when you're supporting Diamonds Room or my room, vice versa, you're basically supporting the whole community. So that for that, you're always welcome and appreciated. Thank you, Savannah. All right, we got Noah up next. Noah's on the other line. We're gonna get right back to Noah. In the meantime, we got, let's see, Encha. Encha, if you want to come on, just say hi real quick. Welcome, Encha. Encha going once, going twice. Welcome, Encha. All right, we got Blen Beauty up next. Welcome, Blen.
Hey, thank you for having me here. I love these rooms all the time, so I appreciate it. My name is Blinn. I'm a social media coach and influencer. If anyone is looking to build their brand, I'm your girl. But again, thank you for this space. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Blen. And I saw I wasn't following you, so definitely want to give you a follow. Blen, you're new. I believe you're new to this space, but I want to welcome you to the Finance Club if you haven't already been here. So welcome, Blen. Appreciate you here, and welcome to our stage. We have, let's see, we have Inspired to be Snatched. Inspired to be Snatched is up next. Ramona, welcome, Ramona.
Good evening, Dr. Finance. Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Diamond Diva, for the ping. You know I had to run over here for these Friday night master classes. I'm just excited about this title because I'm a waist snatcher, a gut buster, you're by my belly girl, and selling everything. My product, selling hope 1 gallon at a time, is my jam. So I'm excited to get more nuggets on tonight. Thank you again, Dr. Finance. Such a pleasure to be here again.
Thank you, Ramona. Appreciate that, and welcome to the stage. Always honored to have you here. Appreciate you. So, welcome everyone, folks. There's a lot of folks just joining us just now. Just real quick, for those new to walking in, we're in the Finance Club. If you can't give the club a follow, the title of the room is "How to Sell Everything." All right, we're doing a sales masterclass tonight. This room has been going on for about a year and a half, every single Friday from about 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. And by the way, I'm going to try to keep getting closer and closer to the 6 mark as we proceed through fall. So, and goes on for about 6 hours. But our main speaker comes from between about 7 and 9 p.m. Eastern time. So today we're going to get started about 15 minutes. Jeffrey Gitomer, Hall of Fame speaker, New York Times bestseller 5 times, folks, 5 times. Everyone in the speaker world knows who Jeffrey Gitomer is. He's a legend. He's a legend. Kyle Wilson, actually, who was here last week, who was partners with Jim Rohn, he texted me, couldn't make it tonight. He's at the Lewis Howes event, but he told me to give him his best. So, I mean, everyone knows who Jeffrey is. He wrote one of the most popular sales books in history, the Sales Bible. There's several of them, actually. So we'll go over that tonight. But welcome, everyone. Don't forget to give everyone a follow that you resonate with on stage, and also to share out by hitting that little box at the bottom with the arrow pointing up. We got 20 shares already. Let's see if we can get 25. Thank you, Hurricane Ed, for sharing. Thank you, Darlene, for sharing. Dora Marie, thank you for sharing. Inspired to be Snatched. Deborah and Noah Crane for sharing. Thank you so much. By the way, I will be adding maybe 1 or 2 new green beans to the room tonight. Everyone on stage is a gold badge mod squad. And if you want to see the leaders of the club, just look down to clubs. You'll see a blue asterisk next to their name. And that just shows that they're leaders of the club. The green bean doesn't mean much. but I will do it for administrative purposes. So we're going to have some assistance with that tonight. If you do happen to get the green being tonight, just keep in mind it's only to really catch hot mics, trolls, and stuff like that. Anyone that needs to be invited to stage, just DM me and I will bring them up or moderate them. Okay, so that's reserved for Diamond and myself. But thank you so much, folks. I appreciate everybody for being here. We're gonna get started in about 15 minutes. Let's see. We got Delilah up next. Welcome, Delilah Fitness. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? Excited about tonight's discussion. I'm excited. Always a pleasure to be around my sister Diamond Diva. It's Diamond. Love her energy, love yours. I'm excited and thank you for this evening. I appreciate you.
All right, that's a great share, Delilah. Thank you. And by the way, how to sell everything. I want to hear your thoughts at some point as well. I mean, we have a segment afterwards where we really do some deep dives and conversations that expand on a topic, what we learned. But if you want to give it just a mini like answer, maybe in a sentence or less, 2 sentences or less, definitely feel free when it's your time to say hi. So we got. I'm going to go back to Noah because we actually had Noah's on the other line. So I want to welcome Noah. Noah, welcome. How are you? You want to tell us a little about yourself, maybe 20, 30 seconds, and also maybe your thought on a topic as well.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Dr. Finance and everyone in the room. Great to be here with you. My name is Noah Crane. I am the author of the book, The Grass is Greenest Where I Am, because the grass is greenest where you are when you nurture your own gifts. And I'm grateful to be here. I'll be supporting the room tonight with all of you. Thank you. Namaste.
Wow, thank you so much. No, appreciate you. Appreciate all you're doing on Clubhouse, and uh, thank you so much for being here. We have a few more people I want to say hello to. In the meantime, folks, we're just building the stage, getting ready for Jeffrey, and also we're gonna have some other co-hosts that are friends of Jeffrey's that and myself as well that will be popping in tonight. So big superstars, hopefully. So we'll see how that goes. We got let's see, Delilah. Beverly's up next. Beverly, welcome, Beverly. How are you? Okay, Beverly Horton, welcome to the stage. Now, folks, we got people from all over the world, different time zones. So, by the way, if you are in one of those time zones and you're near steps or driving or anything, health always comes first, folks. So do that, and then you're more than welcome to come back after. All right, so we got Ice up next. We got Ice. Welcome, Don Ice Daniel. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, Dr. Finance. Hold on for just a second here. Now,
Ice, are you there?
yeah, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, you're great. Welcome, Ice. How
Okay,
are you? You want to tell us a little about yourself and maybe how to sell everything in 20 seconds or less?
sure. Thanks for Diamond Diva to bringing me up. My name is Don Daniel. They call me ICE for short. That's interest cancellation expert. And we help people cut their interest costs, not their interest rates on loans, by 75%, therefore paying off all of their debt in an average of 7 to 9 years by disrupting the bank's timing and making it possible for them to charge you all of that interest. And so we have a book by the same name, Pill Method, A Better Way to Eliminate Debt, and it's been a 5-time bestseller on Amazon. Thank you so very much for allowing me to speak. I'm Don, and I'm done.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And folks, when you get up to share, just remember to check the rules section of the club. We're very we have a very specific protocol here about especially pitching. So make sure you check that out. We want to make sure we have a professional stage run completely smooth. If everyone pitches, it just goes into the wrong direction. So well, thank you, Ice. Appreciate you being here. Welcome, Lady Jules. How are you?
I am well. Hello, everybody. This is Lady Jules sending you all love and gratitude from London. Can you hear me? Flash your mic if you
Sound great. So maybe a little bit
can.
louder though, Lady Jules.
Fantastic.
Tiny bit.
It was a
As a
really
fact, Lady
thing
Jules, I
in
never
old
heard you scream
houses
before. I know
because
you're
every
from the
time I
UK.
want to. Yes, because it's midnight and this is really not the best time to raise my voice. And there is no reason to raise our voices. This is a beautiful room, and when I'm expecting a beautiful room to come that every Friday, this is my Friday night entertainment. Our date with Dr. Finance. Thank you for this beautiful room. Diamond Diva, Savannah. So, everything about me is really on my bio. So I just want to be here, being this collective, beautiful energy. So Glad to be here. Can't wait to listen. God bless you all and learn.
Thank you, Lady Jules. Appreciate that, and always appreciate your support. You know, I'm just kidding. Lady Jules runs some of the best like music rooms, and she puts together smaller rooms. This can be really fun on Clubhouse, and I like the way you do it, Lady Jules. So I always support when I can. But welcome, Lady Jules, and we got I'm going to see if Dory, okay, Dory is still on the other line, Dora Marie. We're going to do Hurricane up next, folks. So we'll be getting started about 10 minutes. Jeffrey will be joining us. Welcome, Hurricane. In the meantime, folks, if you can help to share the room, we got 24 shares. Are we going to hit 25 pretty soon? Thank you, Lady Jules, for sharing the room. Thank you, Delilah, for sharing the room. Thank you, Bree, for sharing the room. Okay, that's it. We hit 25 shares. Ice has shared the room. Thank you, Ice. Appreciate that. Can we get 50 shares before we get started? Appreciate that. We got Hurricane Ed up next. Welcome, Hurricane. Love that new shirt. And how are you,
Hey,
sir?
brother. Hey, doing well. Thank you so much, Doc. It's so great to catch the room finally at the beginning. I'm usually popping in an hour late, but absolutely here, ready to learn, grow, and connect. And always great to be in your room. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you. And welcome again, Hurricane. All right. We actually got I was waiting for our amazing co host today. Look at that. Joe Ingram has stepped into the room. So that's incredible. Joe is also a sales legend. He's known as a sales genius. We had a whole show on him about a few weeks ago, and we had a surprise guest after. That's the fact about staying here, folks. You stayed a whole distance. You never know what's going to happen. We had an amazing Oprah's like best friend basically popped in and stayed for about 2 hours. So never know, it can happen again. So with that said, I would like to quickly introduce a few more people. Then I want to introduce Joe. We got Bree up next. So welcome, Bree. How are you?
I'm good, Dr. Finance. I'm so happy to be here with you and Savannah and Diamond Diva. Oh my God, this is going to be a lit room. So definitely want to stick around. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Light and love, everybody.
Thank you, Bree. Appreciate you being here. And Bree, how was your summer? Your summer is over now. We're going into fall, but did you have a great summer?
I had a very nice heat-filled summer, and it was wonderful and it was beautiful. So it's now fall, and I'm quite not happy with it. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Thank you, Brie. Appreciate you sharing that. Fall, by the way, if you ever been to the East Coast, folks, fall it's one of the best times of the year. It's one of the most beautiful times to be on the East Coast. New York City, Philadelphia, Boston, that whole area. You get a lot of colors in the trees, and it's just dynamic landscape. So, welcome, Brie. Appreciate you being here. We got Rex Sykes up next. Rex is a legend. Rex is doing so many amazing things, and love to hear from Rex. So, welcome, Rex. How are you, sir?
I'm fantastic, Dr. Finance. How are you? I see many friends. This is awesome. Hi, Diamond, and hi, Savannah, and wow, Deborah, Lady Jules. Very cool. What and Francois and Joe Ingram. Very cool. I'm known. People call me the mindset master and the attitude doctor. I've been teaching and training and doing seminars, consulting, and coaching for well over 40 years. And I also am in the movie business. I act, I produce, and I direct. But mostly, I help people transform themselves, their mind, their emotions, their self-talk, their behaviors, and their pocketbook. So that's who I am, and I have been aware of and known Jeffrey and his work. We share a lot of friends in common, and he has been a staple in the industry of sales and influence. And it's a treat to have him here tonight. So thank you, Dr. Finance, for that.
Thank you, Rex. Appreciate that. And Rex, I know you're a historian in the self-development industry, so I love to hear your thoughts when Jeffrey comes up today, and I'm sure you guys will interact very well.
Oh,
So
that young
thank you. Appreciate
whippersnapper!
you, Rex.
That young whippersnapper! He's just barely wiping his nose on this whole sales stuff, man. He'll learn. He'll get it. He'll get his due someday. No, he is a consummate professional who's been doing this for a long, long time. He is someone to definitely pay attention to and listen to.
That's incredible. Thank you, Rex. Appreciate that. Appreciate the share. All right, and welcome. All right, so I want to welcome just a few more folks, then we're going to get started here. We have, let's see, Doria is still on the line, but we got Joe Ingram. I want to welcome Joe Ingram. We're gonna be hearing more from Joe today because this is Joe is doing amazing things in sales. Great friends with our main speaker today. So Joe, if you're there, flash your mic. Love to hear about yourself, maybe 30 seconds or so, and then your thoughts on the topic. But of course, you're going to be very active, I'm sure, with our amazing speaker today, Jeffrey Gitomer. So welcome, Joe Ingram, folks.
Thanks, Dr. Finance. Appreciate you letting me on to the show. Yes, been a huge fan of Jeffrey Gitomer forever. Then got connected with him and struck up a friendship. And it's amazing to share stages with individuals like Jeffrey Gitomer, yourself, and everybody else on the panel. So welcome, everybody. Joe Ingram, sales genius, responsible for about a $1.4 billion worth of sales. And I enjoy selling, and I am excited to be here. So thanks, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. And Joe, by the way, folks, is yeah, he's being very humble. You know, over $1 billion in sales. Yeah, no easy task, right? Joe's doing amazing things, especially in the automotive industry. He's literally a legend in that field. So in automotive sales. So he's being very humble, folks. Definitely give him a follow. We have legends on stage. I mean, Rex Sykes, we just mentioned earlier. Rex is, as he said, he's been doing this for many years as well. We've got plenty of legends coming on the way too. So stay tuned, folks. This is the right place, and this is the right time. Well, we're going to get started in about 5-10 minutes. I want to welcome a few people to stage first. We got Dara up next. Welcome, Dara. How are you? Want to tell us a little about yourself? Dara Connolly.
Oh, hey there, everybody. Yeah, I came in the room because I would love to know how to sell anything, because I think anytime we speak, we have an opportunity to sell ourselves. And I'm all about helping people who maybe get a little nervous speaking to speak with impact. And I've never taken an official sales course. It's something that I'm still learning how to do. And my secret is to not necessarily sell. I try to connect. Really, what that means is talk less and I listen more. So I'm curious to see where the conversation goes and what I can learn from all the experts here. And yeah, I'm a confidence coach and I help people speak with impact. And I know when you can speak well, you can definitely sell more. So that's a good thing, right? Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara. Appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely right. Sales is extremely important. We had a similar room about a few weeks ago. Actually, Joe Ingram, I think it was about a month ago or so. It was how to sell anything. This is part 2 of that, how to sell everything. And it's so important because as we found out in that master class, like sales is the end result of the whole process, from finding and attracting people to bringing them to you. And as Jeffrey will actually debate, it's not about the closing as most people think. It's about the opening. So save that question for him. I won't ask it, but if someone wants to ask it about the opening being more important than the closing, that's a great question for him. He'll be happy to go into depth with that. He's got a great viewpoint on that. So welcome, Dara. Appreciate that. We're just going to get a couple more hellos. If we could break it down to maybe 15, 20 seconds. We got our main speaker coming in pretty soon. Katsuhiro, flash your mic if you're available, if you want to say hi. Welcome, Katsuhiro. Katsuhiro, welcome. Going once, going twice. Want to say hi? Just tell us a little about yourself. Even if you come with the mic, Katsuhiro, just say hi. Just tell the world I'm Katsuhiro. And I want to know what book that is you're reading, man. Are you reading The Necessity of Finance? By the way, folks, I put my, this is For Your Eyes only. I just, well, actually, share it to the world. Share it, I don't care. It's the first time that I'm sharing it to the world. I have the link at the top. I just created a trailer for my book. I got 2 more in the making. So I love to get your viewpoints on this. It's a 2-minute trailer. 10 years ago, I wrote this book, and I finally got the trailer. I have audiobooks and everything, but this is the first trailer for my first book. So got 2 more I'm in the making right now, but love to hear your viewpoints of it, and I'll keep the link there for a little bit. With that said, after Katsuhiro, we got Darlene. Darlene, welcome to the stage. How are you?
Good evening, everybody. I'm doing fine. I wouldn't miss this room here tonight for nothing. If you haven't been on Jeffrey's Facebook Lives in the morning time, if you don't know him, if you've never heard of him, you are in for a treat tonight. But I just wanted to say, hey, Dr. Fayent, thank you for having me up. Diamond, you are killing it on Wednesdays and Thursdays too. I think I watch both days. But anyway, you're killing it, girl. And buddy, I'm gonna let the mic go back to who we have going on next. But anyway, thank y'all for letting me come up. Thanks.
Wow, thank you, Darlene. Appreciate that. Appreciate you sharing and supporting the community. And yeah, absolutely. Diamond is doing an incredible job on Wednesday nights. And folks, we've got some amazing things lined up. I just want to let you know real quick some administrative house cleaning stuff. Some of the guest speakers to come in the next few weeks. Just throw some names at you. We have Ken Foster, one of the top radio guys. He's actually a Clubhouse guy, so he'll be here in a few weeks. Next week, cross my fingers if we can. I love to get. We have Bob. Let me see who. Let me just check the schedule real quick. Who we have? Oh, okay, we have Bob Bodine. Cross our fingers. We can get him in here next Friday. There's a lot of art to this. Okay, there's a big dance to this event thing. It's never ever perfect. Matter of fact, Jeffrey showed up on a whim. I had a different speaker that had an extreme emergency, and we had to swap it. But Bob Bodine, if he comes in next week, you guys are on for a ridiculous treat. I had him on my podcast last week, and it was 3.5 hours. He beat the record. He beat Rex Sykes's record. Oh, incredible. I mean, this guy is one of the top sports executive recruiters in the world. Okay. So that's next week. We got Dr. Bill Dorfman, celebrity for dental, coming after that. And then we have a few more that I haven't put on here yet. Just think of, if anyone knows Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Well, obviously not Stephen himself. He passed away a few years, but his son, who also sold millions of copies. His name is Stephen Covey too. He'll be here, and so many others I got lined up. So even got Tony Robbins' son, who said yes. I'm just working on time slots with him. It's Jarek Robbins. So working on that in the background, and so many others. Diamond's gonna love that room. So appreciate everybody being here. We actually got some of our co-hosts show up. Mike Alden's in the house, just stepped up. I'm gonna mod you, Mike. So we got everyone on stage. I call them gold badge mods. And then just the green beans, the traditional green moderator, we call them green beans in there because they're no value except for administrative. But he's going to be our co-host tonight because he's doing so many amazing things. We got Joe Ingram, and then we're going to get to know. Let's see, we got Mike. Mike, if you want to say hello to the room, just want to say a few things about 20, 30 seconds, and maybe your thoughts on the topic as well as I invite our folks to the stage. We're going to get started in about maybe 5 minutes or less. So welcome, Mike Alden. How are you, sir?
Well, thank you so much, man. Again, I'm just always super happy to be here and just to sit back and a lot of times to just learn from others. And I appreciate everything that you're doing and that you continue to do. I say it every single time, man. You just continue to just bring unbelievable value. And to have somebody like Jeffrey Gitomer here tonight, the little black book. I mean, this guy is one of the greatest salesmen of our generation. And if you're going to be here tonight. You're going to learn so much. And ultimately, at the end of the day, a lot of people don't like to think about it because a lot of people don't like to be sold, but everybody's selling. You just need to decide which side of it on. You're either being sold to or you're making the selling. And so it's really kind of up to you. So I'm excited to be here to learn from Jeffrey, to hear from him as well. And thanks for inviting me. I appreciate you. Again, my name is Mike Alden. I'm not complete, but I am finished speaking.
Thank you, Mike. And I got to say, for the record, it's an honor to have you here co-hosting. Mike's doing amazing things in the background. He's always been super supportive to this club. So, Mike, appreciate you. And folks, the power of networking. Okay, Mike doesn't even know it, but a connection from a connection from a connection that came from Mike Alden is how Brett Favre came to me. I didn't even come to Brett Favre. So I had Brett Favre on my show
Hold on, you
recently.
didn't tell me that. I gotta hear. Let's hear this story. I didn't hear that story.
I'll tell you offline. But you're indirectly responsible for that. So I appreciate it. That's why when we get him here, you're going to be co-hosting too. So I never forget a connection, folks. Never. And that's why many people think I'm successful, because I always respect the connection, even if it's indirectly. Even if it's indirectly. And that's an important thing in business, folks. Never forget who created that bridge for you to get to the other side in whatever angle of life it is. So it's very, very important. And to go through life, that's how you build trust. And trust is a key essential to business. So, Mike, thanks again, Mike, for Brett Favre to the 4th generation. But I thank you, Mike. Appreciate you being here. All right.
Hey, Dr. Finance, it's Rex Sykes. Did you say
Yes,
someone
Rex.
beat my 3.5 hour record?
Someone beat it. That's right. Bob Bodine. You got to check out that
Bob,
incredible interview.
I demand a rematch. I
we
kid
will
you, but
talk about it.
I kid you, but yeah, wow, that's awesome. That's very cool. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rex's interview was amazing too. Definitely check it out. 3 hours of mind-blowing stuff. We talked about some very Well, Rex, no one beat your record for offline talking. I spoke to you 6 hours like a high school kid on the phone one time about 7 months ago. So no one's beat that record in probably many years.
Oh. Well, I'm happy to know that, and I enjoy talking with you. So anytime you want to reprise something like that, we can do that offline or on.
You got it, brother. Thank you so much. All right, folks, we'll be getting started in a little bit. I want to thank everyone for being here. I just want to get a couple more intros, then we're going to get started. We got Francois up next, so we're going to break it down maybe 10, 20-second intros, just to make time for everyone to say hi. Welcome, Francois. How are you, sir?
I am doing awesome. I appreciate the acknowledgement. Love the space, and I'm excited to hear, what goes on in the room today.
Thank you, Francois. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stage. And I believe that Francois, I think we met on with Dory Cordova, like probably almost a year ago. You came on the stage, folks. I never forget when people come on stage the first time. And Francois has been here for over a year supporting the community. So I want to give hats off to Francois. I believe Dory will be coming in tonight too. She just got back from Australia, so. Welcome, Francois. We got, let's see, we got Kurt up next. Kurt, if you want to just say hi, maybe 10 seconds or so. Welcome, Kurt.
Hey everybody, I'm Kurt. I'm from Ottawa, Canada, and I am restless because I drink an awful lot of tea. I'm Canada. I'm Kurt. Have a good day.
All right. Welcome, Kurt. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stage. And then we got another incredible influencer here, David Morrell. Welcome, David. How are you, sir?
Hey, what's good, everybody? On cue, Joe Ingram just sent the back channel that was priceless. But I own a real estate firm here in Canada, actually U.S. as well, so international. I remember taking parts of the Sales Bible and breaking that down at our sales meeting each week years ago. So this is pretty exciting. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. And Dave, I've seen you on so many stages here. I don't know why you and I never connected, but I am following you right now. So I apologize,
Oh
my
yeah,
friend. I'm
is
definitely giving you a
which
follow.
one do I follow? There's two here. The one
Well,
at
this is
the
my main one that I'm speaking with, but you can follow both if you like. It's
okay,
totally your call.
I got you. Perfect, got you.
That's my backup account. You never know. Running these stages, sometimes it's gets a little bit confusing. And if we have a bad signal, you got to make sure everything goes smooth. So, thank
Perfect,
you,
thank
David.
you.
All right. Welcome again. We got Tracy's on the phone. Welcome, Tracy. We got Christopher in the house. Welcome, Christopher. Christopher, you want to say hi real quick? All right, so Christopher, folks, we're going to be getting started in about 1 to 2 minutes. I see our main guest is warming up in the background. So if you guys want to just say hi, maybe about 10 seconds or so before we get started. All right, so we got Christopher, and then we got flash your mic, Chris, if you're there, and we got Andy. We got Andy up next. Andy Hartono. Welcome, Andy. How are you, sir? All right, Andy going once, going twice. Cheryl, welcome, Cheryl.
Hey, good to see you, Dr. Finance. Great to be here. Looking forward to the conversation. Hi to my good friends up there. And yep, I'm the imposter syndrome girl or guru with The Imposter Lies Within. And I also speak on burnout. So looking forward to this.
Thank you, Cheryl. Very quiet tonight. How's your book doing?
Well, the book is doing well, and I'm writing my second book now. But it could always do better. So, love your support, Dr. Finance, and everyone here. Appreciate it very much.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you, Cheryl. Appreciate you always being here, folks. If you want to check out Cheryl's profile, she's doing amazing things in so many areas. International best speaker, and her new book is called The Imposter Lies Within, expert on imposter syndrome. We're going to say hello to one more person, then we're going to get started, folks. So Jeffrey Gitomer, if you guys don't know, you're in the finance club. Definitely give it a follow. The greenhouse at the top. How to sell everything. Sales masterclass. You have a legend here, folks. A Hall of Fame speaker and a New York Times bestseller, among so many other things. Also has one of the most best-selling sales books in history. So not book, but books. It's plural. So with that said, folks, if you can, definitely give us room to share. We got 33 shares. We got 33 shares. Can we get 50 shares in the house, folks? Tracy, thank you for sharing. Deborah, thank you for sharing. Stephanie and Ux Diva, thank you for sharing. Blend Beauty, Inspired to be Snatched. All right, we got 34 shares. We got Fred has shared the room. Thank you, Fred. And maybe folks don't know how to share the room. So Diamond, if you're available, flash your mic. I'd love to Diamond's a lot better at saying this than myself, how to actually share the room. Folks, Diamond Diva, one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. Welcome, Diamond Diva.
This is Diamond, and thank you so much, Dr. Finance, for the kind words. And if you'd like to share this room and help us build an incredible conversation, then I want to direct your attention to the bottom of your screen. You'll see a square with an arrow pointing up that now has the number 40. Thank you so much for that person who just shared the room. And so if you'd like to join us and share, click on that square with the arrow pointing up that has the number 40 and now says 42. You guys are rock stars. Click on that square at the arrow pointing up that says 42, and you're going to get some options on how to share. And so at the very bottom, you see the button that says share on Clubhouse. Take a moment to do so right now and leave a note about what you're most excited about for this evening. Perhaps you even have a question or a comment. We'd love to see what you have to share here today. And after you've taken the time to do that, click on that square at the arrow pointing up that now says 47. You guys are outstanding. And go back in and invite people into the room. And I found this method is very effective to individually invite your friends, those people in your network that you know who you believe will come into this room and add value. Be a part of this discussion and the event that we're having here today. And if you hit the red bar, that's okay. You can go back in at any moment and actually begin to share again. There's also the options to share this link everywhere that links are accepted. And you can tweet out the room, share on Facebook and Messenger, and everywhere that links are accepted. And so I want to thank and welcome all of you for sharing this room on Clubhouse. We are literally just one share away from 50 shares. Let's keep it going. Let's hit that 100 share mark plus today. This is Diamond. I'm complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you, Diamond. Folks, did I say she's one of the best hosts on Clubhouse? Look at that. She brought it to 50 shares. Thank you, Diamond. Hats off. I'm actually going to give you I guess this is a bow down emoji. I'm not sure. praise emoji. Thank you, Diamonds. We got 50 shares. Want to thank the 50th winner, which is Melba Lawson. Thank you for being the 50th share. Thank you, Deborah and David and Kurt and Mike Alden for sharing as well. All right, I just want to introduce three more people and incredible people, by the way, and then we're going to get started in just a moment. So maybe 10, 20-second intros. I want to welcome Fred Moskowitz, one of the leaders in this club. Fred, if you want to come up and say hi, and then folks, don't worry, everyone's going to have a chance to ask questions and comment during this. This is we got about another 5 hours of this room. So, Fred, welcome to the stage. Fred Moskowitz. Fred, welcome. All right, Fred, if you're driving or near steps, definitely let me know. I know it's traffic hour here in Philly. So, or that Fred has,
Hello.
there he goes. Some tech issues. Welcome, Fred.
Hello, Dr. Finance. Great to be here. Hello, everyone. My name's Fred Moskowitz. I'm known as the alternative investment expert. Really looking forward to the room tonight. I first learned of Jeffrey from his book, The Little Black Book of Connections, and it's all about establishing deep relationships and networking. And really looking forward to the conversation tonight. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you, Fred. Appreciate that, Fred. That was perfect. Welcome, Fred. Appreciate you being here. I just want to say hi to Dorez real quick, and then we're going to introduce real quickly, another amazing influencer, Dory Cordova here, good friend of mine. Welcome, Dorez. How are you, Dorez Douglas?
Hey there. I was actually driving and I pulled over because when Dr. Finance calls, I answer. So I just want to thank you guys for this room. I'm a film and television producer, and I'm just so happy to be here because I'm helping my daughter start her own business. And so, I need every tip under the sun, but I'm also here to share if I can. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thank you so much, Doris. Appreciate that. And Doris, you are absolutely correct. I've actually heard from speaking so much on these stages that several car accidents have been happening. This one guy kept getting in an accident every time he came on here. And I said, listen, do you ever think that maybe this room is so engaging that it's probably best if you sit down and do it? And he agreed in that point. So you never know. And one time I actually almost got in an accident for the same reason. So you got to be careful, folks. This is highly engaging masterclass. It's very hard to drive with stuff like this. Music, nice and quiet, that's good. But this class, definitely have a seat if you can, and get some coffee or tea. And whatever helps you to relax and focus. So pens and pencils out, definitely. The pens and pencils. All right. Thank you, Dorez. Welcome. We're getting started in just a moment. I just want to say hello to one more person, and then we're going to get started. We got Dory Cordova, major influencer. She's actually the founder of Money and You program, which so many influencers in the self-help movement, including Tony Robbins and Mark Victor Hansen, have started with. Jack Canfield, she was doing a lot of stuff with Jack Canfield. So she's been, just like Rex, has been in the industry for a while and knows so many people. So Dory, I wonder if you even know Jeffrey. I'd love to introduce you to him. Thank you, Dory, for stopping by tonight. Welcome, Dory Cordova.
Aloha. Of course, I want to know him. Anybody that is a sales genius, I want to meet because sales are key. So I'm so happy to be here. I missed you all and Diamond and everyone here, Rex, all the wonderful people. So happy to be here. Aloha.
All right. Thank you, Dory. Appreciate you being here. We miss you too, by the way. Absolutely. All right. And Keller, somehow you got on stage, but I want to welcome you, Keller. How are you, sir? Keller Coleman. You want to just come off the mic and just say hi, maybe 5 seconds, and we're going to get started. Welcome, Keller.
Hi, y'all go ahead and start the class. That's all I got to say.
You got it. Thank you, Keller. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Finance Club. All right, folks. So we're going to do a quick reset, and then we're going to welcome our amazing Jeffrey Gitomer here, our guest speaker. First of all, Jeffrey Gitomer is the author of the New York Times best-selling book, as was already noted, the Sales Bible, the Little Red Book of Selling, the Little Black Book of Connections, and the Little Gold Book of Yes, Attitude. Most of his books have been #1 bestsellers on Amazon. But more importantly, folks, let me get to the meat of it. He's a Hall of Fame speaker, folks. There's only about 170 or so that we're living. And you've had probably about 7 of them come through this room so far. Dan Clark was here last week. Jim Cathcart always stops by. Jeffrey is a Hall of Fame speaker and also known as the authority in sales. I mean, his book in sales has sold more copies than many of the competitors out there. Everyone in sales knows who Jeffrey Gitomer is. So with that said, let's do a quick reset, and then we're going to welcome Jeffrey to the stage. I want to welcome you to the Finance Club, folks. This room's been going on for about a year and a half. This particular community, not in this exact club, but we've been doing this for about a year and a half. Started as the longest running room on Clubhouse, impacting over 1 million people. And we're still going with major guest speakers like Jeffrey every single Friday night. How to sell everything. That's the topic here. So Sales Masterclass. With that said, give everyone a follow on stage if you can that you resonate with. And definitely Jeffrey, our main guest speaker, and Joe Ingram, our main co-host as well. And also give a share. We got 54 shares. Let's see if we can get up to 75 shares. So with that said, folks, if you all can come off your mic and give a round of applause, folks, for Jeffrey Gitomer.
Woo! Yeah, buddy.
Looking forward to this.
Okay.
Woo!
All right. Welcome, Jeffrey. How are you, sir?
I hope I don't screw this up. I'm fine as wine. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Jeffrey. Especially after chatting with you on Tuesday for over 2 hours. My life has been improved ever since. I've learned so much.
Good.
So honored to have you here, Jeffrey.
It's a pleasure. I'm a fan of Clubhouse. I've been on a lot of shows. I don't run my own on Clubhouse, but only because I'm so overwhelmed with what I have to do right now. It's hard for me to divert myself too much. I kind of guard my time. But happy to be on your show, Tony. You obviously have it pretty well racked, and I'm friends with all the guys you've had on the show.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And by the way, I received a text from Kyle Wilson tonight. Kyle Wilson wants to welcome you, wants to thank you for being great. He wishes you were here, but I want to read the exact message because it seems like he wanted to make a point of that. He said, "Tell Jeffrey hi, and also let everyone know I have always said he is the best sales trainer on the planet." Folks, this is Kyle Wilson, former
Oh my
partner
God.
to Jim Rohn. He was here last Friday night. So, Jeffrey, that was the message I was told to tell you.
Thank you, thank you. He
You're
happens
welcome.
to be an excellent judge, but I will take that compliment very kindly. I don't know how many of you here in Clubhouse, you might, um, you know, add 2 cents if you've ever seen Jim Rohn live, but I was honored to present with him and also sat in the front row of 6 Jim Rohn weekends, full weekends in row one, thigh to thigh next to my friend Darren Hardy, taking notes and kind of elbowing each other the whole time through. Literally 2 days of Jim Rohn 6 times. And never once was I like, I've already seen this before. No. Repetition is the mother of mastery. And while many of his things were said only once during the all 6 times, many of his things were said twice or 3 times. Didn't matter to me. I want to soak it in. I want to learn it.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that. And that's why you have become as great as you can. I remember my old wrestling coach became one of my best friends in life until his unfortunate passing. He always said, "You know what? You know why you're great at what you do?" He says, "Because you're coachable. You're coachable. You can be coached." And that
Yep.
means that the teacher has to learn how to be a student before the student can become a teacher. So even at our level, and especially your level, Jeffrey, you're at the highest level of the sales industry. You're still humbly admitting that you still are students at times. So
Oh, yeah.
that's incredible. Thank you, Jeff.
Let me just say this. When I dropped out of college, I became a student. I was a lousy student in school. But once I realized that I was on a path of selling, running my own business, and writing, I studied everything I possibly could and still do every day. I'll go over, before we're done tonight, I'll go over my morning routine, which I think will help a lot of people.
Absolutely, Jeffrey. So, Jeffrey, just to get started, and before we do,
Sure.
actually, I want to just let everyone know, folks, I have a few extra so-called green beans on stage. I put no value, zero value on symbolizing the green bean on Clubhouse. It's only for administrative purposes. So if you happen to have one, please don't invite anyone to the stage. Just let me or Diamond know, and we'll be happy to take a look. But everyone on stage is a gold badge mod squad. And we did a little bit of reshuffling. I tried to get Jeffrey up as close to the top as possible. And if you take a look at Diamond's profile, actually, if you do the pull to refresh, he's holding a copy of that amazing book from Jeffrey. So if you're interested in purchasing it, uh, by the way, I will be updating the link to our podcast in just a second. I wanted to leave the link to the book trailer I just released for my first book about an hour and a half ago. If you guys want to check that out, love to hear some feedback on that because Jeffrey, you're in the sales business. And Jeffrey, first question I have for you, I'd love for you to check this out later, but how important is having book trailers if you're an author?
If you do not have a book, and I will tell you, we talked about it a little bit on the podcast. I'm not an author. I'm a writer. Writers write their own books, and it is critical that you do promotion. It is critical that you take responsibility for your own sales of books. You cannot rely on a publisher, although they may help you. They're not going to be the ones to push it over the top. You have to help yourself.
Here, here, brother. I agree with that.
Cool.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And Jeffrey, just to let you know who is on stage here. So we got Mike Alden. I don't know if you ever met him. I want to introduce him a little bit. One of the top. Also, he's the guy who gets people Wall Street Journals for their books. We got Joe Ingram, your buddy here. Joe is an incredible sales genius, folks. If you haven't checked him out already, over $1 billion in sales. We got Rex Sykes in the house, authority in the mindset space, directing space, and so many others. So Jeffrey, I want to thank you for being here. Let's get a quick overview, maybe a 1 to 2 minute just overview of yourself. You want to tell us a little about yourself. Obviously, one important thing, Jeffrey is also originally from Philly, and as he says, he bleeds green, so he loves the Eagles and all the Phillies fans. So we might have a little competition here, Jeffrey, because Mike's from Boston. We have a lot of people from all over the world. We're actually Tyrone Poole will probably be stopping by. He actually stopped us in the Super Bowl. He's a two-time Super Bowl champion, but we still love him anyway. But Jeffrey, welcome to the stage, Jeffrey. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. I do not care about what team anybody else roots for because I'm from Philly. No one likes us. We don't care. And the challenge that everybody has is what can you learn from the diehards that live in Philadelphia that support their team, win, lose, or draw. When we win a championship, which is pretty rare, but when we do, a couple million people show up for the victory parade. We have loyal, unbelievably loyal fans. And I think that there's something to be said. You wish your customers were as loyal to you as Philadelphia fans are to their team.
Jeffrey, that's beautifully put. And there's a lot to learn here from a business standpoint. We could probably have a whole master class on that. We actually had a master class on trust about 2 months ago, and the guy I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
introduce you to, Jeffrey, he can't make it tonight, but I'll introduce you in person. He was actually one of the former members of the band The Roots from Philly. Frank Knuckles. He
Mm-hmm.
comes on stage here all the time. One of the top drummers in the world. And so
Cool.
that was a great room. But Jeffrey, just real quick, if you can tell us maybe 2 minutes about yourself, your story, and just so
Yeah.
everyone knows who you are. We had a lot of people just come into the room.
I grew up in Philly or South Jersey, Atlantic City, Cherry Hill, Haddonfield, Philadelphia, Temple University, the main line, had an imprint and sportswear factory in Phoenixville. My first business was I made beanbag chairs in Camden, New Jersey, in a factory. Sold that, went into MLM so I could learn how to sell. I got positive attitude, read Think and Grow Rich 10 times in 1 year, have my positive attitude forever, thanks to Napoleon Hill and Glenn W. Turner. I then began an imprinted sportswear factory in Florida where I went into New York City every other week and made literally millions of dollars worth of sales by not cold calling, targeting cold calling. Like I never went into a place and said, I want to speak to the person that makes the decisions about. I went into a place and I knew exactly who I wanted to talk to. And I had a game plan for how I was going to talk to them and closed 100% of the people that I targeted. 100%. Once I moved to Charlotte in 1988, I began to do business consulting, and I got an opportunity to write a column for the Charlotte Business Journal in 1992. From that point, I went from an expert to an authority and began writing on an every week basis. I wrote every week for 15 years, every Friday, never missed a deadline, and have spoken in front of about 2,500 audiences, actually a little more, but let's call it 2,500, and never made a sales call to book a speech. Anybody that I've ever spoken for called me first, based on putting value into the marketplace and not asking for anything. I put the value out every day. I put myself in front of people that can say yes to me, and I deliver value first, and they call. And literally, I booked 2 deals this week because people called me. Now that's been, I started writing in 1992. Think about that. And when you have that audience for those many years, 30 years now, and you've never made a sales call, it's likely that you won't. But you have to put value in front of your customers in order to be able to receive that phone call of someone who wants more information or literally who just wants to buy. I'll end with my signature quote: people don't like to be sold, but they love to buy. And that's the mantra that I've differentiated myself from every other person who does what I do: train salespeople to be great. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, amazing response. Folks, if you're just getting in here, I just want to let you know that in real life, pre-Clubhouse, these types of events would not be possible in these formats. As a matter of fact, if you look at one of our major, so Deborah Malone is on stage here. She's one of the leaders of the community. Just look at her profile, all the amazing people that have been in here. We started this thing about 2-3 months ago where we add the names of just great speakers, and she put it on her profile. So I'm sure she's going to add Jeffrey's name to it tonight. Folks, this room, to have this kind of opportunity where you're in front of a Hall of Fame speaker, there's only about 170 living or so in this world, 280 total, including Ronald Reagan, Colonel Powell, and so many others, Jim Rohn. And we have a legend like Jeffrey on stage today, and he knows about sales. So Jeffrey, next question I have for you is I'm just going to ask a few questions just to give you an idea how
Sure.
this works. And then we
Go,
got
go.
we got so many people here. So if you want to listen to the whole story, folks, I had Jeffrey for about 2.5 hours. That was my time to spend with him in that way. The link I just posted it to the top. That's the actual link to the interview with Jeffrey. But if you, we're going to have time for everyone else to get to ask one question. So how do you become a Hall of Fame speaker? What is your magic that took you to that point of life?
Every talk that I do is customized. I don't tell people about my experiences in New York City. They don't care. They want to know how to sell life insurance. They want to know how to sell building products. They want to know how to sell whatever it is that they sell. They don't care what I did. So I make it a point to customize every single talk that I give. And that's what separated me from the pack, so to speak. But I also studied speaking. If you want to know a secret, I sang karaoke 3 times a week for about 5 years. And that gave me the art of performing rather than presenting. Very subtle difference. But in karaoke, you already know the words. The object is, can you get a standing ovation? And I'm not a great singer. I'm a good singer, but I knew how to get the audience rolling.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, next question is about the topic. So if you don't mind, about a
Sure.
month ago, Joe Ingram, we built a great room for him. And by the way, these rooms go for about 6 hours. Even after you're done, it'll still go another 3 hours. But Joe Ingram, we titled it "How to Sell Anything," and it was an amazing room. We actually had Tim Story pop in for 2 hours late at night. He's the
Wow.
best friend with Oprah Winfrey. But how to sell anything. So this is kind of like part two: how to sell everything. And I think you're the king of sales. So what's your thoughts on it? How do you sell everything? Everything.
Well, first of all, you have to love what you do. If you don't love what you do, it's time for you to go because you'll always be manipulating or trying to convince somebody of something that you don't believe in yourself. So belief plays a major role in this, Tony. There's 5 parts of belief, and I'll tell you in 2 seconds what they are. Number one, you got to believe you work for the greatest company in the world. Number two, you got to believe that you offer the greatest products and services in the world. And number three, you got to believe you're the greatest person in the world. Number four, you have to believe you can differentiate yourself from your competitor, not compare yourself to, differentiate yourself from. Comparison is price, differentiation is value. And the fifth, and to me the most important, is you have to believe that the customer is better off having purchased from you. And you have to believe it in your heart, not in your head. Head is attached to price, heart is attached to wallet. If you jerk on the heartstring, the wallet comes popping right out of that back pocket. And the best example I can give for that is if you have a young child, I'll ask you, what is their closing ratio? And the answer is always 100% because they're tugging on your heartstrings. And that's where the emotion of that sale, the sale is made emotionally and then justified logically. I love that house. What's the mortgage? I love that car. What are the payments? And that's how sales are made. People don't like to be sold, but they love to buy. And if you don't love what you do, get out.
Jeffrey, that was a beautiful, beautiful response. Folks, are you enjoying what we have here right now? Are you enjoying everything that Jeffrey's saying? If you can, let us know in the chat box. Let us know what your thoughts are. And also, I want to know where you guys are from. I want to know, I don't care if you're all in the back of the audience. Let us know. That's why I opened this chat box up. I never had it before. And on a real stage and in a physical setting, you can't do this kind of stuff. Here we can. I got the chat. So I don't care if you're the last person in the back of the row in the left corner or the right corner. Let us know where you're from and what's your thoughts on Jeffrey Gitomer. I hope you looked them up already. So that's in the chat box right there. Also, folks, I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. How to Sell Everything. We got a lot of folks that are just coming in. We got Hall of Fame speaker Jeffrey Gitomer, and he wrote the book on sales, New York Times bestsellers, the Sales Bible, the Little Red Book of Selling. He's the authority in selling. So I have a question for you. We're going to divert to speaking for just a minute. I just have 2 more
Sure.
questions, then we're going to switch over. Maybe we can even do an exercise you had mentioned earlier and get some volunteers. What effect does traveling have on professional speakers? And before you answer, I just want to prep that. So I asked you a lot of questions on the podcast about speaking, but this is a different kind of question. There was 2 different phases of your life based on the interview. One phase where you were just traveling like crazy. I think you said 120 plus days a year. You were getting on one plane, going to the next, and then you eventually adopted to a new model where adapted to a new model where you basically travel maybe twice a month or something, and you told me you make tons a lot more money, you have a better health and just a better lifestyle. What do you think about the other folks who haven't made that transition? What effect does traveling have on other professional speakers, their health and everything else? Thank you.
If you love what you do, travel is a bus that helps you get there. Just don't think about it negatively. The planes are late, everything's screwed up, the bad weather's bad, flight gets canceled. Just deal with it. Always have a backup. Never take the last plane out to go to a job or to go to a speech, and prepare yourself to, shit happens. And when it happens, you deal with it. If you let it affect your attitude, then you arrive at the location in a lousy mood and you give a lousy speech. So I've always tried to maintain my positive attitude when I'm flying. And my secret is I wear a sweatshirt with a hood, but before I put my hood up, I try to sell one of my books to the guy next to me for $20 cash. And I'm successful like 8 or 9 out of 10. And because when you fly in first class, the guy next to you or the woman next to you is usually a business person. So that's my goal, and it's fun to do. It puts me in a great mood, and then I prepare for my talk or I write. And no matter where I'm flying to, and I've flown 3 million miles, so it's not like my first time on the plane. And I'll be flying again in October, and part of the deal. I love to travel because it takes me someplace where either I want to be or someone wants me to be. Think of it that way, and you'll never be angry about traveling.
Jeffrey, that was brilliant, brilliant. Appreciate that. Jeffrey, next question. How to, this is kind of an odd one, but how to quickly, so how do you take back a crowd? Sometimes when you have like hosting the room, I see a lot of folks hosting other rooms, and they have problems sometimes when they lose the momentum or something like that, from maybe someone on stage saying something the wrong way or just a certain person not talking properly. It drops. This app is very sensitive to so many features to
Yeah, I
make a
know.
room go up or down, right? So how do you
Yeah.
quickly bring a crowd back to life if you lost a little momentum?
If you're not prepared with content that's valuable, you will lose the crowd. If you're trying to do self promotion, you will lose the crowd. If you don't have some kind of ability to engage others to where they're actually taking notes, you will lose the crowd. And so you have to put yourself in a position where you're prepared to go into your room. Look how prepared you are. You're prepared. You have people, you have friends, you have questions, you have content, you're ready to go. That's why your room is successful. And you may take it for granted, but other people need to learn the lesson.
Jeffrey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And yes, preparing for the greatest sales legend to be one of my guest speakers is a lifetime feature. So I'm as prepared as possible. But
Cool.
yeah, appreciate you being here, Jeffrey. All right, Jeffrey, just one more thing, and then we'll get into an exercise. Maybe you can tell us a quick story. I remember when I interviewed Jim Cathcart, he gave me some really, really funny stories and cool stories of speaking. And I asked him the question like this: What is your most like craziest experiences that you had over the years as a Hall of Fame speaker, traveling all over the world? Maybe just two or three. If you could tell us a story about, like, for example, he gave us an example of one time the whole building, the electricity went out, and they had to walk outside and finish the speech from the lawn. And then another time there was a guy who actually was heckling him from the back of the room, and he got 10 from the microphone alone. He was able to get 10 people to help escort that gentleman out. Any crazy experiences that you've ever had that you want to share from your
Well,
speaking world? You can go back as far as you want. Thanks.
I've had great experiences and I've had interesting things happen. Um, one time I followed Terry Bradshaw. Do not do that. He's a great speaker. And he goes over his time limit every time. So I'm waiting to go on, and Bradshaw's telling stories about, how the Steelers beat the Cowboys in overtime. And I couldn't compete with that. So you have to know where you're positioned in speaking. I gave the opening talk for Singular Wireless when they first came out. There were 5,000 people in the room. And I walked the crowd. And I'm on this big IMAG screen. And I walk up to this guy. I'm right next to him. And he's looking at the screen. I go, Bud, I'm right here. Anyway, the challenge that you have, I did a thing with Jim Rohn one night. And it was on my birthday. And I came out to do my little talk. And I said, it's the third straight year I've had to work on my birthday. And 7,500 people saying happy birthday to me. Totally cool. It's very, um, it's humbling. I'll just put it that way. But I've had, my honor is that my 13-year-old daughter has introduced me twice with a crowd of more than 500 people. When she did it, she was 10 and 11. And we're talking, I bring her up on the stage. I said, everything okay? This kid is so cocky. She goes, am I going to do a mic check? Like, okay, kid, just relax. Just do it. But you have this opportunity when you're on the platform. And there's all kinds of opportunities to take advantage of, but you cannot do any of it unless you're prepared. So when I go in front of a crowd, I'm uber prepared. I can take a heckle. I can take anything. Doesn't matter to me. I can take the sound going out. I can take the sound too loud. I can take anything because I'm ready to go. But let me give the audience something that bugs me. There are some speakers who give what are known as keynote speeches. I've given a bunch of them, but I use slides. Some people memorize their talk, and they'll get in the middle of a talk and they'll lose their place, and they hesitate. And what it tells me is they're speaking from their head, not their heart. Every talk I've ever given, Tony, I give from my heart. And that way, the audience can relate to me as someone who's approachable. I'm very approachable. But somebody who speaks from their head, I don't even want to talk to that person. Somebody who memorizes their speech, I don't even want to talk to that person because I know they're phony. So when you're watching someone speak, be very careful that they haven't memorized the talk. And TEDx has been very instrumental in making people not memorize. Or if you go to a big platform like the Speakers Roundtable, where you the $1 Million Roundtable for the insurance business, they won't let you memorize it because they know that people will forget. So they give you either a rolling script, or they give you slides that keep you on track. But don't you dare memorize your talk. Next.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Appreciate that, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, before we go into the exercise, that question actually, I wanted to ask you about your thoughts on Clubhouse. Now, obviously, it's a way different platform than speaking in real life. You don't hear noise because everyone has a responsibility to keep their mics silenced while you talk, so you
Right.
can't get those kind of cues. And after you might hit a great punchline, but it might sound quiet. It's not, doesn't mean that they don't love or appreciate what you said. It just means that they're
Right.
actually
I'm fine with it.
respecting you. Yeah. So what's your
I'm
thoughts
totally
on that?
fine with it. I don't need that kind of approval because I know what's funny and I know what's not funny. I'm a funny guy, and because I've studied humor and I've met my idols of humor that were still alive. I've, there are two that I haven't met yet, but I'm going for it. Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle. I'll meet them within the next couple of years because I got friends that know them. But I've hung with guys that are just funny as hell and put myself in one of my really good friends is a guy named Pat Hazel, who no one knows, but he wrote for Seinfeld for 8 years, and he understands how humor is constructed. And if you're in the audience and you want a great book on humor, then How to Be Funny by Steve Allen, the original late night host, is the book to get and read. So humor is a science, and you can learn it.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that. So, Jeffrey, just want to pause for a moment. We're gonna do a quick exercise that we had talked about earlier on humor on the stage, which can help your sales and speaking. Before we do that, folks, I want to thank everyone. You're in the Finance Club, How to Sell Everything Sales Masterclass with Hall of Fame speaker Jeffrey Gitomer, also a New York Times best-selling author and a legend in the sales industry. He's wrote literally the books, not the book, books plural on sales. So he is definitely doing incredible things, and he's seen a lot. So it's an honor to have him here. This is now, I think, the 7th or 8th Hall of Fame speaker out of about 170 we've had in this room. I'm going to be bringing a lot of folks up the stage, trying to manage a lot of things in the background. Just want to let you know, folks, we've reached my capacity. I only like to have 5 or 6 green beans in this room because it means nothing. It just is administrative. We've got about 8 or 9. So, folks, if you have a green bean, please, I really need your help with the chats, sharing the room, and things like that. Definitely don't invite anyone to the room. Just let us know ahead of time first. Diamond and myself have that authority, so we can make sure this room goes as smooth as possible and deliver what you expect every Friday night. So with that said, appreciate you guys being here. Give Jeffrey a follow and anyone on stage that you resonate with. We're going to do a quick exercise, and then we're going to move into our next segment. But first, I want to thank Diamond for being here. I want to thank Joe and Mike and Jeffrey and Doria. I want to thank Doria Marie. I want to thank, by the way, Breakfast with Champions. Doria Marie is in the house. Doria, you were on. Look at that. You got Doria and Dora right next to each other. Dora, you were on the phone when we called your name earlier, but I appreciate everything you do and helping support her. She's one of the leaders over at Breakfast with Champions, running that room steadily every day. So shout out to Dora, Marie, appreciate that. And we got Deborah in the house. We got Savannah. We got Noah. We got Encha, Blend, Inspire. We got Bree, Dara Connolly here, Katsuhiro. We got Darlene. We got Christopher. Cheryl's in the house, and Fred, Dorez, and Keller, and Fiona, and David Hill. I want to give out a shout out to David Hill as well. Folks, if you want to know the leaders in the club are, just go down to the clubs, and I give leaders of the club the actual blue bean, if you want to call it blue badge. That's what it really is. It's the real badge, the leaders of the club. But also, we have gold badge mod squads. If you're on stage, you already have that title. So David is an incredible leader in this community as well, and is doing amazing things. We got Tim in the house. Tim, thank you for being here, and thank you, Dawn. America's Supermom's here, and Networker, and Megan DiMartino is here. Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Anna and Amy, for being here. Thank you, Dulise and Shamiko and Luis in the house, and we got Dr. Michaela Diamond here. Thank you, and welcome Charisse and Rex Sykes, also an incredible thought leader, and we got Jen here and Karen King, Rocky, John. We got Tracy and Heidi and Beverly and Dylan as well. Thank you guys. Appreciate all that you do. And we also, I'm trying to see if, so Joe Ingram said John Dawson was in here. Okay, John had left. Okay. All right. So thank you. Appreciate that, Joe. All right, we're going to do a quick exercise. I'll be bringing a few other folks up the stage in the meantime. Jeffrey Gitomer, Jeffrey, I'd like to hear your thoughts on how we can structure this exercise, maybe a humor exercise on sales where we can get 1 or 2 volunteers. What's your thoughts, Jeffrey?
Whatever you want to do, bring people on and let them give a 1-minute piece of humor.
Okay, so can we get
Just,
maybe
yeah, or
2 volunteers? The whole point of this is to learn about the value of humor, both in speaking as
right.
well as sales.
And
So,
you want to
go
be
ahead,
able
Jeffrey.
to use humor to engage. And if you use humor to engage, you can get them to want to listen to what's next. At the end of laughter is the height of listening. Once you understand that, you'll make people laugh a lot more.
Folks, I'd love for one of the green beans to write co-host to. I call green beans co-host. So one of the co-hosts to write that in the chat. At the end of laughter, Jeffrey, can you say that
Is
one
the
more time?
height of listening.
Beautiful. Is the height of listening. The end of laughter. Now we all aren't funny, and we all might be funny, but in different ways, right? We might not be jokesters, but there's different ways to deliver that. Matter of fact, I
Yes,
think
you
a good
use
exercise.
stories, not jokes. Stories, not jokes. 3 guys walking into a bar is not funny. Unless it's 3 guys walked into a bar, 3 Dallas Cowboys walked into a bar to watch the Super Bowl. See, that's funny.
That's funny. That's funny.
That is funny. Okay, so maybe we can do this. We got 1 or 2 volunteers. Flash your mics if you want to be a volunteer. Basically, we need someone to. How about we do this, Jeffrey? We'll do the same joke. We'll deliver it from
No, no, no.
three
Let them
different
tell
ways.
theirs. Joe, let them,
Uh
Tony, let them tell theirs.
huh.
And
And then are we
let's
going to?
see if, have the audience vote on it. Funny, not funny. Or give a thumbs up or wave their hand or something to, to indicate that it passed. But maybe I can coach them on what might make it funnier. Let's just hear what it is. Take a shot.
Yeah. Oh, this is definitely a courageous activity. So I see Mike flashing. Mike Alden, are you prepared to walk the fire with this?
Hold on a second. Let me just say there's no way my mic was flashing because I didn't do that, and I did do stand up comedy for several years, and I really appreciate what you were saying, Jeffrey. So my mic was not flashing, but and I was kind of listening because I was talking to my daughter at the same time. So are you saying that someone has to tell a story and we need to
No,
rate
just
whether or not it's funny?
whatever you think is funny, say it.
Oh, geez, whatever
Now,
I
with
think.
that said, whoever volunteers, remember, folks, we don't have this is we don't talk about politics in here or any of that stuff. So let's
It's
keep it nice
okay.
and clean,
Yeah.
and just about a minute or so. And don't worry if you don't do that well, we're not going to ridicule you. You actually
No,
we give you courage for just for
we're not going to
being here
ridicule
and
you
trying
unless you're a Dallas Cowboy fan.
it.
Well, I Googled a medieval messenger, but when I went for the results, it said page not found. So I'll break the ice with that one.
Wow, we
Cool.
got
Very well
Marilyn in
done.
the house. All right, Marilyn,
Very
you want
well
to
done.
thank you, Marilyn. So Jeffrey, where you want to go with that?
Funny,
Marilyn is
not that
from
funny.
the
Well,
Breakfast with
listen,
Champions.
when one sentence will make it happen. I was 25 years ago. I'm riding down the road with a, a real good friend of mine who was trying to quit smoking, and I said, "Have you ever tried that nicotine gum?" And she said, "Yeah, but I couldn't keep it lit." That is funny, and that's an example of what happens. It's very, very subtle.
Now, Jeffrey, as a top Clubhouse host, I just want to show you some of the things that I use to
All right.
measure people's jokes. Okay, so I keep an
Yep.
eye on the numbers. So when you said that joke, I know it's not big, but it was at 112 people. Now there's 113 people. You might say, oh, it only went up one. Now listen, you might say it only went up one, but it didn't go down 30. So
I got
that's a
you.
really good thing.
I got you. Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm going to give a humorous example of a close that was used on me. And it's a close that you can use on anybody. One of the most powerful things I ever heard in retail. I'm at Pike's Market in Seattle. You know where that is, where they throw the fish and that kind of thing. And I'm walking around the market, and I thought, it's the summertime, and Rainier cherries are in season, and they're the best cherries in the world. And I walk over to this booth with a young woman, and I said, "Give me a half a pound of cherries." She puts them in an oversized bag. She jiggles the bag a little bit and shows it to me and goes, "Are you sure that's enough?" And I said, "All right, give me a pound." And she jiggles it again and says, "Are you sure that's enough?" I said, "You know what? Give me 2 pounds." And I walk away and I thought, I wonder if she just closed me and she closes everybody like that. So I walked back and I said, "Hey, how often have you said, 'Are you sure that's enough?'" She goes, "Oh, every time." Think about that. If you're in retail or you're selling wine or you're selling any kind of product, there's a line that you can use that's very simple. Maybe it's one or two, but whatever it is, there's a simple line that you can use that will create a potential upsell. That woman taught me one of the most valuable lessons in sales that I've ever learned. Have fun and make the person feel like it's not enough, and they'll buy more in a heartbeat.
Jeffrey, that is a brilliant point and a way to bring it full circle, folks. We are talking about how to sell everything, so we're doing a little exercise on humor here, which is important because Jeffrey's a funny guy. I believe he's very, very funny. But we're talking about humor as it injects into both sales and speaking. If you want to sell more, if you have the ability to find just like subtle ways to make someone more happier, not necessarily
Yep.
laugh, just like happier, right?
Right. It doesn't
That
have
will
to
increase the
look.
sales.
Let me give you one more example. When I moved to Charlotte, I I started a business where I sold sales leads, new homeowners, building permits, um, fictitious names, new corporations, and I cold called offices and asked the question, "Who's in charge of sales leads?" And that got me to the boss literally every single time. But occasionally, someone will say, "Not interested," and I would say, "Wow, thank you so much for not being interested." Um, I call a lot of people, and usually it takes me like five not interesteds to get one interested. And you're only the second person today who's told me not interested. And I was wondering if you know anybody else that might not be interested. And they start laughing. And I will tell you that every time I said that, 3 out of 4 times I could continue the conversation. Think about that. Because most people say, well, here's my literature, here's my card, thanks so much, think of us. And they walk away and somebody puts their stuff in a shredder.
Jeffrey, that is a brilliant, brilliant point. Jeffrey, I'd like to take another volunteer. I have David
Sure.
Hill on stage. David is an incredible thought leader. He's also an major influencer here on Clubhouse, doing amazing
Okay.
things in the background. And he's a great connector. He helped me to hang out with Tony Robbins' son and among so many other things. So I'd like to give David a play here. David is
Go.
he's got David maybe a minute or less. Remember, no political. We don't talk any politics, but just keep it nice and clean. Just give us a sense of humor, and then maybe we can have Jeffrey either
All
pro
right.
or con to make that a little bit better for sales wise. So welcome, David
Yeah.
Hill.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Finance. Jeffrey, good to meet you, man. I've been in sales for 38 years, and I was using your little red book for forever, brother. So it's cool
Thank
to
you.
connect with you in person.
Thank you.
I am actually cycling, so I stopped to do this, which is why I'm breathing a little heavy. All right, so let me catch my breath. So here, all right. So there's the captain and the first mate. They're on the front of the ship. They're looking out the horizon. They see an enemy ship approaching. The captain looks at the first mate and he says, "It's going to be a fierce battle tonight. I want you to have the guys get the red shirts out." So they battle. It's a fierce battle. They fight, and then they win the battle. And the next day they celebrate. So then the next day, the captain and the first mate are on the front looking out. They see another 2 enemy ships coming. So the captain looks at the first mate. He says, "First mate, this is going to be a really fierce battle tonight. I want you to get the red shirts and the red shorts out tonight." So they get the red shirts out. They battle, they fight. It's a fierce battle, but they win, they prevail. And then the next day, the captain and the first mate are on the front of the ship, and they're looking at the horizon, and he sees 3 enemy ships coming. And he says, "First mate, get the brown shorts out."
Okay. Oh, shit.
Jeffrey,
That
any
was
thoughts?
funny.
Folks, if you like that joke, come off your mic. It's okay, folks. It's Friday night. We're having a little fun. Come off your mics, and everyone, whoever thought it was funny, just come off and laugh. Just if you already laughed, laugh again. Let's get some volume and laughter here.
That was funny.
Okay, but here's the deal. You can't, and if you're in front of an audience, you cannot risk telling a joke because if someone has heard the joke before, it'll fall flat. If someone has not heard the joke, it may go over. But the bottom line is you can't risk it. You have to tell your own story. You have to tell what actually happened to you. That makes it authentic.
And Jeffrey, if you mind if I add to that, Dan Clark, who's also a Hall of Fame speaker, friend of mine. I don't know if you know Dan Clark, Jeffrey.
Of course.
Okay, yeah, Dan Clark. When he was on here, he said a very very interesting thing in the line of humor because he uses humor a lot in his speaking. Very funny
Mm-hmm.
guy, and he made a
Yep.
great point. He goes, "Look, I tell jokes, but I don't want you to think it's just a joke." Because if you bomb on the joke, you bomb the whole speech, especially if you're starting out. He said
Yep.
always have some kind of lesson at the end of that joke, so that
Yep.
it's a hedge, it's a risk in the finance world. It's a hedge, it's a risk of if things go wrong, at least you can redirect it back to a different direction. So thoughts on that?
Hey, so could I just chime in on that? Because
Yes, absolutely, David.
the ending, that would be the intention of doing that is, I'm speaking to a room full of salespeople, and I say, you know what, it's challenging out there, it's tough out there right now. So today I'm going to ask you to get your brown shorts out and stick with me.
Now you're okay.
So it
Now
is a
you're okay.
metaphor.
Yeah, you're totally okay with that. The challenge is to have something at the end that challenges the audience to think in a new direction. And now you got them. It's literally a redirect.
All right. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Jeffrey, great comments. Folks, Jeffrey, maybe one more volunteer on this and just give it a
Sure,
try again. All right.
sure.
All right. So we got another volunteer, folks. Anyone's got any comedians out here or salesmen or saleswomen or speakers that use comedy in their routine? Maybe anybody who wants to say anything funny and just see if Jeffrey can use his skill set to fine tune that for a better sale or a better speech. So just flash your mics if you want to chime in or just come off the mic. Let's see. Anyone who is interested? Now, there's a little bit of courage here. It's a little bit of courage. You got to have humor.
Yep. And it doesn't have to be laugh out loud. It has to be think. I'll give you one example while we're getting a volunteer, okay? At the end of a lot of my talks, I will say training teaches you how, education teaches you why. That's a difference between training and education. The person who knows how will always have a job. The person who knows why will always be his boss. That's an interesting point. And I'll say to the audience, it doesn't look like you get this. I said, how many of you have a teenager? And they'll raise their hand. I'd say, would you rather your kid have sex training or sex education? Now they get it. And they're laughing. And they're learning.
Jeffrey, I'll raise my hand and be a horrible volunteer.
Go.
All right, so I'm the master at corny jokes. I've been able to connect with people since I was a kid with saying just the dumbest things, and for some reason it works. So I'm going to give you 3 jokes in a row because they're all horrible. All right, and then
Go.
I'm gonna follow up with something. Let's see. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right. What do you call a fairy that doesn't take a bath?
I don't know.
Stinker bell.
Oh, that's good.
What did one candle say to the other?
Lights out.
Do you want to
You're
go out
lit.
tonight?
Oh, cool.
What has 4 legs and 1 head but only 1 foot?
I don't know.
A bed. And the last one, a bonus. What fruit teases people a lot? A banana. Na, na, na. All right, now listen. I got this from the. I'm cheating here. I got laugh out loud jokes for kids, but it's really dad jokes. I just read you 4
Right.
in a row. What's your thoughts on that?
One more time. If you tell a joke, you have to have an ending that leads the person to learning. It's not just, you don't tell jokes, you tell stories, and the story has to have some kind of an ending that's practical or learnable. You do that, you win. And people say, well, you got to start out with a joke. I'm like, that's not how I live my life. I may start out with something humorous, but I'm not going to start out with a joke.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Appreciate it. Thank you to our volunteers. Folks, if you come off the mic and give a round of applause to our amazing volunteers, appreciate that. Thank you guys very much.
Woo!
Back
Yay!
to you.
Let me throw one more thing at you. There's a way. I was taught this by a woman named Elizabeth Jeffries. If you want to come up with stories that are fun or poignant, then go back to the house that you grew up in and picture yourself in each one of the rooms, and you'll get stories. Then go back to high school and picture yourself in class. Then go back to college and picture yourself in class. Then go back to your first job and picture yourself on the job. and you'll have 50 stories before you can get through the picturing.
That is a brilliant point. Thank you, Jeffrey. And Jeffrey, that
Welcome,
you
bud.
can also apply that to for those speakers who want to get their origin story. I went through a publicity training with Steve Harrison. I always recommend him. Um, One of the things they always talked about was origin stories, and
Hmm.
when I was building my origin stories, I did exactly that. I went back to not just the old house. Fortunately I was selling it at the time. I also went through pictures and just had to dig up memories to think about my life. And you actually have to go through a series of soul searching to figure this stuff out. So
Of
um,
course.
thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate it. Great points. All right, so we're moving into our next segment, folks. I want to thank everyone who's here right now. We got 82 shares. Can we get 100 shares? I want to thank the action takers. Thank you, Peace, for sharing the room. Thank you, Chris Waldes, for sharing the room. Thank you, Syed, for sharing the room. Thank you, America's Supermom, for sharing the room. Thank you, Heidi Wild, for sharing the room. Thank you, Anna, for sharing the room. She says Jeffrey Gitmer is dropping gold right now. Thank you, John the Bomb, for sharing the room. Appreciate that. He says Dr. Finance and Diamond Diva going strong every week. All right, and Lauren Evers, thank you for sharing the room. Thank you, Karen King and Jen. Rex Sykes shared the room. He said, "Get me in the house." I want to introduce you to Rex pretty soon as well. Appreciate that, Jeffrey, and welcome. Thank you, Setva, for sharing the room. He said, "Jeffrey Gitmer dropping gems." Thank you, Amber and Diamond Diva, Akinpelu, Tim Shea, and Maximilian, folks, and Charisse. We got folks from all over the world. Now, Jeffrey, I know you said you spoke in 6 continents. Virtually, I guess everybody in this room can say the same thing now because of Clubhouse. We're
Yeah.
trying to say we spoke in 7 continents, Jeffrey. So if you know anybody that's in Antarctica and maybe even on a trip, or any of the 2,000 scientists that live there, we want to get all 7. And I'm sure you're on board with this. So if you know anybody going to Antarctica, just tell them to pick up Clubhouse and come over one Friday night. And we're all going to check off 7 continents at the same time. So that's a
I
deal
actually do know
and a
someone who's
challenge for
taking
everybody.
the trek. I know someone
You
who's
do?
taking the trek. Yeah, I do.
Oh, that's
So
incredible.
I'll message him.
Yeah, let's check
Let
off
me
that
throw
box.
this at you. If you, like, people are listening right now and they want to know more or whatever, I do a couple things. But if you go to my website, Gitomer.com, I offer a 22-day free sales challenge where I go through my 21.5 unbreakable laws of selling, and it's free. You just go on and look for the challenge, and it'll be there. Um, it's a 22-day sales challenge, and it's phenomenal. It's free. If you want my certification, just go to gitomertraining.com/certify. You have to put the 3 W's in front, I think. But we're having two classes, one in the beach in Wild Dunes where we live, and here in Charlotte where I live. I moved to the South 34 years ago. Best thing I ever did. I love Philly, and I loved leaving. And you think you can't leave, but you can. And when you go to the South, it's kind of friendly. And it takes you aback at first because, Philly, people are matter of fact. New York City, people are matter of fact. Boston, people are rude. But the bottom line is when you come to the South, you have a much better attitude of engagement because everyone wants to talk. And at the beach, which you also might call the shore, everyone who's there wants to be there. So everyone will want to engage you, every single person. That's the wisdom of the beach.
Jeffrey, that is brilliant. Actually, I just put your link up, folks. If you want to check out more about Jeffrey, I have his link, Gitomer.com. Actually, I want to, real quick, Jeffrey, I want to include you on this. So we usually give out free gifts in this room for those
Sure,
who have shared the room. I want to
sure.
thank Dorez, Jen, Doria Cordova for sharing, Bree Larry for sharing, Felicia, Louise for sharing, Steve D, Berna, Deborah, and Heidi. We have 100 shares right now. So the 100 share,
Wow.
we usually give a prize. And we have Doris Douglas happens to be the 100th share. Do you have a prize for Doris Douglas that we can offer her? Any free gift that you can give for
Sure.
Doris? Or
Well, my free advice is stay out of New Jersey. But the gift would be if I have a bunch of ebooks that I can email to anybody on listening, closing the sale, finding buying motives, whatever. Just tell me who it is, get me their email address, and I'll make sure they get it.
Okay, sounds great. Doris, so again, congrats to Doris Douglas. Appreciate you winning. You get the 100th share. That's incredible. All right. Thank you so much, Doris. And yes, Savannah has done 101 shares. Can we get to 125 shares, folks, as we move into our next segment? We have an incredible segment, an incredible panel here. We're just going to ask one question per person. Before we do, folks, I want to let you know real quickly, I'm actually planning a mastermind with two legends in January, February in Arizona, and we're still working out the past 2 weeks. Sharon Lechter and Mark Victor Hansen are going to be the two other superstars that'll be part of that. We're going to have several others that will be there. This is a true mastermind. Everyone gets to speak. It's not like a master class. It's a mastermind. And we're going to pick out about 15 to 20 people. So if you're interested, let us know. We're going to try to give, and it's Jeffrey, love to hear your take on this. To have two superstars like them would easily be, I would think, 50,000 plus. I mean, Jack Canfield does an in-person one. He's his partner, former partner for Chicken Soup for the Soul, and his is 25,000. We have two superstars here. We're trying to keep it as close to 10,000 as possible. This is an in-person event. It's going to be at least 2 to 3 days in January in a beautiful location. And we have a couple other VIPs that will be joining us from our room here. So, Jeffrey, what are your thoughts on that before we move to the next segment? Just real quick. Thank you, Jeffrey.
I'm totally in favor of a mastermind. I know both Mark Victor Hansen and Sharon Lechter personally. They're brilliant people. And they have here's the key with mastermind hosts. They both have an incredible past history of success. They both have consistency of performance over a 20-year period of time. And I don't know, Sharon Lechter is a brilliant writer, just a brilliant writer. Mark Victor Hansen is a brilliant presenter. Go and hang out. The investment is not, you're investing in yourself. That's the best investment you can make.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that, folks. If you want to know more, I'll put you on the list. Just send me a DM, and I'll have my team check it out for you within the next day or two. So we'll get
May
more
I,
info as we start
may
trucking up.
I, can I add one more thing? Hi,
Sure.
Absolutely,
Doria.
Dory Cordova, welcome.
Aloha, aloha. I was going to say the other thing about it, though, I know for a fact, is that I mean, they're both so generous. But the one thing is, and not but, and Sharon is so well connected, and she will introduce you. I mean, she's the one that introduced Kiyosaki to Trump. I mean, she's the one that knows all the people. She's the one that made, the next level of Kiyosaki on the Rich Dad series, and I know that because he's my old partner, right? And she is absolutely
Yeah, she's
so
brilliant.
generous with her time. So you're going to
Agreed.
walk away. You're going to walk away with some great contacts. And I know for a fact, and they're both Money and You graduates, of course. And Mark Victor Hansen is genius. I mean, he's genius, and he's a student of Buckminster Fuller. And when you get into conversations with Mark Victor Hansen, he is an amazing lateral thinker. Yeah, Mark Victor Hansen has this way of thinking. Like whenever I get around him, and we have beautiful conversations, we go, I mean, he will come up with all these new ideas. So we're talking about an extraordinary opportunity. I just, knowing them both personally, I just wanted to really say that's
Cool.
extraordinary. Just wanted to share that.
Do you
Thank
know?
you so much,
I
Doria.
want to let's throw a quiz out to the audience. Who's the author and the founder of the concept lateral thinking? And whoever comes up with that, they get a free ebook as well. Dun, 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 dun. But now with Google, it's like it's baloney because someone can just Google lateral thinking and they'll come up with the answer. But I want someone who can tell me how lateral thinking was first used by Peter Uberoth.
Yeah, let's see if anyone knows the answer. I'm looking in the chats. Let's go back to the chats to see on this. By the way, Diamond, when she runs her room, she's got like 1,000 people at the end of the night in the chat. We only got 100 here in the chat. She uses the chats a lot more than I should. I really should start using more. But let's see if anyone's got that answer in the
Well,
chats. And yes, Dory.
Jeffrey, I'm sorry to bother. Jeffrey, hi, this is Dory again. So, my understanding, and I first heard about lateral thinking from Marshall Thurber in 1978. And Marshall is the genius that literally created the experiential transformational entrepreneurial training industry, which I inherited the work of the business school and the Money and You program. And my understanding is that whenever you have, when you think in a different way, it's called lateral thinking. So was it before that time? Was it before the mid
The
70s?
writer of the book Lateral Thinking was Edward de Bono,
I was
who
Right.
just
is
going to say that.
he's
Well,
known as the grandfather of creativity in the literally in the world.
yes. So he
And
thought, yeah,
he
he,
taught it to Peter Ueberroth, who ran the Olympics in 1984, I want to say. It's the first Olympics that ever made a profit.
yes, I met De Bono at our business school in 1978. He was invited. He was one of the people. This was the most extraordinary business school. It had people like Buckminster Fuller there and
Hmm
many others, and that's where we met De Bono. And so he is brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And they had a whole conversation about that literally in 1978 in front of us,
hmm
and it was like, and so that's what a lot of the education that you see today that is so transformational, and that's what my whole life is about, transforming educational systems around the world so that people can learn experientially. And like when you were just teaching earlier and you were sharing your knowledge, for me, even the way that you were using humor and just your brilliance, because you're quite a bit of a lateral thinker yourself, right? I know you know that.
hmm
But one of the things that you I think that whenever you have somebody brilliant like yourself, it's like your wires are rewired differently. But the great thing about it is that we can learn from you, and it's what I call patterns of thinking. Like the reason I like to listen to people like yourself, and Dr. Finance and Diamond and so many brilliant people in this room, and this is why I keep coming back, because I'm an eternal learner, forever learner, is
You should
that
buy the book People Patterns by Wyatt Woodsmall.
okay? People patterns. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Wyatt
Oh,
Woodsmall,
I'm Jeffrey. I'm gonna jump in and just second that. Absolutely, Wyatt is a brilliant, brilliant man. This is Rex Sykes. Thank you for
yeah,
mentioning that book.
yeah, I talk to Wyatt every day, and he's like my dad and my best buddy, and we talk about life in the world. He's the first global certified trainer for NLP, and he taught Tony Robbins neuro linguistic programming.
I also second that.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Just a brilliant
Appreciate
guy,
that.
and
Wow.
yeah, he actually, salespeople always try to develop rapport, and they try to find things in common. And Wyatt and I were talking one day, and he goes, there's a deeper level. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, you don't just go to find things in common. You look for shared values. And my blood ran cold because it was so obvious, but you don't look at it that way. You're just looking for something where you can develop maybe deep rapport. But a shared value is something that goes way beyond things in common and deepens a relationship in 2 seconds.
Can we have that full name again? And I'm a little bit jet lagged, and I'm not working as quickly as usual. And maybe somebody can put it on the chat. Thank you so much for repeating the name of the book and this wonderful human
People
being.
patterns, Wyatt Woodsmall.
How do you spell the last Whitmall?
Woodsmall. Wyatt
Got,
Woodsmall.
got it. Got
You
it.
can get a copy on Amazon, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
You're
you
welcome.
absolutely can. And I've known Wyatt since the early '80s, and we've worked together. I don't get to talk to him like you do. I'm very jealous. You and Joe Soto get to hang with him all the time, and
Yeah,
I haven't seen Wyatt in many years. But we connect, but we haven't seen each other in many years.
he's this brilliant guy. He's like, I don't know. If I try to learn something from Wyatt every day, and we share the same values. and we share the same philosophies. So it's easy for us to talk without having to go too deep into the process because you can keep it on the surface and we both understand each other. And when you understand the other person, the brilliance just flows.
And he is so well versed in being able
Yeah.
to take a topic and extract everything from the
Oh,
topic
yeah.
and then put it down on paper and then teach it to somebody so they can understand it, which is a rare quality today.
But let me share something that's even more important. Wyatt and I speak as friends. We have no agenda. I'm not trying to sell Wyatt something. He's not trying to sell me anything. We're just friends. And when you have that and you don't have any fear of the person doing something stupid, then you can be free to speak the truth. It's a trust factor, not simply a friendship factor.
Thank you
That's
so much.
beautiful.
Appreciate that, Jeffrey. Thank you,
Yeah,
Rex.
that's
Thank you,
beautiful,
Dory.
Jeffrey. Thank you, Jeffrey.
All right,
Welcome.
great. Thank you. Let's move on to the next segment. Appreciate you guys, and we're gonna get one question per person. Before we do that, folks, I want to thank everyone for being here. Diamond, we're gonna do a quick reset. Diamond Diva is one of the top hosts on Clubhouse, and also a mindset expert, one of the top out there. Diamond, flash your mic if you're here. I'd love to get a quick reset just to let everybody know where we are and who Jeffrey Gitomer really is. So, thank you, Diamond.
This is Diamond and absolutely Dr. Finance. I want to welcome everyone to the Finance Club. If you haven't yet, click on that green house and become a member today. We're having a wonderful conversation on how to sell everything with Sales Masterclass with Jeffrey Gitomer. And I will tell you, he has been dropping nothing but gems. I also encourage you to take a moment to PTR and click on that link at the top and gain access to all his great Sales Mastery Live events.
Anthony?
Diamond went. Oh, there you
Yes, I apologize. I had a call coming in and gain access
go.
to his
Okay. All right.
wonderful sales events and how you can learn more about to mastery sales on that link at Gitomer.com. Also encourage you to take a moment to click on that square with an arrow pointing up at the bottom of your screen and share this room on Clubhouse. We have 107 shares. Let's keep those numbers up and leave a note about what it is that you learned here of value and invite incredible people into the room. We also encourage you to tap in with Dr. Finance. Dr. Finance team, give him a follow here with his bell set to always, so you always get notified when he's hosting these rooms every single Friday. And also tap in on his Instagram and his Twitter, both of which are linked in his bio, so you can connect with Dr. Finance on all platforms here today. And I encourage you to also tap in on the Dr. Finance Live podcast so you can hear the entire interview with our guest of honor here today, as well as all the incredible guests that he's had throughout the year. But don't stop there. Take the time to connect with Joe Ingram and Mike Alden and Dora Cordova and Dora Maria and Rex, our honorary mods on the squad today supporting the room. And of course, our guest of honor, Mr. Jeffrey Gitomer himself. Make sure you're following him on Clubhouse, as well as scrolling to his bio and connecting with him on his Twitter. We'd like to thank you and welcome each and every one of you for joining us today in the Finance Club. This is Diamond and I'm complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you so much, Diamond. I appreciate that. Folks, thank you for being here. This is an incredible room. I'm just honored to have Jeffrey on stage. We are going to be doing so many amazing things. Hopefully, in the future, he's a Philadelphian like myself, proud and just a great guy, sales leader, just the legend in the field. So appreciate Jeffrey for being here. And to honor him, folks, if you can, just definitely share this room out. We got 108 shares. Can we get 125 shares? Who knows? Maybe the 125th share will win a prize as well. Thank you, Heidi Wild, for sharing the room. She's doing a great book on Clubhouse, actually. So thank you, Heidi, for sharing. Thank you, Ibrahim, for sharing. Also, an upcoming speaker here on Clubhouse. Safe Haven, thank you for sharing. Thank you, Darlene, for sharing. Thank you, Louise, for sharing. And Sharice, Margaret, and Samuel. Folks, we got 108. Can we get 125 shares in the house? In the meantime, I want to thank some of the new folks that just walked in, some great friends and leaders to the community. We got Chris here and Safe and Jenny, James, Nisa, Patrice. We got Julie and we got Ken and Judy Foster. I want to give them a welcome. Ken will actually be the main speaker in a few weeks. Ken is doing incredible things in the radio industry and Also, just been around. He's seen a lot in the self help industry as well. So thank you, Ken and Judy, for being here. Thank you, Tracy and Santosh, Ibrahim and Julie, Patrice, Mark Anthony, Monica, Stephen, Iris, Donna, Luis, Lara, Syed, Felicia, Gospel. We got Heidi, we got Tracy, we got John. John Bell, folks, one of the top realtors on Coronado Island. So if anybody's in California, Coronado Island is off of San Diego. It's got one of the most beautiful properties in the world. And John is a realtor over there. So definitely give him a follow. Karen King. Thank you, Karen King. Thank you, Jen, for being here. Sharice, Luis, Shamiko, and Megan DiMartino just opened her day spa, I believe you call it. I'm saying it wrong. I know, Megan. But Megan's doing amazing things in that world in Texas. So if anybody's in Texas and wants to check that out, definitely give her a DM, follow Megan, and networker. We got Anna here as well. Thank you, America's Supermom, for being here, networker. We got Tim and David Hill, also amazing influencer on Clubhouse. Definitely give him a follow. Fiona Dorez, who won the 100th share on Clubhouse. Incredible prize. Welcome, Fred Moskowitz, a leader in his community and doing amazing things in the bond note world in Philadelphia. We've got Cheryl, also an influencer, one of the top influencers in the space of imposter syndrome. So definitely check out our new book. Christopher, we got Darlene, Hurricane, Lady Jules, Beverly, we got Encha, Savannah, doing incredible things on Wednesday night with Diamond Diva's Room. Deborah Rouleau, also one of the ambassadors, along with Megan DiMartino of this room, doing incredible things and sharing out the room and always being so supportive. Rex Sykes, we got a few co-hosts tonight that are helping out. So thank you, Rex. Thank you, Dora Marie from Breakfast with Champions, and Doria and Dora at the same time sitting right next to each other on stage. And then, of course, we got Joe Ingram, an amazing sales genius. Folks, anybody have sold over $1 billion in sales? I mean, we got several of them here, and Joe is at the top of the list with Jeffrey. So two of the top salespeople in the world sitting on the same stage at the same time. It's an incredible honor. And then we got Diamond Diva. So speaking of Diamond Diva, folks, Diamond's up next. Diamond, we're doing one question per person. So Diamond, I know you're showing off the incredible book by Jeffrey on your profile. Folks, do a pull to refresh and check out Diamond's beautiful picture of Jeffrey's red book there. So Diamond, if you want to start out with one question for Jeffrey, the floor is yours. Welcome, Diamond.
This is Diamond, and thank you so much for the opportunity, Dr. Finance, and for hosting this incredible space. And I want to say thank you so much to you, Jeffrey, for taking the time to be with us here today. And Dr. Finance is absolutely correct. I am holding your little red book of selling, and I wanted to just thank you because it was this book that actually really shifted my perspective of how I can show up and sell. As an entrepreneur, as a mindset coach, one of the things that was really powerful for me in this book was Principle 12, which is antennas up. And that's all about using your sixth sense of selling. And what I really loved about it is, unlike all the other sales books that I had read up until that point that were really focused purely on strategy, you actually touched on the mindset surrounding sales and how we can overcome those unconscious or subconscious blocks. So my question for you is, what can you share with us today for how we can continue to build upon that skill and overcome any of those internal objections that we may have or that discomfort surrounding sales, particularly when you get those no's that you're talking about? This is
Yeah.
Diamond, and over to you.
The problem with salespeople is that they accept no as no and not as not yet. And what the customer is saying to you or the prospect is saying to you when they tell you no or they defer you is, you have not proven your value to me beyond your price. And you tend to take it personally, not just seriously. And when you take it personally, you tend to lose because you become deflated. When you take it personally, it becomes a challenge. It's like, oh, yeah, you're trying to tell me no? Well, I believe in my heart that my stuff is better than either what you're buying or what you're looking at. And I think I can help you. So obviously, I've done something wrong where I haven't conveyed my value. Give me another shot at this, or take another shot at this. And you cannot, you're going to get rejected. People are going to say no to you in sales 3 out of 4 times. If you can, just think about it this way. If you can bat 1 out of 3 for 20 years in Major League Baseball, you make an out 2 out of 3 times, you go to the Hall of Fame as the best hitter that ever lived at a batting average of 333. So look at it as an opportunity. Look, you learn from it. Now you're going to move to the next one. You challenge the customer on it. They didn't understand. You were unable to convey your value. So you have to keep that frame of mind, that positive mindset frame of mind, and move forward, whether it's with that customer or without that
I
customer.
want your positive mindset.
It's not easy to come by. You have to go through a lot.
Hey,
You got to
I
go
want to
through a
be
lot of.
more like you.
Yeah, well, you got to kiss a lot of frogs. But I will tell you, and you have to be from the Northeast to do what I do
Well, I'm
because
from the
there's no
South.
other
Is
place.
there no hope for me?
Correct.
So
Um,
Jeffrey, we got Grant Cardone on. If you haven't figured out, welcome, Grant. How are you, sir?
What up, guys?
Grant,
Jeffrey, how
I
you
love
doing,
Grant
buddy?
Cardone. I'm doing fine. Grant Cardone has the one thing that you need in sales to win every time. And the one thing you need is balls. And Grant Cardone has sales balls that they're as big as Miami,
Thanks, Jeff.
which
Appreciate it,
actually
man. I just saw you in the room. I came in just to say hi to you, my friend.
how you doing, bud?
Yeah, real good.
I watch.
Doing good.
I'm watching what you're doing. I'd love to get invited to one of your events, but maybe I'm not a big enough shit to get in there. Maybe one day.
By the
You
way,
know what?
Grant, Jeffrey's from Philly, like myself. So we got two Philly fans here. That's why we talk very rough, right, Jeffrey?
The Dolphins are going to be tough this year. I'm going to tell you
You
that.
guys are so rough and tough.
Yeah. So maybe on your next show, I just got invited to. Well, I mean, maybe you know the guy, the ClickFunnels guy. Russell Brunson invited me to his
Oh
gig.
yeah, I think
So
I'm doing that as well.
I can't make it because I'm double booked, but I'm trying to get him to stop here on the way back. If you know him, text
Oh
him
yeah,
and
I know.
tell him to
Yeah, I know
come see my
Russell.
library.
Okay, cool.
That would be helpful. In the
And
meantime, I wish you every success on the planet,
Man,
brother.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying to stack them. You know.
Yeah, I know you're doing good, but the key is real estate. Like I invested in real estate, Grant investor. You can be a sales guy, you can do anything you want, but you better own real estate or you got problems, especially at a time like now. You have
Jeffrey, thank you, appreciate it. Great response, Grant. While you're here, Grant, appreciate you being here in the Finance Club. We got about 15,000 members here. Grant is doing amazing things, as Jeffrey noted, in the real estate world, particularly in Miami. Grant, any particular events that you have up and coming that you want to maybe mention, and maybe a question? The way we do this, we have a question for each of our main guest speakers, and maybe you have a question for Jeffrey, who's the king of sales. Welcome, Grant. Grant, I hear
I have a
crickets.
question for Grant. Is he still there?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
If you're still there, I want to know how are you helping your kids get to the next plateau when some of the educational things going on in school are a little silly.
Well, we homeschool them, so no, we took
Oh,
them out of
that's
the
good.
school system.
Yeah,
So
that's
first thing we
smart.
did was remove them from the garbage pit.
It's unbelievable what's going on. My kid's in the 8th grade right now in a private Christian school, and it's still not working the way I want it
No,
to
dude,
work.
we took them out of public. We put them in private. Private was as bad as the public.
Yeah,
You know, it's
I'm gonna
I'm
let
like,
my I'm gonna let my daughter go to high school next year, a 4,000 kid high school, and just get in a couple fist fights, figure it out.
yeah.
Because
So,
listen, become a reader is my challenge to any child, and feed your kid the books that they need.
thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate it. Grant, I got a question for you if you're up for it. So, from one person to the next, who 7 letters is our last name, begins with a letter C, ends in a vowel. If we sat in homeroom, I'd be sitting right next to you. Grant, how do you sell everything, as the title of this room so happens to be called? How do you sell everything? Sales Masterclass. Grant Cardone, folks.
To me, the most important part is the funnel, is the marketing. Like you got to have a big, for the first 20 years, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to be, the best closer, but I kept getting beat by people that were out marketing me. And I kept wondering why. I thought I had a better product, but they were beating me everywhere in every little space I was in. It wasn't the best salesman; it was the best marketer. So, um, you know, if you can get enough recognition and be in enough places and have people recognize you, you can't get somebody to trust you that doesn't know you. So it takes a long
Grant,
time to like build trust in the relationship.
But
As slow
Grant
as
is
a sale.
an amazing promoter. Grant Cardone is an amazing promoter. He knows how to put himself in front of people that want his message, and they accept his message as factual enough to want to get involved and engaged. He's freaking brilliant at it. He's not good at it. He's freaking brilliant at it. And your
Yeah,
job,
thanks, Jeff.
you're welcome. Your job is to study what he does. He shows you what he does. Emulate it.
and Jeffrey, I just want to add to that. I agree. Grant, I just want to say for the record, I think you're one of the best marketers I've ever met. I've had to learn this skill set since COVID hit. Really, I was a professor for 10 years. My books barely got one review, and then I learned how to market. In the past year and a half, I've got over 1 million followers from learning and mastering marketing. Something I should have did a long time ago. Jeffrey is a great salesman. I see you as a great marketer. But the question I asked Jeffrey on the podcast the other day kind of marries the both of what you're doing, right? Like sales and marketing are kind of like the hand in a glove. You can't have one without the other. So
Correct.
where do you think? And love to get Jeffrey and Grant to chime in on this. Where do you guys think that marketing and sales come together? Where is that intersection where you need to find, as you called it, Jeffrey, that beautiful harmony between the both of them?
Yeah. So I was gonna let you go, Jeffrey, but
I'll start.
okay.
When the customer or the prospect perceives that the value of the marketing message is there, then they will connect with someone who can potentially help them in sales. If the marketing message is not valuable out to that prospect, they're not going to do anything. But you look at Grant's marketing messages, they're all value based. And as a result of it, people will hop in his funnel. And at that point, a salesperson can chime in, but the person who connected wants to hear the message. And when you want to hear the message, you connect with a salesperson in a positive way. So he's not fishing for leads. He's looking for people that are interested. Big difference.
Yeah. And so I just, look, I spent from 25 to 45 learning everything I could about sales, studied Jeff, uh, all the guys. I studied everybody that was teaching anything about sales, and I spent too much time there. Like I'm just telling you guys, a mistake I made was, I looked at the mattress guy in Houston, Texas. He was the marketer. The car
Yep.
dealer was the best marketer. Look at the guy on Fox News that sells the whatever he sells, slippers and mattresses and pillows.
Yeah,
Like they're spending, whoever spends the most wins the most. So you can literally be sloppy at sales if you're great at marketing. Now, there's no reason to be sloppy at sales. If you have a great message and a great product and you have a team picking it up. So like we have, my main jobs at I run 18 little companies now, and my main job at all 18 are promote, and promote. And then there's a sales team that picks up all the pieces, and they're very well trained. They train every day. They train on, greeting and qualifying and closing and negotiating, but mostly follow up. It's how do you follow up? Because you're going to miss most of the closes. Like no matter what trick or line or word you use, there is no magic special. The moment you get a magic word, it won't be in vogue tomorrow.
correct.
And so the follow up, like we have 100 salespeople in Miami, I'm going to add another 100 in Scottsdale. I could probably use another 1,000. So if you scale enough, the phone will ring. And if you market enough, the phone will ring. And if you do it right, then they'll call and want to buy. Like I'm trying to make the customer so comfortable with our pricing and our product and familiarity with me that no sale really has to take place. It's just like, hey, I want that thing he was talking about.
Yep. Yep.
Maybe like
That's the
we
kid.
have a conference, Jeffrey, in February. I'm
Hmm.
89% sold out, and we just announced the date. And I don't have a speaker. Like I haven't announced one speaker. Last year we didn't announce a speaker. Every speaker was a surprise because the audience trusts me. But that just
Right.
comes from that comes from me marketing over and over and over again, not caring whether people like the message or not, and then finding the people that did like it and showed up for it, and then deliver to them. You got to deliver to people. You can't.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because the word now on social media will make you or break you. It's not about what you say, it's what people say about you that works. And you're not going to please all the people all the time.
No, that's right.
You're going to piss a few people off, and there's nothing you can do about it. Some people just don't want to win, they want to complain.
By the way, how do you, on that point, Jeffrey, how do you deal with that aspect when people start to complain or give you a
I
bad
thank them very
reputation,
much.
jealous people?
I thank them very much. I send them something for free that they're not expecting, and then I never hear from them again. Because I don't want to engage somebody in an argument. You don't get into an argument with an idiot. You look like an idiot. So I thank them. I appreciate the feedback. Hey, give me your address. Let me send you an autographed book. Huh? And I do, and it's done. I kill people with kindness, even though I'm from Philly, where no one is kind. Thank God I moved to the South.
Jeffrey, but you're coming to visit in Philly, so
Oh, yeah.
anytime, anytime you're ready. I unfortunately have
Hey,
to deal with this every day. I actually just found, I was saying this in Diamond's room on Wednesday. I don't want to turn it dark, but I found someone murdered on one of my properties on Monday, and it's not a good thing. We're not in a good situation here, but we come here in Clubhouse. That's why we got such a positive room. I create a space because I know a lot of people are going through crazy stuff. This is a space where everyone can hang out and just be themselves and
Cool.
not have to worry about anything else. So thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that. Grant, maybe your thoughts. How do you deal with uh, like negative haters and things like that as you're ascending glass ceilings?
Yeah. So yeah, I have my fair share of
Yeah,
look, man, it's part of the game, right? It's
exactly.
you're going to get it as you climb the tree. If you want to be successful, it's not all rainbows and sunshine. It comes with a lot of criticism, even from people that are close to you. So I've had family members say, "Oh man, you changed." I'm like, "Yeah, I guess."
What's your point?
Which thank you. I hope so.
Right, exactly.
Oh, you never come home. Okay, well, I'm going to France, so
Yeah. So am I.
um,
When are you going?
I'm going to be there Sunday.
Oh, crap. I'm going to be there. I'll be in Paris on the 9th of October for a couple of weeks, and then I'm going to the book fair in Frankfurt.
Yeah, no, I'll be in Nice. From Nice, I'll fly into Nice and go to Monaco for 2 weeks. So
I'll
for the
text
boat
you.
show, yeah,
Dr. Fun.
I'll be out in the ocean the whole time. So, but yeah, so you guys gotta like. I've moved verticals. I've moved from one industry to another industry to another industry, and every time I moved, the industry I was moving away from, I got a lot of ridicule for that. I've had people on social media tell me I was years ago when I was trying to figure out social. Um, what I was doing was wrong. I was an example of what not to do.
Yeah,
That was $1 billion in sales ago.
exactly.
So,
Yeah,
um,
something. Uh, your critics are usually people that have car payments. And if you think about it from the perspective of what are you trying to achieve in the world, you have to blow through those people. You can't listen to people that tell you why it can't be done because you're too busy doing it.
It's crazy how many people have advice for you that hadn't done anything.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Listen, and I have 4 daughters and 4 granddaughters. I get advice all the time.
May I ask a
And
question of both you guys? Is this
yeah, sure.
okay? Cool. You know, it seems I love what you're saying, Jeff, about sales. That I've followed you for years, and Grant, what you're saying about marketing. I think that there's so much wisdom and truth in that, and I would posit, and I ask you to comment. You know, if you understand your appeal to who you appeal, you don't have to sell them, and you really don't have to market. But I mean, you do. But the the point or the question that I have is like the guy that gets out in front of the parade can lead the parade, where it's already going. If you know what your people want, your audience wants, you don't really have to sell. You present because they already want it. It's kind of like that old saying: if I give an Eskimo a book or try and sell him a book, he may not want it. But if I sell him a better way to catch fish or seal, then that's something that he absolutely needs and he wants. So he's going to be interested in it. Isn't it fair enough to say that what part of our job is to figure out what the people we want to reach really want in life, what their values are, and then just present to them what they already want? And in doing that, 90% of the work is done. Yes, there's the mechanics, there's the funnels, there's the signing up, but the appeal, the approach is already made if you're giving them what they already want and need.
It's not quite that simple.
Well, I
You
understand, but
can talk to people about what you think they want, but in the end, they may want something slightly different. So what you have to do is present your value message, and you'll attract people. Not just give them what they want, give them what they perceive is valuable to them. Big difference.
eh,
If they
eh,
perceive a value, they will join you.
awesome. I appreciate that, Jeffrey. And Grant,
Yeah, I don't I don't think it's as simple as you state either. Like I don't think most people know what they want. Most people don't
Correct.
trust themselves. Most people
Correct.
don't even trust themselves to make a decision. I've lost more sales over them than I have me, just because somebody didn't understand their own value. I mean, it's proven all the way up the food chain, by the way. Guy goes out to buy a jet. He typically, my friend Tillman Fertitta, he's bought four different boats. They keep getting bigger and bigger. And I was like, why didn't you buy the big boat the first time? Same thing with jets. Guy starts with a small one, goes to a bigger one. People don't believe in themselves. And so, the books
The
that
books
people
that
have bought, the bikes that they have purchased for their kids that went unused, the books they didn't read, those things keep people from being hit with marketing messages, responding to a marketing message, taking action on something, consummating a sales funnel. Like there's a lot of complications along the way to get either a dollar or $10 million. I've done both those
Yep.
deals, by the way.
by the
So
way,
I've
I
raised $900 million on the internet for real estate. That's been easier than selling $900 million worth of products that help people.
Yep.
We started a healthcare something called 10X Health System. Money came into that particular business faster than any business startup I've ever done. Like, because it's people's health. And if Jeffrey's knees are hurting, he'll be like, what do you want to do to me? Just do it and make my pain go away. So, but to find that one person at that moment that has to have to learn how to fish, like your example, is kind of complicated.
so then my follow up question to both of you, and I love this. This is brilliant. But my follow up question to both of you, especially Grant, with the idea of the funnel. Then what makes your funnel work? Who are you appealing, or how do you get people into your funnel from the very start? You know,
Well, we have a lot of funnels, so we do about we do on an automated today. I think we did 600. Um, so every day there's probably 7 funnels out dragging the universe, the internet verse out there for free book, free real estate, free webinar, free something on finance, something on sales and marketing, or something on sales. Sales, by the way, is the least effective of all of them. It is the thing nobody wants to do. Even though they need to improve that the most. They know they need to improve it the most, but it's the thing that they will spend money on last. And thank God I finally realized this at some point. But so there's a lot of these funnels that are offering, some free education for somebody to raise their hand and say, hey, I want to learn more about real estate, or I want to learn more about sales or marketing or social media or whatever the deal is, right? How to speak in public. Well, those are all things that I can offer people that I've done. And then once they raise their hand, then I can say, hey, by the way, while you're here, um, you know, will you help me pay for this campaign?
Right. I have written 17 books, and now I offer weekends at my beach condo in Wild Dune, South Carolina, on how to write a book. And people are willing to show up and pay me to tell them what I already know to be true and help them. And, a dozen people have already got a book out that never thought they would be able to do it before. Teach them how to do it. But I'm teaching executives. I'm teaching CEOs that have just left their billion-dollar business because they're learners and they're workers. It's very hard to teach somebody where they have to make a payment to be able to make the program happen. I want somebody that can plunk down the money and shows up and they're dying to learn. That's my guy.
Wow, fantastic! And thank you both for taking time to answer the questions that I posed. I
It's a
shouldn't say
pleasure.
that I shouldn't say this on Dr. Finance thing, but I do a show, and you both would be fabulous guests on the show. But thank you for answering that
Hey,
because
no pitching, Rex. No pitching, but he does have
Yeah.
a great show, though. Thank you, Rex.
Hey, Tony, can I ask a question while Grant's still here? Because he does pop in and
Oh,
out.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rex, by the way. And Joe Ingram, folks, another sales genius, over $1 billion in sales here. I believe he's friends with Grant as well. And we got some amazing people. I want to thank Joe for doing all that he does and supporting his community, folks. Joe Ingram was the main guest speaker a few weeks ago. Welcome, Joe Ingram. I want to bring you into this conversation because it's definitely important. We're talking about marketing and sales. Joe Ingram, and then maybe Grant afterwards. Go ahead, Joe.
Perfect. Okay, Grant, mine's a
Never ending
personal thing.
story. Never ending. So,
All
I
right.
believe we got a hot
So,
mic over here, folks. Help us
yeah, we had
greetings.
somebody.
Yeah, please
So,
don't. Please keep it no hot mics, folks. Appreciate that. And folks,
so
this is one
Grant,
recorded, by the way, so we can find out who says anything, and you definitely will be blocked from this room. So I keep this very peaceful, but that never interrupt our guest speakers here. It's definitely not polite. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Joe.
thank you. So, Grant, it was way back in the day. I remember I was at the
What's up,
Lionel Richie.
Joe?
Hey, buddy. It was the Lionel Richie house that
Yeah,
we were at,
I
right? And
remember.
then, yeah, but I think it was your sister in the full house running all the social media came running up to you and said, I got the number. And you were like, well, what's the number? And it was like 35 was the number of times you were posting before you got people to unsubscribe from you or to unfriend you in social media. And I know you play at such a huge level right now that it's up there. Are you still going for how do I get people to walk
Yep,
away? Okay.
100%, bro. That's
Okay.
still a metric that we use.
Okay.
Um, I I believed in that. I don't know, 10 or 11 years ago. That was one of the things I was ridiculed for, was the amount of times I hit the list. Last year, we sent out 438 million emails to
Wow.
our list.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
And you know what's crazy is, um, last year when we did our conference, about 40% of the VIP guests, these are super VIP, these are real expensive tickets. 40% of the audience had unsubscribed from my email, but they were still in the room. So because email's just one way to get to people. But just because somebody unsubscribes from you doesn't mean they don't want your stuff. It just means they don't want that message, and maybe they'll come back. So yeah, we still bang pretty hard, dude. Look, I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but I'm gonna spend the rest of my life doing it because this worked pretty good for me.
Thanks, brother. That's exact. I was just looking, going. I remember you thought different then, and I just wanted to see if it had changed at all. But
Yeah,
no, that's
we were,
fantastic.
you
Thank
Joe,
you.
you remember me before like this thing really blew up for me. Like there was three
Right.
people, in that office. I think there's almost 1,000 employees now. And, I was just thinking so small back then and I thought I was the shit, bro.
Yeah.
Like I remember being back in that house in LA thinking, man, I got it licked. I knew I didn't, it was just something I would tell myself, but everybody here, you guys can do amazing things. Jeffrey's a great example of that. Joe is. You guys can do super unbelievable things. You just, surround yourself with people that are doing more than you are and stay close to them. And there's something that does happen by being around other people that are rolling.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that, Joe. Does that help? And Jeffrey, maybe if you want to chime in. Jeffrey, you there?
No, that helped. Jeffrey would be great too, because I know Jeffrey's on. Jeffrey does a lot of live streams that I get to go comment on while he's doing them. But I'd like to know his approach as well.
All right, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, you're on mute. So if you hit that mute button, you can talk if you're okay. There he
People will
goes.
say fake
Welcome,
it till
Jeffrey.
you make it. I don't agree with that at all. I tell people to live it in advance. And if you adopt that mindset, you will win. If you don't, you will not win. You can't fake a car payment. You can't fake a mortgage payment. You have to actually make the payment. And the bottom line is people have to read you as sincere and they have to think of you as authentic and genuine. And that's the mindset that you have to have going into this. If you think you're the shit, you roll with it. You are the shit. And look what it did for Grant. People ridicule him. You're not the shit. Oh, really? I am. And he has emerged as the person who beat the people who said it'll never happen.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that, and thank you, Grant. All right, so we're gonna keep going, folks. That's the art of having these great stages.
Hey,
We got to
Dr.
be
Finance.
flexible. Yes.
Hey, brother, it's John the Bomb. How are you?
Good, John. How can I help you?
Good, good. Hey, I hate to cut you off there, but I just wanted to share something. I think it's interesting. Cardone comes in. You've had Jeffrey. I've been here for about 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so, learning great stuff. But I wanted to give Grant, Uncle G, as I affectionately call him, and many of us do. He had a post on LinkedIn today, and he's 64 years old. I'm 46, so the inverse of 64. And he's working out, right? And he kind of just said something about longevity and a great post. And it really hit me that I think everything that, both these guys are talking about and some of the other great talent that you have in yourself is that we all, get to a success level by a lot of times just outlasting. It's the whole 20-year overnight success. So great post, Grant. Obviously, I don't know if you personally saw that LinkedIn post that you did with you working out, but awesome post, brother. And just great to be in your room, brother. Good to see you, Dr.
Cool.
Finance.
Let
Thank
me throw a
you, John.
comment to
Jeffrey.
that. You can't be an overnight success in 20 years unless you work your ass off for 20 years.
Exactly.
You can say whatever you want about me. You can say whatever you want about Grant. You cannot ever say we don't work our asses off. And that's an everyday occurrence. Even when I'm on vacation, I'm working. And I'll guarantee you that Grant's exactly the same way.
All right, thank you, John the Bomb. Appreciate that, Jeffrey. Excellent response, folks. We just want to reset real quick because we had an incredible room. We got plenty more coming to you. We got Jeffrey Gitomer. A lot of people walked in, doesn't know who Jeffrey is. The reason why Grant came to support because Jeffrey is a legend. He's a sales legend. He's one of the top salespeople in the world. He wrote one of the best books, plural, on sales. Actually, if you click his profile, you'll see more information about that. But he's got several New York Times bestsellers. He's also a Hall of Fame speaker, folks. And I don't know if you know what that means, but there's a very secluded list of people, including former President Ronald Reagan, Colonel Powell, Jim Rohn, and all the other greats that were from the self-help movement, including Og Mandino, who I believe was one of the richest guys in the world at that one point. Jeffrey's on that list with these folks. So, I mean, that alone is incredible. But Jeffrey's awesome. So what we're doing now, we're moving into the next segment, and we're getting some questions asked for Jeffrey. Folks, the Finance Club, hit that greenhouse at the top. We got over 15,000 followers. How to sell everything, sales masterclass with Jeffrey. Folks, check out that link to see the full interview. You can watch that maybe tomorrow, but definitely stay tuned. The podcast link is at the top. Also, follow anyone that you resonate with on stage, particularly our main guest speaker, Jeffrey, and share the room. We got 130 shares, folks. Can we get 150 shares? I want to thank the action takers. I want to thank Chris Realtor for sharing. Thank you, Curtis, for sharing. I for sharing. David for sharing. Heidi for sharing. Ronnie, Nivea Green, The Ruler, Deborah Malote for sharing. Warner, DeJulio, Tyson Hodge for sharing. Sarah for sharing. And Mike Alden and Dimple Dang and Megan for sharing. Folks, we got 131 shares. Queen is my real name, just shared. And Niddle just shared. Can we get 150 shares? Look at that. We got 134, 137. Folks, we're going to hit 150 in seconds. Mac Type Radio just shared. Lorna Gather shared. Queen is shared. Niddle shared. Folks, can we get 150 shares in the next 20 seconds? Jeffrey, what do you think? Can we get 150 shares in the next 20 seconds?
I
Jeffrey, we
think
got
I think
139.
if we can't get them, we suck. But here's the deal. First of all, Grant, if you're still on, thank you for being here and thank you for supporting me. Totally appreciate it. Always nice to talk to you, and I'll text you for a little bit. But here's the challenge, and this is a big one, Tony. When you have people in the room that are wanting to learn and wanting to share, then the room is a winner. So it's a matter of giving and taking. I'm going to challenge everybody. If you've read Atlas Shrugged, then you've read the best book ever written. That used to be fiction, now it's nonfiction because it's actually coming to life. But Ayn Rand described givers and takers in a different way. She described it as givers and looters. And once you recognize that, you recognize what your responsibility is in the world to share your message with other people and make it valuable, not BS. And that's what I've been doing for the last 30 years.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that. By the way, Jeffrey, your insight's always amazing. We have another celebrity guest if he wants to come up. I appreciate it. We've got Tim Story,
Sure.
who is an incredible guy. Tim, more than welcome to come up. We got David Hill here. And Jeffrey, before we do that, I want to thank those who've shared. We actually got 160 shares, Jeffrey. So I don't know. Have I learned from you
Cool.
yet? We got 160 shares. We got 50 shares in like 40 seconds. Am I learning how to
Wow,
sell?
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're doing
150
a
share.
great
We're going
job,
to give a
Tony.
prize to.
Hell
Thank
of
you,
a
Jeffrey.
job.
Appreciate it.
It's
Thank you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey,
cheesesteaks are on me.
150. Oh, we got a gift for the 150 share. Did I hear Mike? So, folks, we're going to have a gift for the 150 share. Anyone of our co-hosts here or Jeffrey, if you'd like to offer a gift for our 150th share, maybe a free gift of some sort, maybe a free book or something.
If you want, if I'd be down for it, whoever it was, send me a DM. This is Mike Alden. Send me a DM with your address. I'll send you one copy of each of my books. Ask more, get more, 5% more, and Blueprint to Business.
Okay,
Cool.
thank you, Mike. Let's tell you who it is. So Camille Jones, 164th share. Let me count that backwards. 163, 2, 1, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Heidi Wild. Heidi, you are like a master of this. I don't know how you do it. You get it every time. You are perfect on this. Heidi Wild is the Clubhouse book. She wrote a book on Clubhouse. It's coming out soon.
Cool.
Congratulations, folks. If you come off your mic, give Heidi
Oh,
a round of applause for winning the 150 share award.
thank you,
Yay,
Dr.
Heidi!
Bravo.
Hey, I'm genuinely
Great
sharing this
job.
room
Great
because
job.
it is
Yay!
Heidi,
gold. This
Heidi, I
All
room
right.
think
is
you're in
gold.
Mass, right? So you're gonna save me on shipping costs. So that's great.
Right
Yes, he
over the
is. He's in
border. Right.
Massachusetts.
Anthony.
Great
Yeah, thank you
room,
so
Dr.
much.
Finance.
All right,
Thank you.
everyone, hold the fort for just a moment. I just want to get regroup here. We got Tim Story in the house. I want to give a warm welcome, Jeffrey. I want to introduce you to Tim if you don't know him already. And Tim, I'd like to introduce you to Jeffrey Gitmore, Hall of Fame speaker and New York Times bestseller 5 times. and he's also wrote the book on sales, like the best sales book ever. And Jeffrey, Tim Story, a legend in the celebrity world. He's the mentor to so many celebrities, like great friends with Oprah, been on her show, I think he said 38 times. And he was on here for 2 hours the night with Joe Ingram was here. We were hanging out, having a lot of fun. Thank you, David Hill, by the way, for the incredible connect. Tim Story, welcome, Tim. How are you, sir? Glad to have you back.
I'm loving the conversation, and I love how many people are on a weekend night like this.
I
So
know.
I'm learning and growing like I always am. I like to learn and grow.
Tim, where do you live?
I live right now in Newport Beach, California, and if people have not been there, they should come here. It's very, very pretty. So I live
I'm
in
in
Newport Beach. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Laguna Beach.
Laguna Beach is hard to beat. You know, you got the cliffs there.
Yeah.
And I think Laguna Beach is literally one of the prettiest places in the world. It reminds me a lot of Cape Town, South Africa. I think it's very, very pretty.
Yeah, I couldn't live in. I almost lived in California. I almost moved to San Francisco at one point in Marin County. I need to be in the East. It's more of my place. You know, I'm a Philadelphia guy. I'm a New York guy. I got to be here. And I can fly to California at pickup time. If I fly from California, I lose time. So I just
Yeah,
it's a different world that I live in, and I got to live in the North. I got to live in the East. And now I live in Charlotte, where people are actually friendly.
so give me one of the good takeaways that I've missed in the last few minutes that people are talking about.
Oh,
Well,
Tim,
when they wait,
go ahead, Jeffrey.
let me share with you a couple of things. First of all, you have great friends and great connections, and that's part of how you win in the world. You meet people, and they perceive you as being a valuable person, and they want to get to know you. You don't have to ask them for a business card, they'll give you one. And that's part of the process. Content and perceived value is what we've been talking about. But when I moved to Charlotte,
I like that a lot. Yeah.
when I moved to Charlotte from New Jersey, I realized that when they wave at you in Charlotte, they use all their fingers. And once you realize that, you're in great shape. It's a friendly community.
I think that's such a great concept because when we think of exchange and payment, if you do your research on this, everything was about swapping something, about swapping a cow for a sheep, or you would swap out something.
Right,
And as I
barter.
studied this, and barter, yeah, and as I studied this, a lot of it had to do with integrity. Like if you knew that that person in your neighborhood, male or female, had a lot of integrity, you knew that what they were telling you about the item that they were bartering was factual.
Yeah.
And when I get into the old school guys, like, could you imagine I started hanging around Lee Iacocca when I was only 27.
Wow.
And the thing about the old school Lee Iacocca's, the way they would do business is they really got to know each other. They'd have these long dinners. They'd
Yep.
spend a lot of time with each other. I think
Yep.
people are trying to get things from people without knowing them long enough.
I don't disagree with you at all. One of the problems is that people in today's world have no patience. All they have is a sense of urgency, and they want to try to get an answer immediately. And I sat with a guy that wanted to be a speaker, and because people had given me so much, when people call me up and ask me to find out about speaking, I'll have lunch with them. And the kid says, "Hey, where's the money in the speaking business?" And I said, I don't really know where the money is. I just found something I love to do, and I decided to do amazing at it, and money just shows up. And the kid goes, yeah, but where's the money? And I just, waiter, check, please. I gotta go.
Yeah, and I think that obviously was brilliant advice. And so when you look at it, as you know, it's two big things. One is mindset, and the second is motives. And I think that with so many people, they gotta really check their motives on why they want to do things. Like when a lot of young kids come into Beverly Hills and they want to act, I'll say, like, why do you want to be an actor? And a lot of them say, I want to be a celebrity. And
Right.
obviously, that's not a great thought. You shouldn't
No.
want to be like Tom Hanks never tried to be a celebrity. Al Pacino was not trying to be a celebrity. They were just being good actors.
I think that there is an ability right now for anybody who's emerging into the business world to become a success by just giving things away. Not like a book or a car, but giving their content that has some connectability or perception of value, and other people will grab it and run with it. If you want to be an actor, you want to be the best actor on the planet. Let me share something with you that happened to me on accident, although I don't believe in accidents. I think all things are happen for some reason. I joined the National Speakers Association in 1994. I go to my first meeting. I signed up late. It was in Charlotte, where I live, and you had to go to these meet the pros table where these guys that are real seasoned people, they're giving advice to 8 people around a table. And this guy named Bert Dubin sits is at the head of the table, and he starts his little talk out by saying, there's 3 kinds of experts. There's an expert, there's a world-class expert, and there's the world-class expert. And my blood ran cold, and I never listened to anything else. That was my mission. I'm going to be the world-class expert in selling and writing. And, I'm still going to school for it. But meanwhile, I've sold a few million books, and I wrote the Little Red Book of Selling, but it was from that inspiration, not from some promise to make a lot of money.
I love that idea, and in fact, that's some of the best advice that anybody can give someone else. So I say this: build your spot. So like if you work at a restaurant, be the best you can.
Yep.
If you're a second grade teacher, be the best you can. So
Yep.
build your spot, and then life will put the spotlight on your spot.
Totally.
So
Totally.
I never looked for someone to come and I never looked for somebody to come and give me a break. I just built my spot, and then life put the spotlight on my spot.
I tell people ask me all the time, should I quit my job? Because I don't really like it. I said, well, you know what, bud? Be the best guy on the team. Be the best salesperson on the team, then quit. And you leave a winner, not a whiner.
Yeah, I like this. And can I tell you another thing that I think is that
Sure.
I think that too many people are trying to be the best of the best. And I don't really think it's like that. I think that when I look at Gary Vee, he's doing his assignment. Ed Milet's doing his assignment. Grant Cardone's doing their assignment.
Yep.
So whoever the person is, male or female, let them do their assignment and be excited for them, because there's almost about 8 billion people on the planet. There's enough room for all of us.
Oh,
So
yeah.
just be the best version of yourself, and then we'll all be excited for you.
I bought a
Me,
T-shirt from a military guy, and it's written to where when I look down at the design, I can see it. And it says, be your best self.
may I ask you both?
That's the,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
no, go ahead, go.
I wanted to ask you both a question, Tim and Jeffrey. This is Rex Sykes. But let me preface it with this. Um, I started teaching acting in the 70s, and I've been teaching personal development and spirituality workshops and seminars, worldwide ever since. And what I noticed around the 90s, I mean, people come into workshops, they'd fly in from all around the world. They would come, they would study, they would do it like when actors were learning their craft in the 70s. We wanted to work hard, we wanted to study, we wanted to become the best we could be. Around the 90s, a little bit before the internet broke, suddenly people were coming into workshops and they were counting heads and going, "Oh, so okay, there's this many people here and it's that much cost. I could do that. This is a cash
Yeah.
cow." Then the internet broke, and then everything became about, tomorrow you can be a coach, you can be a teacher, you can make $1 million doing this, that, and the other thing, and people have forgotten about actually taking the time to get good.
Yeah, there's no substitute for that. I saved a cartoon from the New Yorker magazine where a dog is on is on the keyboard, and he turns around to his owner and he says, when you're on the internet, no one knows you're a dog. And so be careful of who you follow and why you follow. Look at their longevity, look at their character, and look at what they offer and how they offer it. And then you make a judgment. But the people that are the flashes in the pan, you can see them all the time on Instagram. You can see them all the time on TikTok. They don't have legs. They don't have the length of success that they need in order to be really taken seriously. But the guys you mentioned, you know, the Gary V's of the world, he has legs, and you can say whatever you want about him. He swears a lot. You know what I mean? But the guy's got millions of followers. Let him alone, and don't condemn anybody. You know, the late great Dale Carnegie said, "Don't criticize, condemn, or complain." But actually, the quote is, any fool can criticize, condemn, or complain. And most fools do.
Thank
So
you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that,
can I
Rex.
follow? Can
Just a
I
second,
follow?
Rex. Just a second, Rex. I want to thank everyone. We got a lot of new people that just came in here, folks. I want to thank you. Just to let you know what's going on, we got Jeffrey Gitomer in the house, Hall of Fame speaker here, and New York Times best-selling author, among so many other things. One of the king of sales, legend in sales. Grant Cardone was just in a few moments ago. He might pop back in. We now have Tim Story in the house, who's helping us out. Tim is also a mentor to so many celebrities, among so many other things. And if I heard you correctly on our last conversation, you're going to possibly have a TV show in every single airport in the world, or maybe the country, and the first of its kind. So, Tim, love to hear your thoughts on that. And Jeffrey, maybe some using your sales expertise, maybe we can interject to help. And this is a mastermind. It's a masterclass and a mastermind in some other ways. So, Tim?
Yeah, number one, hello to everybody that's on the platform because we're all important doing what we do. So right now, it started last month. I'm in 90 airports around the world, and
Wow.
it's the first talk show ever in the airport. So Oprah, she never had a talk show in the airports. Ellen. So it's a company called Reach TV that owns 70% of all the airport TVs you see, and then the other ones are usually owned by ESPN. But we get probably no less than 200 pictures a week from different people that DM us and say, "Oh my God, you're in the airport," and all these various countries, different places. So I do a 30-minute show, and watch how cool this is. 7 days a week, and it's on every 4 hours. So every 4
Oh my
hours,
God.
someone has to watch me for 30
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah.
That's classic. That's totally classic.
Jeffrey,
And
any thoughts on that from a sales perspective, a marketing
I'm an airport,
perspective?
I am an airport rat. I go to the Amex Centurion clubs all over the world, or the American Airlines, you know, lounge. But I rarely watch the television because there's so much BS on it. But if I saw a talk show, I'd sit down and watch. So I'll find it, and I'll find you. I'll be in the airport. I'll be flying internationally next month, and a couple of local flights probably before then. So I'll check it out. I'm sure you're in the Charlotte airport. It's a big hub. I'll find you. Or
I love that.
yeah, maybe Tony can put us together a little bit. I'll more than happily share my cell phone with you, but not live. Um, it's my last privacy bastion.
Exactly.
But I
So
would,
yeah, I want to know you. I want to know you better.
sure.
But if
Thank
I
you.
could say
You
this
me too.
about this airport show, guys, I never was looking for it. So remember about building your spot, and life will put the
Yep.
spotlight on your spot. It was
Yep.
because of the pandemic and everything that the world's going through that this company said, we want Tim because he talks about the miracle mentality, the miracle mindset, how we can think big in small places. That's why they came after me. And then, I'm going to interview, from some of the biggest stars in the world, but also great minds who are just doing great things. But
Yeah.
it all came, again, because of my skill set, which was helping people. That's how it came.
Cool.
And Tim, if
You
you don't
know,
mind, Jeffrey, if you don't mind, I just want to interject. Tim, the reason I also asked you that question, I wanted to highlight your success is because Jeffrey actually mastered the airport along with Mike Alden. I got to give credit. Mike Alden on stage. Mike has mastered the airport. He's got another story, but has mastered the airport and book selling. His sales book is one of the best-selling books of all time on sales. Not just one book, but multiple sales books. Actually, Grant Cardone was here saying that he learned from Jeffrey. So in the airports, Jeffrey, can you tell us about that?
Airports don't sell books; they sell space. If you want to invest in space, the airport will put your book out there. But the Little Red Book of Selling has become the best-selling sales book of all time globally. More than 5 million copies sold. And so I have that honor, but it's also a responsibility. I can't write a crappy book. Everything that I write has to be gold, or somebody's going to say, "Yeah, I get him. He used to be great, but now he's going downhill." You know what? I can't tolerate that. So I'll sit and write, and I'm a better writer now than I was when I wrote the Red Book 20 years ago. You have to stay a student. If you don't, you die. And Tim, I'm sure you're in the same student league.
Well, I'm listening to you. So how do we get your books? Tell us.
You can go to Gitomer.com, but you are going to give Tony your address, and I'll get you what you need. You don't have to worry about paying. And my books, I'll sign them for you, Tim, so that when I'm dead, you can go on eBay.
Listen, guys,
Jeffrey.
that was very funny. You sound very alive to me right now.
Oh yeah,
But
I'm
but I
kicking.
but I like that you have a growth mindset and not a fixed mindset, and
Yeah,
that you've done some great work, but you realize that the best is yet to come. And I want to
of
say that
course.
to everybody that's on the platform tonight. Just around the corner, your entire life can change. So no matter what you're going through right now, if you're feeling a sting of your setback, life is preparing your comeback. So get the heck up and let's go help some people.
Yep.
Tim,
And the people,
Jeffrey, I just want to say what a connection that's going on right here. I don't know if you guys realize it, but this is the beauty of Clubhouse. So here we have one of the sales legends in the world, along with one of the celebrity mentor legends, and just the legend in self-development as well, Tim Story, connecting on stage. And folks, with the help of David, I'd love to put this connection together. And I'm positive between the two of you guys, if we can't make millions of dollars, I mean, I give up right here. You
yeah,
guys are legends, and you complement each other, and both in your own way. And somehow the airport has that little bridge between you guys. So, Jeffrey, good.
let me explain something. When I meet Tim Story face to face, we shake hands. I'll have no agenda. I just want to talk and see what happens. And that way, more good things will happen than if you have like some kind of game plan, like, oh, if I could get this guy, that I could do this and go here. That's not me. I just want to make a friend. And I wrote 25 years ago, if you make a sale, you can earn a commission. If you make a friend, you can earn a fortune. And that I'll go to my grave with.
That is beautiful. Thank you, Jeffrey. Tim.
I was just gonna say it's powerful. And so let's talk to each other on the phone. But
Okay.
one of the beautiful things when I first met Grant Cardone years ago, and I've now spoken at every 10x but one, every 10x but one. We hit it off just as human beings. We were just talking
Right.
as friends, as human beings.
Exactly.
I didn't have an agenda. He didn't have an agenda, and that's my real brother. Me and him dialogue all the time, just as humans, and I think that's what's so important. I love the sentiment of what you just said.
It's very
Hey, Dr.
powerful.
Finance.
Yeah, just a second, please. Let Jeffrey finish his thought. Go ahead,
No,
Jeffrey.
it's okay. Let him in.
Hey, Jeff, thanks. No, it's John the Bomb again. Hey, real quick, Tim, Ed Milet just came out with his show. Now it's interesting to hear that you're coming out with your show in these airports. What's your thoughts that maybe over the last couple of years people are realizing, instead of, even though there's a lot of divisiveness and the media has done all what they can do to divide us, it seems like maybe from a top level, since corporate America is still human beings, right? Are we starting to figure out that, hey, the Tim Story stories, the Ed Milet type of shows, the positivity, the things that should be out there are really on the opposite of negative? What do you think about that?
Oh man, you're onto something. Okay, so number one, I would consider Ed one of my closest friends, and I'm so proud of what he's doing, and he's doing it in his own Ed Milet way. Okay, but another guy who's breaking out is Jay Shetty. I was surprised when Jay got Oprah to be on his show to interview, but I also just saw Jay Shetty the other day on Access Hollywood. And then before the Ellen show was done, she had on our buddy Lewis Howes. So you guys, it is our time to shine. So women, because we're talking a lot about men right now. A lot of you ladies that are doing what we do, it is your time to shine, and they are
Yep.
choosing us. You guys are right. They're tired of just the silliness. They're looking for education and inspiration, no doubt about it.
They're going away from drama and starting to get to genuine value. I don't want to hear who struck John. I don't want to hear who got beat up in a parking lot or what burnt down. I want to find out how to succeed. And that has my full attention.
Hey, I'd like to give a shout out in that regard to the Los Angeles Tribune, whose mission it has been was not just report the news, but to be an avenue for positivity and for personal growth and development. They just were featured or acknowledged in USA Today for being the first paper of its kind, the first media paper of its kind to be promoting personal development and positivity and growth through their programs and their articles and everything that they're doing.
Cool.
Thank you,
It's
Rex.
rare.
Appreciate
It's
that shout out
rare
to
because
them.
people say positive news doesn't sell, but I got news for you. Negative news is is going down a steep hill.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeffrey. All right, folks, we have an amazing room here. We have a lot of people just walking in, not understand what's going on. We have an incredible room with a Hall of Fame speaker, folks. There's only about 170 alive that are Hall of Fame speakers, something like that. We got Jeffrey Gitomer here. He's one of them, and he's like the 8th Hall of Fame speaker that we've had through this room on Friday nights. Folks, Ronald Reagan, former president. We've had Colonel Powell. All of them are on the same list as Jeffrey Gitomer. So all the legends of the self-development business, Jeffrey is
I'm
on that
not on
list.
that
So
list.
Yeah. Let me tell you what, though. Don't worry about it.
I'm not
I
on
would,
that list.
I would,
I'm a
I'll
bitch.
give up my membership in the Hall of Fame to get the Eagles one more Super Bowl. How about that?
oh, Grant's here. I was wondering if saying that. Welcome, Grant. Oh, all right. So great. We got Grant here, folks. We got 3 legends. We got a lot of legends actually. We got 184 legends in this room. 185. Well, we got really an incredible group of influencers here between Jeffrey, Tim, and then Grant Cardone. Grant, I don't know if you Tim popped in. Tim Story's here. If you want to say hello, Grant, off to you.
Oh man, I've been hearing about this Tim Story guy all over the place. Man, Tim, good to meet you.
You know, Grant Cardone, I really want to get close to you. I think we're close, but we can even get closer. That's my dream.
Oh God, I love it. You know, when friends can go back and forth on each other, that's the real friendship. And you just share that camaraderie and you win. What do you need? Hold on. My daughter's here. She needs money. Credit card. Okay. No, I'm
By the
good.
way, Jeffrey
Watch him
has
on
a
stage.
famous reputation for being on stage and answering phones. So,
Yeah. One of my mentors, my main mentor right now is Harvey McKay. When he calls me, I don't care where I am. I pick the phone up. I don't care what I'm doing. I pick the phone up. He has introduced me to more people. I don't know if you know Harvey, Tim, but he's, you know, one of the top authors in the world from the 7 books that he's written. But he's introduced me to people that are, you know, I met Rudolph Giuliani through Harvey McKay. I met Muhammad Ali through Harvey McKay. I met Dave Winfield through Harvey McKay. And when you meet a guy like Dave Winfield, what do you say to him?
I would
You
say,
know,
Dave Winfield, you're very tall and you're a great baseball player.
you know what I said? I said, Dave, tell me about baseball. And he said, Jeffrey, it's a game, it's a science, it's a business. Like, whoa, here's a guy I want to get to know. So now, 10 years later, we're buds. And it's so much fun to know somebody who's not just an athlete or a Hall of Famer, but a genuine good person. And if you're good back, then you develop a friendship. And if you're not, it goes away.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I want to just get some folks on our co-host to chime in and ask a question as
Sure.
well, if you don't mind.
Anything.
Jeffrey, I
Yeah.
want to respect your time though. So basically, the guest speaker usually comes on for about 2 hours, but I'm always flexible, especially when you got a great group of celebrities like Jeffrey and Tim here.
I'm telling you,
Jeffrey,
I'm on here now for 3 hours and the pay is so amazing. I don't know how I'm going to spend all this money.
Jeffrey, by the way, Tim, if you're there, if you want to tell the story when you popped in that night to support David for 5 minutes and wind up hanging out for 2 hours, it's addictive a little bit. What do you think, Tim?
Well, I just think, number one, you guys are talking about a lot of things that matter. There's a lot of significance, but also feel a real sense of community. I
Yeah.
think that everybody is looking for their tribe. They want to vibe with their tribe. And I think that in this room, you got me driving down the freeway listening. You got Grant Cardone popping in twice. You got all these other amazing human beings coming in and out of the room. It's because it's a sense of community that we're vibing with our tribe and we're expanding ourselves, because you never know who's going to pop out of this group and just set history and do something that's just phenomenal. So it's nice to hang out with some phenomenal people tonight.
Thank you, Tim. By the way, I just want to say I appreciate you for all your support and everything that you've said so far. You are a legend, Tim, and I always like to give respect to incredible individuals who have a good heart. I've had a lot of people that come through this stage and in Clubhouse. Lot of there's very wealthy people out there, but I don't care about that. If you sense the message and what attracts to me is that's not important. What's important is that people I'm trying to find great leaders with great hearts, and that's why I like you more. It's not your success is off the charts, but from a heart perspective, you and Jeffrey, I mean, that's why I like you guys a lot, because of that. And that's what I'm trying to attract, the community, and Rex too. Rex, and a lot of the other folks on here, great hearts. That's the important thing. So
Now we have
thank you
Grant
again,
Cardone on the
Tim and
phone.
Jeffrey.
Listen, you have Grant Cardone on the phone. Let me share something with you that I think will help the audience. I told you earlier that I sat through 6 Jim Rohn weekends where I sat in the front row, thigh to thigh with Darren Hardy, taking notes and elbowing each other. I spoke with Jim Rohn on the platform. And one day I walked into a hotel in Dallas and there was a sign that said, Jim Rohn speaking today. I thought, what the heck is this? So I go find the room. There's like 50 people in the room because he was a spokesperson for Herbalife. So we know each other. I sat in the back of the room. We wave. I wait till the talk is over and I go, how did you do this? You're used to talking to thousands of people in a room. There was only 50 people here. And it's the first time I ever heard Jim Rohn out of character. And he just looked at me and said, listen, Jeffrey, you never know who's in the room.
I
One
love this
day,
story, Jeffrey. Who was it?
I gave a speech and there were 19 people in the room. One of them was Anthony Robbins.
Jeff, please pause there for a second. We got Diamond Diva in the house. She's one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. She loves Tony Robbins. I want to make sure she heard the story you just said. Diamond, flash your mic if you're here. Jeffrey's telling a crazy story. He's talking about Jim Rohn, and Jim Rohn was talking to an audience of 19 people. And guess who was in that audience, Jeffrey? Who?
Jim Rohn. Anthony Robbins. And that's how
Tony
you
Robbins.
inspire somebody. You never know. So Rohn's message to me was, you always give your best. You always give your best.
That is beautiful. Folks, if you love what you're hearing so far, if you can come off the mic and just give this incredible group a round of applause. This is a
Woo!
multi-billion-dollar stage. Thank you, folks.
Woo! Amazing. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank
Drop
you.
in some mics. Awesome.
Hey, may I quickly add something that I had wanted to share with Tim and
Yeah,
Jeffrey?
just 10 seconds, Rex, because I want to get Mike and David to share as well. They haven't gotten a chance yet. But go ahead, Rex.
Yeah. There's a beautiful book called Jimmy and Me by a guy named Lou Bracker about James Dean. It's his personal memoir of being Jimmy's best friend for the last 18 months of his life. And in the opening chapter, he talks about Jimmy having insatiable curiosity. Whatever he got interested in, he had to learn, and he really dove into it. But he said he had impatience for a lot of things, like whether it's bongo or music or bullfighting or painting. But when it came to his craft, he knew that he would work on his craft all his life and he would be the best he could be. And I happened to ask Lou, I said, well, people talk about Jimmy having a death wish or that. He said, no, no. He wanted to live. He was preparing to direct. He had his whole life ahead of him. And all he wanted to do was be really, really good and continue to do that. And his curiosity and his passion drove him. His dedication to quality in terms of his performance was everything to him. So when we were earlier talking about people in fast tracks, the idea of what you guys were talking about, savoring and the kind of compassion and heart and dedication that you bring to what it is that you do that all of us could do is quite profound. What? Any thoughts? Any more thoughts?
Thank you, Rex. Appreciate that. No, Rex, we got to move on to Mike's question at this point. Mike is up next, if waiting faithfully in the queue. Appreciate Rex. Mike, you want to ask a question to Jeffrey and Tim? Welcome, Mike. Mike Alden, folks, one of the top publishers out there. By the way, in airports, I think several people like Grant Cardone, et cetera, on his book, wrapped a race car, spent $1 million with wrapping a race car with his book. This guy, talk about a marketer. He's one of the top out there. And he's got a whole story too. But welcome, Mike Alden.
Thank you, sir. Jeffrey, you're absolutely right. The airports definitely do not move a lot of books. They're great at selling space, and Grant and I actually met as a result of that, though. So the
That's cool.
150K I spent, to develop that relationship. So earlier, when we were kind of talking about joking, and you gave that story about when ultimately someone who had said no, and you kind of joked with them and got them to laugh, and really got them to open up, but you hear a lot of salespeople say things like, "I love it when people say no to me because I'm that much closer to a yes." And I say, "That's bullshit. Nobody really likes that." But so my question to you
He's
is
from
when
Boston.
people,
Can you tell, Jeffrey?
yeah,
Yeah, totally.
yeah. My question is that really just really all we're talking about is that mindset shift, because we know that, yeah, eventually, math is just going to get me to that yes ultimately. But anyway, it's just a pet peeve of mine. It drives me nuts when I hear salespeople say that,
Let me
having
throw this
having
at you.
employed
Let me throw
thousands
this
of
at
them.
you. When someone says, I love hearing no, you're right, it is bullshit. But what they're saying it is that I have a different mind, not a mindset, a frame of mind. So that when I hear the no, it makes me dig down just a little bit deeper so that I can at least re-engage that person. And it's not loving to hear no, it's challenging you when you hear the no. And when you get challenged, you dig a little deeper in your own soul to come up with something that's more creative and re-engage. And I think that's what the person means. They're just kind of pontificating when they say, I love to hear no. Nobody likes to hear no. Come on.
Thank you for that answer. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Mike. Great question.
Well, hold
Thank you,
on a
Jeffrey.
minute.
Great.
Hold on. Get that Boston guy back there.
Yeah.
41-33. Huh? How about that? That's when
Oh,
we kicked your ass
Jeffrey.
in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no,
Hold
I
on,
knew
Jeffrey.
I knew you're. Listen, I'll just tell you, I'm a fair weather fan. I could really care less. I don't really have time for sports. In fact, I fell asleep in the game in Aruba when we made that epic comeback. So, Tom Brady, though, you can't take anything away from him.
No, you can't.
Sorry,
You can't.
sorry, David.
Listen, him beating Patrick Mahomes last year, he's the GOAT. There is no doubt he's the GOAT. But the bottom line is we
Yes.
kicked the GOAT's ass.
Yeah, but
and it wasn't even close.
by the way,
That's the best part.
Jeffrey, we got Tyrone Poole, two-time Super Bowl champion. He might be stopping by in a moment. I think he actually came in earlier for a moment. He'll probably be back.
Okay, cool.
He actually was on the Patriots team as they beat the Eagles, but we still love him anyway. But I'd love to introduce you to him when he comes back because I think you would get
Sure,
a kick out of him. All
sure.
right, thank you, Jeffrey. Tim, any thoughts on Mike's question? Mike, you want to repeat the question for Tim if Tim's still available?
Yeah, basically what I was saying is that I don't believe that people genuinely appreciate or like being told no because they're that much closer to a yes. And so really what I was getting at, and I think Tim would just echo what Jeffrey was saying. But I just think it's more of a mindset thing, and that's basically what Jeffrey was saying. So do people like being told no is ultimately the question.
So I would agree with what you're saying. Yeah, because I think nobody likes rejection in any form or fashion. But I think what you're saying again is having the right mindset. And I say it this way: when you have a revelation about something, revelation leads to conviction, and then conviction leads to action. And if you believe in your product, believe in yourself, believe in what you're doing, I think people can see it coming through your eyeballs.
I wrote that down the first time you said that here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think that one of the things I've noticed by being around great managers and agents that are representing, like, movie stars and actors and stuff, is that sometimes they're not even loud speakers and they don't try to be very charismatic, but they believe in the project, they believe in the person they're representing, and you can see it because they have a revelation. Revelation leads to conviction, conviction leads to action. Yeah.
That's brilliant. And it basically boils down to how convincing can you be? How much energy, how much emotion can you put into that it's not a presentation, it's a performance. And once you realize that, you're going to win. You have to have that internal passion that's transferable to the other person, and then they buy.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Brilliant, brilliant response. Mike, great question. Thank you, Tim. Also, great response as well. All right, we're gonna just pivot to David. We got David Hill in the queue, and then maybe one or two others, and then we'll move to our next segment. I want to respect Jeffrey's time. David, you have a question for Jeffrey and possibly Tim as well. David Hill, folks, one of the top influencers on Clubhouse. Welcome, David.
Hey, what's up, brother? Thanks, Dr. Finance. Always good to be in your room on Friday night. Tim, good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in. It's always awesome to see
Now,
you.
David, I just want to say I've noticed you're getting more and more handsome.
Yeah, of
Like
course, brother.
when I first met you, you were good looking, but you're getting more handsome.
Listen, Tim, you
Whatever
and
you're
my
doing,
wife,
keep it up. Keep it up.
thank you. You and my wife tell me that all the time, and it's great. So I appreciate that. Uh, Listen, first, good to see you, man. And Jeffrey, ironically, for the last month, somebody gave me a Jim Rohn CD about 8 years ago. Just a random. It was before I even knew about Jim Rohn, and it was actually the Herbalife presentation. It's like a 45-minute
Yeah.
presentation he did, and I could not for the life of me remember what it was. I've been looking on YouTube. I could not find it, and when you just said that, it clicked, and I went on YouTube and found it. So thank
Oh,
you for
cool.
that.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
that is amazing. So I'm going to throw a question out there. I was going to ask it earlier, but I wanted to hear Grant's thought on it too, and I'd love to even hear Tim's story. And so it's right, sales. Like a lot of salespeople, for whatever reason, like I've been doing sales for 38 years. So I'm a salesperson. I'm a natural born salesperson. I know I help people. I know the only way I can help people a lot of ways is if I can sell them something, help them make a decision, right? So why don't salespeople like to call themselves salespeople? I'd love to kind of hear your thought, because there's so many salespeople that, oh, well, I'm a consultant, I'm an advisor, I'm everything
Yeah.
except a salesperson. So I'm going to throw that out there to you and Tim, and then I want to hear from Tim. And I'm curious to hear if Tim, do you feel you're a salesperson? So that's what I'm tossing out there for you guys. So I'd love to hear both of your thoughts on the question, And Jeffrey, I got to imagine, I know you're a salesperson, but I'd love to hear what Tim thinks about that.
Okay, cool. Let me start, and then Tim will follow up if he, you know, I want his opinion as well. My title in my company that I own 100% of, I am Chief Executive Salesman. That's how I look at myself in my company. Because if I'm not selling for my company, we don't win. But my first philosophy of selling is people don't like to be sold, but they love to buy. So I try to create buying atmospheres by making sure the other person perceives a difference in me and a value in me that they perceive no place else. Once I have that, then they're going to go and Google me and look for social proof, and I have tons of it. So those are the elements that have to enter into the process. You have to sell in order to survive. But it's so much more powerful when people want to buy. And that's the secret that most people don't understand. They think they got to show their slides and all the other bullshit that goes with it. That's not me. I have a value. People realize my value and they buy me. Literally, they buy me. And that's where you have to go with it. Why salespeople don't put sales in their title? Because they're idiots.
It sounds like you're from Philly.
Yeah.
I was about to
Oh,
say,
cool.
well, Boston. That's right. Right. Come on.
Yeah, that's why
41 and
Jeff.
33.
Jeffrey.
Can I bring a little balance in the room?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a second, Doria. I want to hear
Thank
Tim's
you.
response, and then you're up. Thank you,
Thank
Doria.
you.
I number one, I like the dialogue, and I think that the way I look at it, if someone says, "Is Tim Story a salesperson?" I think that what I do is I'm providing opportunity.
Yep.
So whatever I am talking about, I'm providing opportunity. If you life coach with me, it looks like sales, but it's an opportunity. I'm going to help change your life. If you invite me to speak at your conference, it may look like sales, but it's an opportunity. I'm giving you a chance to upgrade your life. So when you think about the idea, whether you are selling a vacuum cleaner or something that's solar, if you believe in it, you're giving people an opportunity for upgrade. And I think I've been pretty successful at it for a lot of years, giving people opportunity for an upgrade.
Thank
Let
you,
me
Tim.
throw
Tim,
something at you, Tim. Let me throw something at you, Tim, that I think will affirm this. Part of my belief system is you have to believe that the customer is better off having purchased from you. And if you believe that in your heart, not in your head, then everybody wins. And I can, from what I know of you, I know that you believe in your heart that the other person is better off having gone with you as a person, as a coach, or as an agent.
Thank you,
That,
Jeffrey.
that,
Jeffrey, by the way, and Tim, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. You guys are, by the way, you're doing great, Jeffrey. Appreciate it. Tim. Thank you for chiming in. And a great question, by the way, folks. I want to thank, I just want to make a quick note, folks. We've got an amazing person just walked in the room. And Jeffrey, I don't know if you know the history of me on Clubhouse, how I became one of the top hosts with Diamond Diva here, running this room consistently for almost a year and a half, impacting over 1 million people. But folks, if you don't know, the actual reason I'm here on this app, if you go down to my bottom of my profile, you'll see a picture of Sharon Lecter's face with Michael Lecter, my two good friends. Sharon nominated me to this app, and the rest was history. There's a whole history behind it where I came into the room on a Friday night one time, and I built the room from 12 people to 500 people, and then it became the longest running room on Clubhouse. Over 1 million people impacted. And folks, these people in this community are part of that community. Well, anyway, Sharon Lecter's on stage today, Jeffrey. I told you I was going to introduce you to her. Well, actually, you already know her, Jeffrey. I believe you're great friends. But reintroduce, or at least say hello. Sharon is here today. So I'm going to give an amazing, folks, if you can give a round of applause for everything you're hearing and Sharon Lecter, folks. And I'd love to hear Sharon's thought on this as well, folks. Come off the mics and give a round of applause.
Woo! Woo!
Yay, Sharon. Yay, Sharon. Yay, Sharon.
Yay!
Hello, hello, Dr.
Woo-hoo!
Finance, and hello, my dear
Happy
friend
Friday.
Jeffrey. I'm coming back to New York. We need to do another Chinese food dinner.
Anything, hey, Sharon, anytime, anywhere.
Anytime.
And my
In
dear
fact,
friend Tim and Doria, what a room full of incredible people. Sherry, oh gosh, everybody's here. I love it.
Sharon, I'm going to the International Book Fair in Frankfurt in October. Are you going to be there?
I am not this time. I actually have several paid speaking gigs at the same time. So, but it's going to be fabulous. I'm
Yeah,
happy that
I've gone a
it's
couple times.
happening.
It's a lot of fun, but we'll have to hook up. I hang out in with Harvey McKay in Phoenix, so we'll get together.
Oh, another dear friend. Harvey's fantastic.
I know.
So yeah, so I mean, I just everybody on right now in this room, pay attention because Jeffrey has such incredible wisdom, and he's not afraid to talk about sales,
Yeah,
but it's always about, I talk, do you sell, do you serve, and when you sell appropriately, you're actually serving the person. And so the question is, what you have, can that make someone's life better? And if what you know and what you have can make someone else's life better, shame on you if you don't sell it to them. And
I
so,
agree. I totally
it's
agree.
and it's something that people are so afraid of the word, and it's like to put in your mind that you're serving them by sharing something that can help their lives. So delighted to be here. I came because I knew you were here, Jeffrey. So delighted to see my dear friend Tim here. Miss you, Tim. We need to connect. So thank you, guys.
Cool. Say hello to Mike.
I
That,
will definitely.
Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate it. By the way, Sharon, I want to maybe get your thoughts on it. So, by the way, folks, we got Sharon Lecter here. She is the co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, the author of Think and Grow Rich for Women. She's a financial advisor to U.S. presidents. Wrote a book with a third. I mean, just talk about a superstar in my space. That's why, out of probably 10 or 15 mentees, I became one of them. That's the one I wanted. I knew Sharon was the one. Sharon, just your thoughts on how to sell everything. The title of this incredible sales masterclass. Any thoughts on how do you sell? How'd you do it?
Well, you surround yourself with the right people. So, I may not be the strongest quote unquote salesperson, but I'm very strong in the service side, and I have the right people helping me construct what I'm doing and how I'm messaging to make sure I'm getting the right message across. But Jeffrey is the pro, and it really is. He sold me everything he's got. um, and I think it is truly, when you think about, we've all had so many ups and downs in our lives, and
Yep.
we're all uniquely who we are. We're perfect as we are, and the experiences that we have had and survived, both good and bad, have made us wise, and that wisdom can help other people. So if you think about what you're sharing as something to help them accelerate their personal success, then it's not sales, it's service.
Correct.
And it's so important. We all need to support other people, and everyone admits that it is benefits having a mentor. 97% of the people say yes, mentors are good. Only 37% of people have them, and so we're afraid to let people know something that we don't know. But admit that we don't know everything, and have the right people around you that can lead you and lead you around the pitfalls and accelerate your success. And you do that by structuring your communication so that people can access what you know and better their lives with what you offer.
Let me throw this at you also, Sharon. You have to be a value provider to your mentor, not simply take value from them.
Absolutely. Absolutely,
And when
Jeffrey.
you do
Yes.
that, then you have a genuine mentor.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no doubt. There's got to be reciprocity.
Just by
And
the way, I'm hooked up very deeply with Dave Wilderson now. And he talks about you as though you were the Queen of Sheba. He freaking loves you.
oh my gosh, it's been so many years. I'd love to reconnect with him.
I'll make that happen.
Yeah, that's
He's just a
fantastic.
really good guy. He's
Yes,
a
he
really
is.
good guy. There's like 3 honest people in publishing, and he's one of them.
That's actually a very true statement.
I know.
No, I'm so delighted, and I just just want to acknowledge Dr. Finance, because y- look at the people in this room
I
right now.
know. I know. It's
It's
crazy.
incredible, and it's because of his tireless pursuit of providing information and excellence to the people in this room. And he's not getting paid for it. He's doing
Well,
this
here's the
out of the.
deal, though. He is a bit of a bullshitter in that he said, no, it's only 2 hours. That was 3 hours ago.
You love
Jeff,
every minute of it, Jeffrey.
I do. Yeah, I do. No, I'm so happy to talk to Sharon. And, Tim Story's like, he's a legendary guy. And it's fun to talk to him and actually want to break bread afterwards. So wherever we are, Tim, whenever I come to your city or you come to mine, we can have a meal, we can fight over the check, and you can win.
I like that. I got to say this about Sharon. She is one of the most beautiful people
Yeah.
on this planet, and I mean this with all my heart. There's two women that I could think about that are parallel. That like when you're in their presence, you feel change. And one is Oprah Winfrey, and one is Sharon. And I mean
Cool.
that with all my heart.
Cool.
The depth of the soul, the way she cares about people, and the wisdom. She is walking wisdom. And so anybody that can get near anything she's doing, make sure and pay attention to who is on the platform tonight, because this is one of the greatest of all time.
I will tell you that Sharon Lechter is not just a woman of wisdom. She's a great writer. And she doesn't co-author with people. She writes the damn thing and then they claim authorship. So just be aware of that. But she's got talent. There's very few people that you admire as a writer, male or female. And she's a person that I admire.
Boy, am I glad I came to this room.
Yeah.
all we need is Grant Cardone to come back again, Sharon, and we're set, right?
Thank you so much, Tim. You filled my heart, and I don't. I'm kind of speechless, being compared, parallel
Well,
with
it's better than
Oprah.
somebody saying, shut the hell up.
But and thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate
You're
you
welcome. More
both.
than
You're both incredible friends, and my life is better because of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Jeffrey, and appreciate you, Tim. And folks, everyone else here, let's do a quick reset because I don't know. There's a lot of people walking in, might not realize what they just walked into. By the way, Jeffrey, just curious, Jeffrey, Tim, and Sharon, while I have you guys in the room, how much do you think it would cost for someone to join a room like this in the physical setting? This is a free masterclass. We've held probably hundreds of them by now every Friday. How much would this cost in real life to assemble every single one of these superstars? We'll count Grant Cardone as well. He was here twice, 2 or 3 times. How much in the real world? This is free, but how much in the real world? Jeffrey, we'll start with you if you're okay with that.
It costs $1,000 a ticket just to pay attention, to sit in the back of the room. I mean, I know what I charge to speak to groups of people. I charge a lot of money, and if I'm doing a public seminar of any kind, it's going to be like $1,000, $1,500 just for me. So add all those people to it, you're probably looking at a $5,000 or $10,000 ticket.
That's incredible. Thank you, Jeffrey. And that's just to sit in the back of the room, maybe catch a couple
Yeah, that's
lines
without
if
the
you can hear them.
popcorn. That's without the popcorn.
Yeah, just for the
Popcorn extra.
popcorn. Thank you, Jeffrey. Tim, what's your thoughts? And maybe Sharon, if that. Tim, if you're there. So again, the question was, what's your thoughts on assemblage of this room? If you had to do it in a real setting, Sharon or Tim, if you want to chime in, you're more than welcome to.
Well, I'll jump in while Tim is getting back online. I think, um, you know, everything I teach and write, I talk about the power of association. And very few platforms, if any, allow you to have access to the kind of people that you have access to in Clubhouse and the opportunity to interact and to ask questions. So, it's hard to put a dollar amount to it because I think it's
Yeah.
priceless. And
So
it's
you
also, it's worth, you have to take action. My personal success equation, you go to personalsuccessequation.com, is about your passion, your talent, but times the power of association. Who's on your team? Who are you hanging out with? And there's no better place to hang out than right here, right now with this group of people. And then taking action. You all took action to be in this room right now. So be proud of yourself. But then also ask the questions, derive the benefit of what Jeffrey's sharing, what Tim's sharing, what Dr. Finance is sharing, and employ it. Don't just listen, take it internal and then turn that into action, and then have that faith and confidence. And so there's nowhere to get that kind of access. So as far as the value that's open to you, it's priceless if you take action.
Sharon, that's brilliant. Um, you can brag about how great the show was, but if you haven't written 2 or 3 things down that you're going to do tomorrow, even though it's Saturday, just do it. I wake up early Saturday morning. The farmers market opens at 8 o'clock, but I'm there at 7:30 because I want to get like the best stuff. So I'm home by 8 o'clock, taking action. I'm with my I have my 13-year-old daughter every other week, and this is my week to be blessed with her. And on Saturday we go to Barnes and Noble and hang out and talk books for at least half the day. I'm pals with the manager, and Gabrielle's 13, and he said, "The day you turn 16, young lady, you have a job at Barnes and Noble," which is way better than flipping hamburgers.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate that. All right, folks. I just want to. We got some new folks to the room. I want to thank again Sharon and everyone else who shared so far. Jeffrey's doing great. We also got Dr. Forbes Riley just walked in. She's an honorary co-host here. She's part of the story behind this incredible room. She came to support tonight. I don't know if you guys know each other. Now, remember, folks, there's no pitching in this room unless approved ahead of time. So just keep that in mind. With that said, Dr. Forbes Riley, she's now doctor, but also became an incredible friend. Dr. Forbes Riley, Jeffrey, love to introduce you to her. So Jeffrey, if you haven't met her already, Jeffrey Gitomer, folks, is the king of sales. He's got New York Times best-selling books, many. He's a Hall of Fame speaker, which is very impressive as it is, but sold over 5 million books just on his one book alone. Forbes, you have a question for Jeffrey? Welcome, Forbes Riley.
Well, hello everybody, and Miss Sharon Lecter. There's nothing better than coming in and hearing your voice, one of my massive major role models and cheerleaders, and I just love you. And Dr. Finance, love that you continue to do the room. Jeffrey, I've been a fan of yours long before tonight, and when Dr. Finance said that you're going to be here, I love you sharing about your daughter. My daughter works with my company. She's 19 years old, and it's been amazing having her by my side.
Yeah.
I guess the biggest question is, which vegetable are you getting at the farmer's market?
I get shishito peppers at the farmer's market because they're hard to get in the store. I live in North Carolina, and blackberries are unbelievable. So I'll leave with peaches when they're in season, of course, and blackberries and strawberries and shishito peppers. Those are my,
I love that.
yeah.
So I love that you've sold this many books. I've got a new book that I'm working on. I can't say the title because it's got the word pitch in it. No, actually, it's called The ABCs of Pitching, which is my specialty. I have a question for you. As I think we're a similar age, and I keep hearing a lot of NFT, metaverse here, metaverse there. I personally have a feeling, and I listened to you about the food that you're eating. I'm a health and fitness expert, and I'm doubling down on humanity. When you take the Oculus off, I think you need to work on your relationship. Sharon will tell you you need to work on your finances, and I think you just need to work on your own personal humanity. What's
Hmm.
your take on where the world is going with all that, and how do you see you navigating that?
Everyone dances to their own drum beat. Some people think I'm nuts for doing it the way I do it, and some people think I'm the second coming of, you know, some kind of deity. And so you have to look at it from the perspective of, I got a Chinese fortune that I saved 40 years ago. I opened up the fortune cookie and it said, each man's belief is right in his own eyes. And so you look for people that you can latch onto and look and learn from. Everyone has those people. It's interesting though when there's a double latch. Like I latched onto Sharon Lecter, she latched onto me. We both learn from one another. We both admire one another. and we never say a cross word about them when they're not there. That's the whole deal. I admire her, not admonish her. And so you have to look at this from the perspective of, okay, are you doing the right thing in your own eyes? Do I eat all the right things all the right time? No, I don't. I eat frosted flakes sometimes with fruit on it, so I'm pretending that it's okay. But you can't eat rope your whole life. At some point, at some point, you need a Snickers bar. And so I do it in moderation. And that's how I've lived my life up to this point in time. Yes, I've had one health scare, but I dealt with it holistically, not in Western medicine. And I think that's where I would rest my soul. And obviously, in your world, you guard your health more supremely than everybody. You know it because you have to practice it until you preach it. So you have a whole different perspective on it, but I respect the hell out of it. Anybody who can maintain that diet and maintain their figure or their weight, you have my full respect, total full respect.
Well, Jeffrey, that's fun that you picked up on that. My husband, the man in my life who's sitting right next to me, just smiling about all this, he doesn't like to talk very much. He is a world class bodybuilder. And I will back channel you his name because I, one, I got to sit at the feet of Jack LaLanne for 8 years of
Oh,
his life.
cool,
And listen,
cool.
yeah, I was the one who helped the Jack LaLanne juicer hit the airwaves and gross $1 billion.
I'll tell
And
you, I watched him on Johnny Carson when he was on
yeah,
all the time. I freaking loved him. I
how could
Hey,
love
you?
that guy.
Jeffrey and Forbes, if you don't mind me interjecting, Jeffrey, I don't know how much you know about Forbes, but this is actually an interesting, very interesting discussion between two legends because you're a sales legend and Forbes is actually a pitch legend, and your results have proved it. Forbes is actually one of the first infomercial queens. She really was doing a lot of amazing things with Kevin Harrington, over $2 billion, I believe, or several $1 billion in sales. So
Cool.
she really knows what she's talking about, and she was one of the beginning at the cusp of the beginning of the fitness transition with the combined with the infomercial world. So this is a really interesting dialogue between two legends. I don't know if folks in the audience realize this. Do we have a queen of sale of pitching and a king of sales here? And where is the intersect between both of those? Maybe you guys can help add
And the
the
answer is
your
very
thoughts.
simple. The answer is simple. It's perceived value. People bought the juicer because they perceived the value and they loved Jack LaLanne. But Forbes, I'm not sure. Do you know who Little Giant Ladder is or was?
Of course I do.
Okay, so Hal, my one of my best friends is Doug Wing, who's Hal Wing's son, and we talked about the infomercial and how that affected the Little Giant Ladder's business because they were not doing well, and the infomercial brought them from, I think, 400 ladders a day to 5,000 ladders a day by the infomercial. And
Wow.
it just built
Well,
the business. It just put them
well,
in a different plateau. They were printing
it's
money,
funny.
literally.
Yes, I got off the phone today because Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank is writing the forward to this book. And I'll ask you what I asked him because I think it's fascinating. I love that you're in that sales. When someone says the word pitch to you, what do you hear? What does that word mean to you?
I love it. I love giving a pitch. I have a sign on my door, on my office door. It says "Solicitors Welcome." I want to hear what their pitch is. I want to hear if they're full of shit. If they're not, I want to hear if they're telling me things that I don't know. If they're asking or telling, there's a difference between an aggressive salesperson and an assertive salesperson. An aggressive salesperson tells, an assertive salesperson asks. But when you're on the infomercial, you have to tell. You can't always ask. When you're face to face, you can ask all you want. And that's a big difference there, Tony.
And then the last thing I would like to hear from you in terms of
Forbes, a
advice.
little low. We
Yep.
can't hear you, Forbes. There's something wrong with
Oh,
the
I'm
mic.
sorry. Can you hear me now? I have to stand up in my house. Yes?
It's still low.
Still low, really?
Yeah,
I hate to.
let me get someone else's opinion. Anyone? Forbes,
It's a
can
little
you?
low, but it's okay. Just talk, Forbes.
Well, I just wanted to hear because the thing, I've made most of my money looking at a camera, and I've got a really concept about pitching. But somehow when I'm in front of people, and I think this might resonate with a lot of people in this room. What's one of your secrets to closing and asking for the money and getting it?
I believe that they're better off buying from me. And then I have no problem with it whatsoever. And I'm not nervous about the money. The money's the fun part. So I don't mind asking for or even assuming that it's going to be there. And I use 2 words to close a sale that I think is the easiest way to be able to complete a transaction. And the words are fair enough. And if the
Ooh,
person
ooh,
thinks it's
Dr. Finance, I got to tell you, I've never heard that before, and I am loving that.
Oh,
if you
he's really is the king of sales, Forbes. By the way,
if you can
Jeffrey.
use
Good.
yeah, if you can use the words fair enough and you mean it, the other person will not have any objection whatsoever.
Jeffrey, what's your thoughts on closing versus opening?
I think that there's no such thing as closing. If you open right, you win the sale.
Folks, did you hear that? That's
I
very,
think the
very
person
different.
that wants to give you the 5 best closes is bullshit.
That's a very different viewpoint, folks. Very
Yep.
interesting.
I've made a lot of money by doing the opposite of what people do.
Forrest, what's your thoughts on the question I just asked Jeffrey? What's your thoughts on is closing not as important as opening? Is closing BS?
Well, okay,
Well,
so for me, I actually think that you see it. I think that you close from the moment that you open. And that's what
exactly.
people say about me. They
Exactly.
always, because I think it's enrolling. You're always engaging and enrolling. And by the time you get to the money or you get to, they should want what you have so badly that all you have to do is, like you said, present it. But that fair enough thing, whoa, never heard that.
I will tell you something else. My mom bought the juicer.
I love that.
So yeah, I know. Total classic. And John, when Jack LaLanne came on Johnny used to kind of bust his chops a little bit, but that guy was amazing. And that guy was literally an amazing physical specimen. And when he talked about juicing, he would say, like, he didn't have to say you got to buy the juicer. You wanted to be like him. And if juicing
Hey,
was how he
I
did
will, I
it,
will
then
encourage you. I will encourage you guys. The infomercial that we did still lives. I teach off of that for people because when he came out and pitched what he does, this is a thing for people to know. People say to me, Forbes, can you sell a product you don't like? Let me tell you something. In this day and age, you are your product. You have to be that
right,
real, raw, and authentic. He
exactly.
was also in love with his wife for 50 years. And I will tell you,
Yep.
you said something that just triggered this. He never had a Snickers bar. I was with him when he was 95 and he had his first pizza. He
Oh
never,
my
never,
God.
ever strayed. Right? I know. How cool is it to spend time with that kind of a human? So you would
Yeah.
have loved, loved, loved him.
Yeah. That's cool. It's just, you see people who have lived their life the right way. One of the things that the guy that owned Little Giant Ladder, Hal Wing, he was famous for being a philanthropist anonymously. That's the best way to give money without your name tagged on it. So people, you feel good about it yourself. You don't need other people to thank you. And that's what he did literally his whole life.
Dr.
Thank you,
Finance,
Jeffrey.
thank you. Thank you for bringing Jeffrey on. I love this. I will step back and listen to you guys, but you always have the best rooms. And Jeffrey, you are quite delicious to listen to tonight.
Thanks, Forbes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Forbes. Appreciate that. I'm glad you're here, Forbes. I really am because I know that you and Jeffrey overlap worlds in many ways, and your history in terms of sales and pitching. I mean, there couldn't be a better combination. And then we had Grant on earlier. I mean, we've really touched upon so many different angles of sales tonight. So thank you, Forbes. Appreciate you as always being here. And by the way, Jeffrey, I told you the story earlier, and the folks in the audience about the longest running room. Well, Dr. Forbes was one of those celebrities that joined us the very first night that built the longest running room. So that's why she's an honorary
Oh,
co-host. I only give that to Sharon Lechter and Forbes for that particular role. So yeah,
is
incredible. Thank
Sharon
you,
still
Forbes.
on?
Yeah, Sharon's hanging out with us. Yeah, she's by the way,
Okay,
that
so
picture
listen.
she has there is she Michael Lecter he never comes to Clubhouse. He came in December and she changed the picture when Michael was the guest speaker like yourself, Jeffrey. And it's been here ever since. It's a beautiful. It's my favorite picture, by the way, Sharon. I love that picture, you and Michael. So
Well, thank you,
yeah.
Dr. Finance. Next week is 42 years for us.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Woohoo!
Oh my God.
Congratulations, folks. Yeah, can we send some hearts? I love that. That's great. 42 years. That's awesome.
I've never made it past 10. Anyway, that's another whole story. Um, the challenge that we have tonight is all of these great people have messages. And your job as a listener in this audience is to take the message and turn it into something that helps you win. Figure out what you need to do that. Figure it the hell out. Don't just listen. Take a note and have that apply to how you live your life as a winner.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, maybe one or two more questions, if that's okay, and then we'll do some conclusions. We have a whole different segment after this, and you're more than welcome to hang out the whole time. We got your name in the title, so your name will be on a 6-hour stage. We got about 2 or 3 more left, but
I
this
can
segment
stay
maybe
for another 20 minutes or so, and then I got to fly.
that's perfect. All right, sounds great. We got so we got Doria Marie. Doria, flash your mic if you're here. Doria is one of the main co-hosts of Breakfast with Champions. I only support 3 major clubs on this app. We got Diamonds, which runs her Wednesday night room every week for almost a year and a half. She actually been doing it longer than me. Every Wednesday, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern, going for 6 hours. And then I also support Breakfast with Champions in the morning. I got to give a credit to them because they do this every single day. I only do it once a week. Diamond, we always laugh for like 1 day a week. That's way too much, right? Like so, but they do it every single day in the morning. It's called Breakfast with Champions, and she's leading the crew over there. So thank you, Doria. Dora, I'm sorry, Dora Marie for being here and helping out, co-host tonight. Dora, do you have any thoughts on maybe a question for Jeffrey, and if you want to introduce yourself as well? Welcome, Dora. Dora Marie.
Thank you very much. And oh my goodness, I've just been, I have no pencil left with everyone that's been on this stage. It has been amazing. And Jeffrey, for me, it's more of some of the things that you've just been talking about today. It's almost like, wow, this is almost like common sense. And we're just not even
Mhm.
thinking along those lines. And how would you start talking about those things with the younger generation, let's say middle school age? Like that's something I'm interested in. I mentor that age group in high school, and I'm hoping to get them to read more. But how do we start introducing some of these thought processes, especially on this level,
First of
to the young
first of
generation?
all, that's a great question because my daughter is in the 8th grade, and one of my daughters. I know I shouldn't have a daughter that young, but I do. She's in the 8th grade, and there's such bullshit going on in the schools right now. It's almost sickening. And I talked to the woman who's in charge of the diversity and all that other crap. And I asked her, she was talking about uh, gender spectrum. I said, what the hell do you mean by that? There's 2 genders: got weenie, don't got weenie. Those are the 2 genders. And if you're talking to a child, you have to talk to them and be truthful. You can't give them some philosophy that you don't live yourself. My daughter brings her friends around, and she makes, if she brings friends over, she goes, Dad, you got to talk to these people. I'm like, okay, cool. And I just had to read Catcher in the Rye because it's just a great book and it's fun to read and you laugh out loud when you read it. She's in the 8th grade. And the challenge that you have if you're trying to inspire middle school kids, they're adolescents and they were born with a phone up their butt. I was not. I had a phone in my room with an answering service, and that was it. And so you have to be in their generation. You have to watch their movies, watch their shows, watch their YouTubes, watch their TikToks, and see how they think, and then you can communicate with them. But people who say, "Well, I don't do TikTok," it's because you have your head up your butt. You have to do TikTok. You have to do Instagram. You have no choice. You have to watch Stranger Things. You have to watch the 10 Things I Hate About You. You have to watch things that are moving children. Watch Stargirl because it's a combination of old and new. When you watch Stargirl, You see the Beach Boys, and you see the Cars, and you see a 2010 movie. That's the challenge. And so we're connecting on that. And Stranger Things takes place in the 80s. So all of a sudden she's discovering, all the music that inspired me. So think about how you harmonize with those kids, not just talk to them.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Dora Marie. Appreciate that. Excellent question. Excellent response. Thank you, Jeffrey. All right, we're going to take one more. Doria Cordova. Doria, I know you asked several questions before, but I don't think it was related to this. So, Doria, if you can ask just one more question, maybe
Yes.
1 minute or two, I'd appreciate it. Welcome, Doria Cordova.
Yes, I just wanted to say I really have enjoyed the room, and I'm so glad that Sharon and my beautiful Forbes came in because it just felt for a little bit that there were just so much male energy that was going on, and there are some beautiful women in
Oh,
this
yeah.
room, and it was like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, and there were some statements that were being made like, no, don't use slides, and I'm going, wait, 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 it depends on what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know,
But
and
let me share this with you. I have
thank
4 daughters and 4 granddaughters. My
yes.
daughters range in age from 50. I have twins 50 years old, even though I don't look it. And my young daughter's 13, and my granddaughters are all older than my youngest daughter. So they come over to visit their aunt. My wife, even our dogs are females. There's not a male in this place. And
Yes.
so I've learned to literally, women have run my life, and I love it. They've taught me stuff, they help me with stuff, and people who don't understand that or respect that, they don't understand life.
Yes. And I'm glad. And this is why I wanted to speak up for a minute. I just wanted to bring the balance because it just, if you're such a good, amazing salesman and you have the results to show for it, I know that you must connect with people at every level. And
Yep,
I know for a fact that women buy differently than men. I don't care
yep,
what anybody says.
yep.
Women buy differently than men. And there is and I just wanted to make that very clear because
Well,
I'm
let me put
go
it
ahead.
in perspective. Let me put it in perspective.
Yes,
Women buy Golden Goose sneakers. Men don't even know what Golden Goose sneakers are.
right.
I just throw it out there, and there's guys go googling Golden Goose right now.
So just to come back to that, it's like what we want to do is like I just felt like there was it when we have and there's so much that I want to say about this, but what I wanted to learn from you was that if you specifically ever teach that, because I feel like, I mean, like for instance, and I'll just say this very quickly, like when I go to buy a car, I am very, very clear that I want a car, the particular car, how I want it. I have done my research. And I'm like a guy. My cars look impeccable. They can be 10 years old and they look brand new because I love my cars. And I will show up, and the salesman, usually I haven't bought from a saleswoman in a car, but the salesman will come up to me and begin to give me all this information. And I say to them, wait, stop. I promise you, I know exactly what I want. I just want to negotiate the terms with you. And this is, I'm very clear about what it is that I want, and they continue with the conversation, and it's almost like they don't hear that I just say I know exactly what I want. And it's so fascinating because I feel like sometimes you're discounted a little bit. And believe me when I tell you that I'm not one of these women that feels inferior, or, that women are better, that men are, better. None of that. I feel like there's a tremendous equality on the planet between men and women. But I just wonder whether you have any tools that you actually teach people about the difference, because there is a difference. And I have enjoyed this conversation so much. And I wanted to say aloha and congratulations to our beautiful Sharon. I think she might be gone already. And Michael, of course, and love, of course, Forbes Riley. and all the beautiful women in this room, Diamond Diva and all this and that. And I know that when we get together with women, we have a certain way that we communicate. We have a certain way of being, and I just wonder whether you have any teachings around that. And with that, it has been a joy to listen to you. And
Thank you very much.
Doria, and I'm
Teach
complete.
When I teach now, I bring my wife because she can communicate with women at their level way better than I can. Even though I've had daughters for 50 years, I'm still not as good at it as another woman. And so I bring both of those genders into the conversation because it's the only way you can gain any kind of knowledge throughput. Women are going to give their opinion, men are going to give their opinion, and they're completely different. And then there's the other part of how men sell to women and how women sell to men, not just woman to woman or man to man. It's complicated, and you have to talk to everybody to find out what their strategies and philosophies are and what their personalities are. And I tend to go to the personality rather than the strategy because I find I can be in harmony with a personality way faster than I can be in harmony with a strategy.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's a
Thank you,
pleasure.
Dory. By the way, Doria, just to chime on what you were saying, I mean, just take a look at the stage here. Talk about men and women. We got men, women, we got people from all over this world. As a fact, I would like to hear from everyone out there. Where are you guys from? Let us know in the chat. Folks, we literally have we got people from every continent in this room right now. And if you look at, as a fact, look at the top of the stage, do a pull to refresh. Just go line by line and just the diversity on this stage. I never even look at that kind of stuff to tell you the truth because I know that the right people will attract from all types of backgrounds. If you're into being positive and trying to make your improving your life, improving your financial picture, etc., and keeping it in a great positive environment, I live by the quote: "Be an example of the way you want the world to be." This is the
Yep,
stage right here that is an example of how I want the world to be. Jeffrey, would you think that this is a good model for how the world could be? Think about it. We never talked
absolutely.
about
And
politics once, right? What do you think, Jeffrey?
well, I did one gender thing, but yes, I don't want to talk about politics. I have my own. I don't involve anybody. I don't challenge anybody. I just leave them alone. We live in a free society. Be free. Just don't jump in somebody else's backyard and try to explain which end is up. The challenge that we have, though, Tony, is to make sure that everybody has some kind of harmony or good feeling about the other person. If you can do that, you can win. We're very divided right now, and there needs to be something that allows people to come together.
Jeffrey, that's a great point. Actually, my last question I have for you, Jeffrey, is that you're a sales legend, so you know how to make someone buy anything, everything, right? But
Hmm.
it leverages influence on the other person, control to a certain degree. And we talked about this on the podcast. Being you could have went the evil way and became like a
Yep.
lot of dictators. They use the
Yep.
same type of things that you know. How do you use the knowledge that you have? Maybe this is a message for everyone in the audience. How do you use the message that you have, the knowledge about sales, and apply it to making everyone else get along when we all have different opinions? And maybe
Jim
just a
Rohn
model for the
taught.
world right now.
Let me throw this at you because it'll make sense. Jim Rohn said, "Philosophy drives attitude. Attitude drives actions. Actions drive results, and results drive lifestyles." So if you don't like your lifestyle, you got to look at your results. You don't like your results, you got to look at your actions. You don't like your actions, you got to look at your attitude. You don't like your attitude, you got to look at your philosophy. Most people start with action when they need to have started with philosophy and attitude. So I'm going to share my philosophy with you, which will help you understand how I've been able to do what I do. There's 5 parts to my philosophy. Number 1, I help other people. Number 2, I give value first. Number 3, I strive to be my best at what I love to do. Number 4, I establish long-term relationships with everyone. And number 5, I have fun. And I do that every day. And I found out that when you love what you do, all of your days are the same. They're holidays. And I wish the same for everybody in this audience.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, any last minute thoughts where we can find out more information about you or
Yeah,
anything
just
you'd
go to
like to add?
Gittimer.com. There's put it up in the, just go to gittimertraining.com/certify. Gittimer.com. Look for my 22-day free sales challenge, and you'll have fun. You'll have a great time doing it. I do everything myself. I don't ask other people to do stuff. I write myself. I film myself. I do everything that I possibly can to create a direct message. And I'll tell you, this room was totally fun tonight, and I had a great time. And I thank the heck out of you, Tony.
Thank
May
you,
I
Jeffrey.
jump in and just ask Jeff one thing, and that is, please give Wyatt and Joe my love tomorrow when you talk to
I will.
Wyatt. And we're not connected yet here, but I would love to connect up with you and
Sure.
have a fabulous weekend.
Thank you very kindly.
Th-
I'll do it.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I put your
Take
link
care.
at the top as well. For those, I'll keep it up there for a few moments, folks. Check it out, gitmer.com. And then the link I had on before, I'll put it up one more time later, was
Thank you.
the
Thank you.
actual interview.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Tony, it's a pleasure. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, absolutely. We'll connect offline. And yeah, can't wait to see you in Philly, man. I got everything already
My
lined
people
up
will
for you.
call
So.
your people.
And me and you and I and David are going to meet up with Tim Story for sure. So don't worry, we're going
Oh,
to set
yeah.
that up too.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be
All
great.
right.
We're
You
we're going to
take care of
actually have a
yourself.
party in the airport on his show.
All right. I'm in. I'll
All
talk to
right,
you
thank
guys
you,
later.
Jeffrey.
Cheers.
Wait,
Okay.
before
Cheers.
you leave, Jeffrey, folks, if you can come off the mic and give Jeffrey a round of applause. He's been with us, being a
Beautiful,
great sport
Jeffrey.
tonight. Thank you so much, folks. Come
Yay!
on.
Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yay! Thank
Jeffrey.
you. Thank
So much
Thank
fun.
you.
The best.
Bravo!
Thank you.
Bravo!
Thank you.
And thank
Go
you,
Eagles.
Dr. Finance, for holding the space.
All right. You take care of yourselves, you guys. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate it. All right, folks. Woo! We're going to move into our next. Appreciate everybody for being here. I'm getting the red bar. Hopefully, you guys can hear me loud and clear. Can everyone hear me loud and clear? Can you go off your mic and let me know if you can hear me loud and
Yay!
clear on a Friday night?
Woohoo! Loud and clear.
Wow, that's incredible, folks. Thank you so much, folks. We're going to do a quick reset and then we're going to move into our next segment. So stay tuned because this is actually when things start getting very interesting. We're going to dissect everything we learned tonight and we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about sales, but more than everything, we're also getting an opportunity for people on stage to really to share, make their share, and get everyone an opportunity to speak as well. So with that said, folks, we're going to do a quick reset. Diamond, flash your mic if you're here. We're going to do a quick reset, and then I'm going to do a share, and then we're going to hear from everyone else as well before because this is a 6-hour stage, folks. We still got about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So, all right, thank you. Off to Diamond Diva, folks, one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. By the way, Wednesday, you always see us in her room at 4 p.m. Eastern time. She's got an amazing room over there as well, doing a great thing. So, honored to have her on the battlefield with me every single Friday and Wednesday. Diamond, you're a true sport. Appreciate you so much. Words can't express. So thank you, Diamond.
This is Diamond, and right back at you, Dr. Finance. I truly appreciate all of your kind words and support. And, I can't thank you enough for what you're doing here every single Friday for us, bringing us this absolute incredible gifts. Jeffrey Gitomer was outstanding, and it would not be possible if it were not for you. And so I'd love to welcome everyone to the Finance Club. Click on that green house and become a member of the club today. And we're having a conversation about how to sell everything, sales masterclass with Jeffrey Gitomer. And it's been absolutely everything. We also like to encourage you to click on that link at the top to sign up for Gaining Sales Mastery Live event at Gitomer.com to find out more about all the great things that Jeffrey Gitomer is providing for us today. And I will tell you, after this masterclass, you can't go wrong with tapping in and diving in deeper. I also encourage you to take the time to connect with Dr. Finance and Dr. Finance team. Make sure you're following both profiles with the bells set to always, so you always get the notification when he opens these rooms every single Friday, and do not miss a minute. We also encourage you to connect with Dr. Finance on his Instagram, on his Twitter, both of which are linked in his bio, as well as his Facebook community and his YouTube channel, where you can subscribe to the Dr. Finance Live podcast here today and get that deep dive interview with Jeffrey Gitomer and so many incredible guests as well. But don't stop there. Make sure you're tapping in with this full panel of gold and green badge mod squads that are here to serve. We have Mike out in the building, Doria Cordova, Dora Marie. We have Rex, Dr. Forbes Riley, and of course, our guest of honor, Mr. Jeffrey Gitomer himself. Make sure you send every single one of those profiles to always sliding into those DMs on social medias and building those meaningful relationships here today. And we have a full panel of Gold Badge Mod Squad, so many individuals. Make sure you're going row by row by row and tapping on each and every one of their profiles as well. They've all been hand selected by Dr. Finance because they are the leaders, the top people on the app that you want to know today. One last request before I complete this reset. At the bottom of your screen, you're going to see an arrow pointing up with the number 193. Go there with me right now and share this room on Clubhouse. Take a moment to leave a note about what is it that you learned today from Jeffrey. What's the next step, as we say, that you're going to implement after having gained this knowledge? And after you take the time to do that, thank you for the one person that just shared. You're outstanding. Go back in and invite in some friends. Ping in those friends in your network. Allow them to also take part in this conversation here today. And then go back in and tweet the room, share the link everywhere that links are accepted. Thank you and welcome everyone to the Finance Club. This is Diamond and I am complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much, Diamond. Appreciate that. And I want to thank everyone else that's here. I want to thank the action takers who've been sharing and being so very patient tonight. I want to thank Sharice for sharing. Thank you, Heidi. Folks, can we get 100, 200 shares? We got 193 shares. Can we get 200? Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Diamond, for sharing. Thank you, Sylvia, Natural Roots, Danielle, Pachi for sharing. Annabella's here. Thank you for sharing. Heidi and Benita and Samson. All right, we got 194 shares. I want to thank Savannah for sharing and Say Do for sharing. Can we get 6 more shares to 200? Maybe we'll have a prize. Diamond, do you want to offer a free gift or something for our 200th share? I'm going to give an invisible sticker that it's going to be handcrafted, invisible sticker handcrafted with the Dr. Finance logo on it. But Diamond, do you want to give a gift as well? Maybe your thoughts, or Dr. Forbes Riley might want to give a gift. I don't know. Whoever wants to give a gift at the 200th share, we're 6 away. Diamond, what do you think, Diamond?
Absolutely. I think that'd be amazing. So when we hit 200 shares, I'll throw in one of my free mindset analysis sessions that value over $300. I'll offer that to the winning person who gets the 200th share. We're actually at 198. Let's see who it is.
All right, sounds great, folks. So let's see what happens here. We're almost there. We got 198 shares, 199 shares. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Benita. Thank you, Aderant. Who's the 200? We got it. We got 202 shares. Blend Beauty is 204. Burn. Let me count backwards. 203. Thank you, Berna. Thank you, Deborah. And then 4, 3, 2, 1. Zahara. Thank you, Sahara. Mikai Levy Clark is the 200 share. Mikai. I believe I'm saying your name right. Mikai has won. Thank you. Congratulations, Mikai. All right, folks, you come off the mic and give Mikai a round of applause for being a 200 share. All right. Connect with Diamond.
Woo!
All right,
Woo!
folks. That's incredible.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Dr. Finance. I cheated. I shared twice. So,
No, there's a strategy to it, Mika. You did right.
and that's Micah, by the way, on the
Oh, Micah.
pronunciation. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, Diamond Diva, good to hear your voice.
Thank you, Micah. Appreciate that.
Hear your voice as well, Micah, and congratulations. All you need to do is head on over to my Instagram and send me a DM, and we'll set up your session today.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank-
Appreciate that, Micah. And Micah, you have the right strategy, actually. Heidi wins all the time. Heidi, I'm just kidding. Heidi usually shares a few times, but she's hit it again tonight. She won again. So it's a strategy behind it. Hey, it's fair. There's no rules to that. So thank you so much, Micah. Appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone being here. I want to thank Diamond and Doria, Rex, Dr. Forbes still hanging out. Thank you, Dr. Forbes. What a night. We had Tim Story. We had the King of Sales. We had Sharon Lecter, my mentor, walked in. Grant Cardone, folks. These are very powerful people. I mean, they've done incredible things. But more than that, folks, it's not that that's important. It's what they've done and the heart that they bring with it. So thank you, Deborah. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Savannah and Glenn, Delilah and Beverly, Lady Jules for hanging out. Appreciate that. Hurricane and Darlene, Christopher, Cheryl in the house. Thank you. And Fred and Networker. Megan, appreciate you here. Sharice is in the house. Thank you, Sharice and Karen King. Tracy, the best florist in Toronto. We got Heidi in the house. Thank you, Heidi. Can't wait to see that book, by the way. All right, we got Lara and we got John the Bomb here. And we got Tracy Oriomi in the house. And she and I are one of the very few people that Les Brown follow on Clubhouse. I think he's down to 165. So Tracy and I are one of them. So Tracy, appreciate you being here. Julie's in the house. James, thank you for being here. Simple, welcome. Oh, Dipple, I'm sorry. Welcome, Dipple. And Chris Realtor, appreciate you being here. Curtis. And then we got, let me see. Wow, this is a tricky name. Ron Trepreneur. Ron Trepreneur. Thank you, Ron, for being here. And you're from Philly, too. That's awesome. All right, we got Allison. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Sharon and Linda for being here. Micah and Vinny, Benita, Dr. Haley, Seydu, Sylvia, Anita, Sahara, Daniel Pachi, Annabelle's in the house. Thank you, Annabelle. And we have a
Yeah,
few
I'm
folks.
here.
How are you, Annabelle? Welcome. And so we got a few folks out in the audience as well. If you want to come out, just bringing some folks up right now. I see Jude just stopped by.
I
Jude's
gotta share
a
with
big
you
influence. Oh,
something,
Paul Ledoux is
Doctor
here.
Finance. I have to share with you something interesting, and this is perfect for Diamond. So Diamond, she's all about mindset, right? It's all about whatever you believe, whatever you want, you have to manifest, and will come to you, right? So in my life, everything I want, I manifest and I believe and I take action, and next thing you know, whatever you wanted become reality. And that's always been that way for me because I'm a believer and I manifest. I always believe ever since I was a little girl. So here's a really small example of believe in yourself and manifest, and all of a sudden it's in front of you. So in the past 2 weeks, I've been going to sleep with the sound of the ocean. I play it on YouTube. I always go to fall asleep. Playing the ocean in the background, it makes me sleep like a baby. I just go to bed and I always say to myself, wouldn't it be nice to wake up in the morning next to the ocean, to have a house in Malibu right by the water? And I didn't really put any effort to it. And next thing you know, I literally just left Malibu. I got a gift from a very special friend of mine to stay the week in Malibu Beach, in the beach house. And I was like, this is so bizarre. I literally every night I would go to bed and like just falling asleep with the sound of the ocean. And now in the real life, I'm waking up to the ocean, to the real sound. So it really is a powerful thing for all of us to do is set our mind into something and really believe that it's near you, that it's coming, that it's happening right now. And without any effort, it's here. That was just a little example that I would like to share with all of you guys. It just believe in yourself, never give up. Everybody goes through ups and downs, but if you're a fighter, you're a winner. You know, nothing in life comes easy. We work very hard to get to where we want to be, and then when you get to the line of success, you just need to accomplish it and acknowledge it and appreciate it and more believe in yourself and believe it's everything. You know, be positive, positive, positive. Because when you're positive, so many great things come your way. I swear to God, I'm always happy. I'm always happy. I'm a happy person. And I'm always grateful. And I think because I'm always happy and grateful, blessing always come my way. And I'm so grateful. And I really am, like, for my heart. And I want to give more to others. I want to help more. And that's just life. When you give, God see everything, the universe see everything, and you will receive. When you believe and you manifest and you take action, it will come to you. And when you're there, you're not going to believe that it's happening to you because you're like, I can't believe this is happening. I dreamed about it. And then it's here, you know. So Diamond Mindset is amazing. I know she's doing the club every Wednesday. And Dr. Finance, we love you. I appreciate you coming to the club every Friday for hours, spending time with all of us and making everybody happy. So thank you so much. And thank you everybody for coming here to this amazing club. And thank you all. I'm Annabella Gottman from Los Angeles. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Annabelle. Appreciate that. And yes, absolutely, you are correct for that. And Come and join us on Wednesday, Annabelle. I don't know if you come to Diamond's room because that's perfect for what Diamond talks about. She talks about mindset. Her club is called Abundance Mastermind. So incredible. Thank you again, Annabelle. Appreciate you. All right, folks. I want to welcome just a few other folks, and I'm going to do a quick share because it does take a lot of energy to run this room, and to share is another skill set. So I want to thank Paul. They do for being here. One top hostage negotiators out there. I want to say hi to him real quick, and then I'm going to do a quick share. So welcome, Paul. I know you're just coming in the room, but just to keep you up to speed, we had Tim Story come in here. Jeffrey Gitomer was our main speaker, though. He's one of the top sales guys out there, Hall of Fame speaker. And then Sharon Lecter popped by, and we got Dr. Forbes Riley here, and we got Rex and Dory and Diamond, of course, and so many other, everyone on stage is superstar. So, and in this room, everyone in the room is superstar. So welcome, Paul, top hostage negotiator. He was also a main guest speaker about a month or two ago. So welcome, Paul. How are you, sir?
I'm doing amazing. So glad to be here. Nice to see Dr. Forbes again, and Diamond, and you, and Rex, and everybody here. This is always an amazing room. Thank you very much for bringing me up, and I can't wait to hear the rest of this. So I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. And by the way, we got Lefford Fate. I see you out in the audience. Lefford, I appreciate you being here. Lefford is doing incredible things working with Napoleon Hill Foundation. I know you're just listening. If you want to come up, just let me know. Don Green is always welcome in here in this room as well. Don Green is an amazing superstar, CEO of Napoleon Hill Foundation. So, all right, folks, I want to do a quick share if you don't mind. Before we do that, I want to thank the action takers. We got Michael Feddick just shared. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Dr. Renee, for sharing. Thank you, Allison, for sharing. Diane for sharing. Heidi for sharing. And Blend Beauty and Berna and Deborah Malote for sharing. So can we get 225 shares? I have a question for you all, folks. By the way, 446 in the chat. That's amazing. This is turning into like Diamond. Diamond does this great. She's had 900 like actual writings in the chat this week. That's incredible. We got 447. It's pretty good. Even we do half of her numbers. Diamond's really good with that stuff. Anyway, so folks, I want to ask you guys a question. Okay, I want you to think about this. We had an amazing night talking about sales, but we really covered a lot of topics. Have you ever lost something so obvious that you thought you're losing your mind? So have you ever lost something so obvious that you thought you were losing your mind? Something. I mean, it could have been your car keys, could have been your glasses on your face, right? You could have lost your hat, it's on your head. Your shoes, they're on your feet. Has anyone ever done this? I want to hear in the chats if you guys have ever done this. And folks, if you're on the stage, flash your mics if you ever lost anything so obvious that you thought you were losing your mind. Flash your mic if that ever happened. Oh, welcome, Jude. How are you, Jude? We got Luis flashing. We got Sylvia flashing. All right. So yes. So folks, this weekend I want to share a story with you. It's a story. It happened to me, but I wasn't the main person. But this happened to me a few times, and I just thought it was a great example. So I'm going to hide master name. I'm going to call him Relative A. All right, so it happened. We were for those of you in Philadelphia, anyone know about the Jersey Shore? People in New York know about that too. Well, I went down the shore, and we had two full cars of family members, and we were all going to go out to eat Mexican food, and that was the plan at least. And we're about to go to the Mexican restaurant. It was probably about 10-15 minute drive or so to the place we were staying. And so my car was packed with family members, and we get to the Mexican place, and we're about to have dinner, and we're waiting like 20 minutes. I'm like, where are these other guys? Like they never showed up. The other car that was with us, the rest of our family. And I called up, and we'll call her Relative A. She forgot her keys. Okay, so her car keys. She lost her car keys. Now they're in the house, but they lost the main driver's car keys. Can't find them. So I'm like, all right, well, let me know if you find them. I had faith that they would find them. So I'm like, all right, we'll stay here. Do you need me? They're like, no. I'm like, okay, we'll stay here. We'll all eat, and we'll wait for you to come and join us. So we already ordered, and we're eating our meal. We ordered a lot of different, it was a Mexican restaurant, different Mexican food, and things like that. And call back about 20 minutes later, and I'm like, have you guys found the keys yet? They're like, nope. We're actually, it's a mess right now. I'm like, what do you mean it's a mess? They're like, we're tearing up the house looking for the keys. I'm like, tearing up the house? What are you talking about? They're like, we're going through everything. I was like, all right, well, call me back in another 15, 20 minutes. Give me an update. So they called me back in 15, 20 minutes. What's new? Did you find the keys? Nope. Nope. And then we didn't find it. We're still ripping up the house. We're going through trash bags and everything. I said, are you kidding me for keys? This is ridiculous. Let's walk backwards where you got this from. As a fact, let's start with this. Did you check your pocket? That's what I said to the relative A. We'll call it relative A. Did you check your pocket? The keys could be in your pocket. Like, no, we already checked. We already checked the pockets. There's no way it's in the pocket. Okay. Like, all right, fine. Keep me posted. We're almost done here. So we keep eating. We finish up in about another 10, 15 minutes or so. And then I called back. I called back. And I'm like, I'm on my way. We're on our way. We're heading back now. Did you find the keys? So they told me they were still ripping up the house. They were literally combing through the trash bags, looking through everything, looking under the car seat, looking under the sofa bed, through the rugs, all the luggage they had. And they couldn't find these car keys. Because without the car keys, not only were they not getting to the Mexican restaurant, they weren't coming back to Philly, coming back home. So this is now turning into a really big problem. And as I was paying the bill, we hung up the phone. As we were paying the bill, 5 minutes later, I get a phone call from relative A. Relative A, okay, we're disguising the name. Relative A says, we found the keys. I was like, really? Well, that's great. You found the keys? Where was it? Well, it was in my other pocketbook, in the pocket. I said, what other pocketbook? Well, yesterday when I went to go get crabs, I switched my pocketbook up and I put the keys in there, and I changed my pocketbook up, but it was in the pocket. Folks, this is incredible. This is an incredible story if you think about what just happened. Okay, let me summarize. There was keys that were lost, an hour of a mess, having tons of family members looking for these keys. I made a little suggestion to look in the pocket, and it was duly noted. It wasn't in her direct pocket. But after an hour of literally wrecking the house, to find out it was in the pocket of the other pocketbook. Okay. So I wanted to summarize this because the moral of the story is many times we destroy parts or even our whole lives to look for the obvious, right? How many of us have destroyed parts or even our whole lives looking for the obvious when the answer was right in front of us? I want to share a quick quote for you, and I want to tie it back to our subject matter in a little bit. So, from my second book, The Most Important Lessons in Economics and Finance, it's the business account here. You see the picture right here. It's called The Most Important Lessons in Economics and Finance, Principle 217, page 251. Here's the lesson of the day. When planning to manage your wealth, it says here, it is important to leave no stone unturned. Let me say it again. When planning to manage your wealth, it is important to leave no stone unturned. And I'm only going to quote one particular section from this section. It says here, one bad financial or economic decision may never be undone and can affect the way a financial or economic entity lives out the rest of its life. So if you make one wrong decision, as the famous song said, you get one shot. Yeah, that might be your shot, and you might have to be stuck in that financial condition the rest of your life. Well, what in the world does this have to do with the story I just told? It kind of sounds like it's the opposite. Well, when you're planning your wealth, manage your wealth, you want to leave no stone unturned. But the moral of the story connected to this lesson is sometimes you don't have to turn over every single stone. First, at one moment, first start with the obvious, right? If there are stones that are giant and big right in front of you that are obvious, let's start working on those. The obvious stones first, they're usually the easiest to fix with the best and quickest and most efficient consequences to not only our financial lives, but our whole lives. So tonight, we talked about how to sell everything. We've had superstars on here that know what they're talking about. Joe Ingram sold over $2 billion in sales. Jeffrey Gitomer, legend. All these people who were talking about sales, they read Jeffrey Gitomer's book. right? We had the pitch queen on her. I think she's still on her, Dr. Forbes Riley. She sold over $2 billion in infomercial products. Who would know better than the panel we've assembled today? So what does that have to do with the story I just told and the lesson I just gave? Well, the stones never to be able to turn over, to look at all the stones, all the points that can help improve your financial picture or your picture of your life in whole. Look at all the details. The devil's in the details, as they always say, and it's so true. But find the obvious ones. Start with them first. And how to sell everything? Well, if you want to sell anything or everything, start with the obvious. And what did Jeffrey talk about today? The obvious. The obvious, but yet so important to highlight because it's often the most neglected. It all starts with serving, helping people out, trying to find a way to help them accomplish their goals, put them first. And this sounds too cliche, but it's so true. The ego often gets in the way. Most people, and this is what Dale Carnegie talked about in his book 100 years ago. Most people put themselves first, and that's why they don't get anywhere. If you step outside yourself and you do what Bob Berg taught us when I had him on stage last year, what did he say? The target board. Most people think the bullseye is money and the reward is service. It's the opposite. The target, the bullseye, is serving others. The reward is money. It just comes naturally. Now, there's this fine line, of course, where you're serving too much to your own detriment. And that's important to be aware of as well. But the general idea is once you have something that you love, product or service that you love and you're passionate about, your purpose matches it, then you're ready to go. Then it's time to make sure you're serving properly and at the same time keeping a good mind on your bottom line. But serving first. Don't worry about the other parts. If you worry about helping people out and do it strategically, okay, that's when the money can really flow in. And so bringing us all home, sales is the same way. The best immediate ways to improve sales is usually the obvious. So I want to leave on this question. So we started out with the question, have you ever lost something so obvious you thought you were losing your mind? Well, tying it back to sales is here's the question I have for you. What are the three biggest areas of your business that can be fixed immediately and result in increased sales? What are the obvious ones? Now think about your business real hard. Write it down on paper. This is your homework. I want you to write it down on paper and your three biggest areas that you can think of that you can improve overnight by the end of this weekend. By the end of this weekend, you can fix your business instantly. Write them down. There's something so obvious, just like the story that I told today, where the keys were in the pocket. And then what did I say? Look in the pocket. And it was in the pocket. All that other nonsense, looking through trash bags, under the sofa bed, under the pillows, it was all a waste of time. Even looking in the refrigerator, they were looking for the keys in the refrigerator. Like all that was a waste of time. It was in the pocket, the most obvious place. Where is your possibility for increasing revenue right now? It's probably super obvious. So with that, folks, I thank you, appreciate. I hope you enjoyed this share. This is the Finance Club, and always love having you guys here. I just want to do some house cleaning real quick, just to let you know we got some amazing superstars lined up over the next few weeks. Always come by, and even if we call an audible like we did this week, like Jeffrey Gitomer was not planned for this week. There was someone who was scheduled had a serious emergency, and Jeffrey just popped out of nowhere and boom. I always make sure I'll have somebody here. So you don't have to worry about who. It'll always be somebody great. And definitely come here every Friday if you want to learn and be part of this amazing community. I also want to share real quick. I'm working on a mastermind, and I always like to over deliver. Exactly what I was just talking about. So I'm thinking of a way. How can I bring you guys to a physical event? I know you like these virtual events, and I do them free. Okay, for a year and a half. I mean, it's a lot of time, and it's not just 6 hours. It's a lot more than 6 hours. It's the time before this. But I want to break a physical event, and that's what I'm working on right now. So I got two superstars that have agreed to be in a mastermind. We just got to work out the details. It's going to be in in Arizona, probably January or February. And we're looking for about 10, maybe 15 to 20 tops, no more than 20. We want everyone to be a true mastermind, part of this community, to engage for about 2, 3 days. I'll probably be there about 5 days. And this, you're going to be able to meet with, you're talking about the greatest nonfiction writer of all time, along with his partner Jack Canfield. But it's just Mark this time, Mark Victor Hansen. He sold over 500 million copies, 500 million. He's going to be there. And Sharon Lechter, I mean, she's the queen of other areas of non-finance. Talking about, Rich Dad Poor Dad, the success with that. So you're gonna have two people, two greats in the same event at the same time. There's never a mastermind like this. We're gonna call it a mega mastermind. And then we got a few other superstars. I'll let you know about them later, who will also be there. Maybe I'm thinking maybe 3 to 5 other like superstars that we can come just help the panel. So if you're interested in that, price is probably valued at about 50 to 100,000, but I'm probably going to do it for about 10,000 or so. So it sounds like a lot of money, folks, but to get in front of these people and hang out with them, it's a lot more than 10,000. So I'm going to throw that out at you guys, see what you guys think. And I agree with Jeffrey Gitomer. I don't believe in sales. If I can offer value, then it'll come. So that's my message for you guys. Also, love to get your feedback. I'm going to put a link up earlier. I just created a book trailer for my first book from 10 years ago. I made the whole video. I'll put the video up. We'll love to get your feedback. I took the feedback actually of Sherry Matthews, who's a highly successful entrepreneur. I believe she's on stage still. Haven't looked down in a few minutes, but she actually gave me some suggestions about simplification. So I created a 2-minute trailer, and I love to hear your feedback of it because I'm going to create 2 more. So with that said, folks, how to sell everything, sales masterclass with Jeffrey Gitomer. Now we're going to pass it into our next segment, and I love to hear the feedback of every single person on the stage. I want to get everyone a chance to speak. This is your time to shine. Let's do a quick reset. Diamond, flash your mic if you're available. We'll do a reset, and then we'll move into the next segment. So let's see, Diamond, if you're there, or let's see, actually, Diamond might have stepped out for a moment. Paul, welcome. All right,
Thank you.
we'll do a quick reset. Okay, thank you, Paul.
Yeah, let's do a reset. We're here in the Finance Club. If you are not part of this club, click that greenhouse right above everything and join this club so that way you will be notified as to every wonderful room that's being shared here. And Dr. Finance and Diamond put on great rooms, as you know. So the topic today is how to sell everything. Really? How to sell everything? Yes. This is a sales masterclass. And earlier it was with Jeff Gitomer. And right now we are just talking about how do we do this? How do we sell? And one of the things that Dr. Finance spoke of was servitude. To be a great master of sales, you have to be a great servant. And service is what makes it all happen. When you serve your client, you serve yourself. So join the club, join the conversation. And as you know, Dr. Finance and Diamond put so many hours into this great topic, into these great rooms. And I'm so happy to see that all of you are a part of this. And yeah, let's just get on with this great conversation. So back to you, Dr. Finance.
Oh, Paul, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Paul. And Paul, just your thoughts. So Paul, adding the element of negotiation in here, right? Like you're a master of that. How does that tie into sales? And then maybe a follow-up question: how would you approach the question how to sell everything from a negotiating perspective, folks? We got one of the top negotiators on the planet here, along with Chris Voss is, I believe, one of the top. But we got Paul Nadeau here, was also one of the top negotiating experts in the world. So, Paul, your thoughts? Thanks.
Well, thank you, Dr. Finance. Number one, I do believe that it comes down to serving others. In years gone by, hostage negotiators were very upfront. They were demanding. They would say, look, if you don't cooperate with us, we've got snipers, we're going to take you out. And that's the forceful approach to negotiations. It used to be when we walked into a negotiation room, whoever had the loudest voice used to win. It's not that way anymore. We realize that we can't be intimidated or stronghold into negotiating and giving something up. We have to really truly be present and negotiate from a place of servitude. When you serve others, when you say, how can I help you? And that's one of the big things that hostage negotiators have learned to do. We went from the strong armed, you're going to get shot by snipers, to how can I help you? What is it that you're going through? We're looking for people's pain points. And when you are compassionate, when you are understanding, when you are inquisitive, when you ask people, how is it that I can help you get to where you want to be? This is what makes great salespeople. It's not, hey, I've got something for you and don't worry about it. I've got you covered. This is exactly what you want. No. How could you actually know that unless you ask questions? When you come from the spirit of servitude, you are not only serving, you are serving yourself. Because once a person understands that you have their best interests in mind, they're going to turn their best interests into yours. And so this is what makes it all happen. And I know I've heard you talk about this, Dr. Finance. It really is about serving others. And it is not contrary to anything that makes you get to where you want to be. It actually helps you to get to where you want to be. When you put another person's values, their interests, their concerns first, they tend to reciprocate and give you theirs in return. That's how hostage negotiators do it now. We walk into a situation, a hostage crisis, and we say, how can I help you? Are you all right? What do you need? Is everyone else in there okay? What do they need? How can I help everyone? And when you do that with your clients, with whoever it is that you're dealing with, they're going to receive that and they're going to respond in turn. They're going to give you exactly what you give them. Give them respect, give them time, they'll give you respect, they'll give you time. I could go on and on, Dr. Finance. You know that I can, because you had me on your show and I kept on going on and on. But I'm going to turn it over to you before I continue my little rant.
Oh, never a rant, Paul. Paul, you're the authority on negotiating. I mean, who else would be so much more important to hear a perspective on sales than yourself? So definitely not a rant. Very knowledgeable. I appreciate that. Actually, we needed to hear your perspective tonight because this would round off the edge. We hit it from every other angle. I mean, we had the pitch queen in here. I mean, Dr. Forbes Riley came from the pitching side. We had Tim Story on here, came at it from the influencing side, and Grant Cardone from the marketing side, Mike Alden from the marketing side, Rex from the mental side, and Doria from personal experience with Money and You. So this is definitely a rounding out the discussion. I appreciate you, Paul. Never a rant. You were excellent. Thank you so much, Paul.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate that. I see Rex was flashing. Rex, if you want to chime in, and then I'd love to hear from some of the other amazing folks on stage, because there's a lot of people that I haven't heard from tonight, and this is your opportunity, folks. We've got Jude here. I'd love to hear Jude's thoughts, and Michael Fedek. I want to thank you for being here, Michael. I hope all is well. I know Michael's going through a lot of stuff, folks. By the way, real quick, sorry, Rex, before we get to you, I just want to let you know, folks, if you're going through stuff right now, you're not alone. This community is not just here for the finance club. There's more stuff behind this than the finance club. You might think so. But really, there's a lot more to this club. We've got a great bond of people to help support each other. It actually started because people were going through COVID, sitting in their houses alone. I mean, that's how this club really began, with the longest running room. So, folks, I just saw a man die on my steps on one of my properties this week. I woke up in the middle of the night last night. It's not the first time I've seen people pass away. I mean, I grew up in Philly in the past 2 years, but I woke up in a deep sweat last night. Michael's going through some stuff right now. We're all going through some stuff on the stage, but that's why we're here. We're here to not only just to learn, but to strengthen our relationships with the community that I feel could be a lifetime relationship. I mean, this is well beyond what there's a lot of influencers on here just trying to grab influence and grab followers. This room's successful, folks, not for those reasons. It's successful because we have people here that are actually trying to connect at a deeper level. That's what Jeffrey Gitomer was saying. That's exactly what Paul was just saying, right? Like, so we're here. If you need to lend an ear, or you need an ear to be lent, find someone to your left or to your right. This community is here for you guys. Okay, so let's keep that going. You know, that's why we're here on a Friday night, giving up our free time. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Rex, go ahead. Off to you.
Thank you. I'm going to have to leave in just a few moments, but I wanted first to say that was beautiful, Paul, and it's definitely needed, and it is um, something that we don't hear enough about, especially when it comes to negotiation, whether that's hostage negotiation or business negotiation or families negotiating between each other. From my experience, what I've always maintained is if the other person knows that their interests are in your heart and that you're sincerely, genuinely attempting to side with them, be with them, and do what's in their own best interests, that they will likely provide that back to you. In other words, you give your attention, they'll give your attention back. You give your respect and your love, and they're likely to give their respect and love back. And I would submit that what's going on in this country politically, and I'm not making a political statement, is that people are no longer willing to put people over parties. They're not looking at each other like, how can we uplift each other? How can I help you? How can I help you uh, meet your needs? And how can we build something better together? Instead of being in harmony and of in agreement, in harmony, people are divided and competing and trying to crush each other. So your message, Paul, is so very, very, very needed and necessary, and it should be shouted everywhere, so that people finally get to understand that you don't sell, you create a relationship. And the relationship, if it's enduring and long lasting and has each other's interests in their heart, will endure, and it will be long lasting, and people can together build something greater than they would otherwise. Never think of closing, but think about how you can serve someone else and meet their needs, and you're almost there. So thank you so much for sharing that, Paul. You're a beautiful man, and I appreciate what you do and have done. And with that, I'm Rex. I'm complete, but I'm never done speaking.
Rex, I got to say, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. You touched on a couple of things. And if you don't mind, Dr. Finance, I would love to take a moment just to respond to what Rex said. Do you mind?
Absolutely. Go ahead. Go ahead, Paul.
All right. Rex, you're so right. It is really about servitude and what we bring to the world. Two of the greatest lessons I learned when I first became a cop were these. Number one, we are more similar than we are different. Now, I think we probably all learned that at some point in our lives. However, when you think about it, we are more similar than we are different. When you bring that into whatever negotiation or whatever sales situation that you're involved in, you imagine yourself in the shoes of your client or in the shoes of the person who is looking to have a service provided. Imagine what it's like for them. And when you imagine what it's like for them, you become more compassionate. The second greatest lesson I learned is that you get what you give. If you give respect, honor, appreciation, as Rex said, you're likely to get that in return. It's just this human nature that we have. So imagine yourself in the shoes of your client. What is it that they're looking for? They're not looking for somebody who's going to close them. They're looking for somebody who's going to support them, who's going to guide them into making the best decisions. And if that's not you, that's okay, because they will respect you for what you do and not so much for what you bring. And what I mean by that is that you don't want to bring that close where they feel so disrespected and they have buyer's remorse. Really want to bring something of value to them. And by being that human being, say, how can I help you? Those are the words of a hostage negotiator. How can I help you? You can bring that into your family when somebody is in distress, your child, your spouse, whoever it is. You can say, how can I help you? And just listen. The sales SALES acronym stands for this. S stands for servitude. Go with a mind of service. The A is for asking those open-ended questions. For example, how can I help you? What are you struggling with? What is it that you are worried about? What's your pain point? The L is for listening, truly listening with your heart. Don't listen with the intent to respond. Listen with the intent to understand. Seek first to understand and then to be understood. The E is for empathy. Empathize with whoever it is that you're negotiating with. If it's a client, empathize with their pain points. I get it. I understand what you're trying to do. Let me help you get to where you want to be. So the empathy is truly something amazing. And the S in the sales acronym stands for just summarizing. So if I understand you correctly, Rex, what you were talking about is X, Y, and Z. Then Rex has an opportunity to reply to me, that's it, Paul, or no, I have to clarify this. That's not exactly what I was going for. But that shows that you are interested in your client. And those are the things I wanted to say. And sorry, I took the mic for far too long, Dr. Finance. Over to you.
Thank you, Paul. Excellent, excellent share. Thank you, Rex. Great question and great follow up as well. Thank you, Paul. Great share. All right, so folks, we are learning about how to sell everything, rounding out the bases up. I'm going to keep this room open for probably, let's say, another hour. All right, so I might need another co-host to help out in a little bit. So just let me know if someone might want to take, one of the leaders of the club might want to take over for about a half hour or so.
I'll be
But in
happy
the
to help
meantime,
you.
okay, thank you. Just DM me in the background. Actually, I'm just looking at my DMs right now. I got 100 DMs. How am I going to get through tonight? This is crazy. All right. Well, thank you, folks. Yeah, just let me know in the background. I'm looking for someone to help out. Thank you. I believe that was Annabella. Appreciate you, Annabella. But anyone else want to share that we haven't heard from already? I see Jude. If you're here, flash your mic. I know Jude always has some great points. Let's take it from the top. Mike Alden, if you're here, if you want to add some extra points. Just flash your mic. I'm going to call your name, folks. We got Diamond. We got Mike, Doria, Paul. Flash your mic if you're available. You want to chime in. We got Beverly in the house, Lady Jules, Hurricane, Katsuhiro. So, folks, we have an amazing panel here. Let's get some shares here from you guys. Darlene, Christopher, Cheryl, Fred, Tim, Networker. Flash your mics, guys, if you're here. Mike. All right, Mike. What's your thoughts, Mike, on how to sell everything, and maybe any other thoughts on what we learned tonight or anything around this topic at all? Mike, you've been doing sales for a very long time. You were part of the infomercials with Forbes Riley. You actually sold to people in a very unique way when they weren't even thinking about it. Any extra additional thoughts? Welcome, Mike Alden.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Jeff, touched upon it briefly when he said something to the effect, make a friend and make a sale for life or something along those lines. And for me, really kind of what that means and what he was saying is the rapport building aspect of it. And I think a lot of people and a couple of others were kind of talking about this earlier, going straight to the sale. As salespeople, it's just kind of in us, we want to get that sale, we want to move on, we want to get to the next one. When in fact, I was always taught, spend a little bit extra time with the person who's in front of you rather than trying to get to the next one. Because if you build rapport with that first one, you're more likely to actually develop that rapport, develop that relationship, and ultimately make the sale. So, again, it was touched upon kind of in the periphery tonight a little bit, but really is, kind of what Jeff was saying. You become friends with people. It almost becomes irrelevant what you're selling, because if people trust and like you, they'll essentially buy everything from you. And Cardone also mentioned that earlier as well, because that he said that he sold 89% of the next 10x without even saying who the speaker was. It's because like you said, people trust him, and the rapport building aspect of it is unique and also kind of in a weird way in the world that we're living in. Is people are trying to develop a rapport on social media, which I think is just a whole different animal. Because you're not in the room, you're not able to feel the vibes, you're not able to really, truly look people in the eye. So, but it also can be done. And you see it on LinkedIn all the time where people just go straight. It happens to me all the time. And I want I'll try not to swear, Tony, because I swear a lot. But I just want to tell those guys to pound sand. They just
You're doing
come right.
great, Mike. You're doing great.
Yeah, they they come right at you and just try and try and make that sale, or they want to set an appointment. I'm like, dude, I don't even know who you are. You know what I mean? You're sending me this. You're trying to make that sale. It just doesn't make any sense. So build the rapport. I think again, I'll just reiterate it for like the fifth time is crucial, and it can be done really, really quickly. When a lot of times where you think about, and I think Tim Story would mention this, when you genuinely are interested in what the person has to say, and they know it, and you let them tell their story, then their guard drops down. Then you can, in essence, develop a real relationship with them, and then the sales process just becomes easy. The closing and all that other stuff. You don't need to think about the takeaway close or the Columbo close or all the other stuff that people might have taught you in sales school. Rapport building is really where it's at. Again, I'm Mike Alden. I'm never complete, but I am finished speaking.
Thank you, Mike. No, that was brilliant. And actually, Mike, if you reverse it from the opposite angle, what happens when you don't do all the things you talked about? Like what happens when you're talking to someone, you're trying to sell them from LinkedIn, and you're spamming them with, buy this product or service? What's your thoughts, Mike, when someone sends you an email on LinkedIn and you just connected with them? They just sent you a connect request, and not even 2 seconds later, it's like, hey, I sell this product or service. Why don't you come by it? Here's the link. What's your feeling, Mike? We talked about emotional
Yeah.
intelligence a few weeks ago. What's your
Yeah, I want
feeling
to punch them on the
instantly?
face. I want to punch the guy in the face, if you want to know my feeling, because what they've done effectively is if they've ruined the relationship, right? Because everyone talks about that first impression. So it's a lot harder again to build rapport like that, on LinkedIn. And there's all these different methodologies. People talked about, you can ask a question or you can have a conversation. It's really, really hard to do to build that rapport. So, but to come right out of the gate and just ask for the sale is just an insane idea. Like, I don't know who is teaching this methodology, man. I know a lot of it is people are using VAs in the Philippines or what have you, and so maybe they just don't understand it. But yeah, I think it's ridiculous, and I think it's a waste of everybody's time, and most importantly to the salesperson's time, because I don't know you. The other ones, Tony, too, the ones they just totally unsolicited, they don't follow you, and they're just trying to hit you up, right away. So look, I don't have the answer on how to build rapport online because I just don't. I mean, some people may, but if you can figure that out, at least start that process. And even if it takes a little bit longer, we're so accustomed to, look, I'm a direct response guy. I run ad on television, calls come in, we make a sale, it's almost instant. So I know like that mentality, but the sales cycle just might be a little bit longer than you're used to while you're building that rapport with the person. So those are my thoughts.
Well,
Mike, that was
can I
brilliant.
please add to what he said?
Absolutely, absolutely. So state your name first, though, ma'am. We have a big stage here.
Yes, absolutely. So, hello everyone. My name is Delise, the Marketing Beast. And before I even say anything, just know my sales pitch is Dr. Forbes Riley approved. I am a owner and operator of a private marketing firm, and this is exactly what we do. We help teach entrepreneurs how to build authentic brands and create connection by strategically sharing their stories so that they can connect with their ideal avatar. And so it's similar when it comes to, how to sell everything. It is just the bread and butter. That connection equals cash. You have to be able to create an emotional connection, whether you're doing it in person or whether you're doing it online. And if you are doing it online, you have to be strategic about that because, like he said, I believe his name is Mike, like he said, it is a lot harder to create that connection, and you can make or break with the first word in your message or with the first piece of content that you present. So you have to be very strategic about not only who you're speaking to, but how you're speaking to them. A lot of entrepreneurs make the mistake of creating content for their peers and their colleagues, and they forget that you're supposed to be creating content to attract people who don't know anything about you, and you're supposed to be connecting with where you were, because where you were is where they are now. And where you are now is where they desire to be. So you have to create the emotional connection from where you were, since that's where they are, so that they can trust that you have the ability to take them to where they desire to be. And if you can do that, being authentic And if you can do that, being true and creating that connection, and not only creating it, but nurturing it to create relationships, then you will be able to sell any and everything, because 87% of the reason consumers today buy is through emotion. And not only that, 51% of them will buy new just to know the person and the values behind the brand. So my name is Delise. I'm known as the Marketing Beast, and I am done speaking. Thank you.
Elise,
Wow.
I want to just change it and call you D Nice. That was beautiful. I loved it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delise. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mike. All right, before we go to our next speaker, I want to welcome. We got one of my new good buddies here, Sherry Matthews, in the house. So Sherry, they call her the cancerpreneur, and I just want to honor her for being here. I know she stopped in earlier, and I apologize. I actually met my limit, folks. I don't like to have more than 6 or 7 green beans on the stage. I just want to keep it nice and calm. But everyone on the stage is a superstar, and Sherry was here earlier, so. I want to just honor her for being here, and so Sherry would actually be a perfect person for this topic. She also knows about not just the sales world, the investing world. She's actually very smart across the board with being a successful entrepreneur. You have to have a multitude of skill sets to do the kind of stuff that she did. So, Sherry, if you want to just tell everybody a little about yourself. So, Sherry was the main speaker here probably about a month ago or so, and she's got an incredible story. But we'll love to hear her feedback as well as her thoughts on how to sell everything. So, welcome, Sherry Matthews.
How to sell everything. Love it. Thank you very much. Yes, I am popping in and learning, and what a great room, Dr. Finance and Diamond. Just incredible. Wasn't that cool when Sharon popped in? I love Sharon. I love them all. So, yeah, so I'm a cancerpreneur. I'm a former IBM computer engineering, NASA person, blah, 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 problem solver. But when I was diagnosed with breast cancer, I discovered something really terrible out there, and I fixed it and patented it. And now I help cancer patients recover with more comfort and dignity. That's what I do. So, but this particular subject matter, I'll tell you, I don't know, you expert salespeople, have you heard of the trust method? Mike, I'm curious, and Paul, if you've heard of the trust method. They use it with animals.
I have not.
Oh, you guys would love, or well, everybody would love it. So it's with rescue animals. And this man who's been doing this for 20 years literally works miracles by literally having intention in of his heart to have no harm for the animal that's been rescued. So some of the demonstration is if a person even touched this horse, the skin would just ripple from head to toe like fear. And and he said this is how a lot of people approach people as they come in, like, like I always think of a fire hydrant. Wham, this is my message, this is who I am, learn who I am, push push push, right? Well, the trust method is literally this man will stand by this very frightened horse, and the horse would then learn the safety bubble, if you will. And he got terrified animals to literally lay down on his lap like a horse that was just completely terrified. How does that work with sales? I believe you have to create a trust bubble. That's the relationship you're talking about. But even more, when I was teaching children, create a yes in the mind. Soon as the gate opens, whoosh, like the garden, then you walk in and you have something to play with. But if you do not create that yes, meaning they've engaged with you, okay, usually by guided questions, asking curious questions about them first. If you don't get that yes, you're just that fire hydrant blasting away. And it's the same thing that would go up to an animal or a horse and just start flapping your arms all over the place and screaming at the horse. It's going to run away. It's just going to run away. So the trust method would be great for the experts in here. It's just interesting, but you can correlate it to people, approaching people. And I had a lot of children that were very underserved children, very frightened children. And I would emit like in my intention of my heart, I'm here to support you. And it was literally like electromagnetic pull. They would find you and hang on to your leg. So I just wanted to share that. It's a little bit different, but it even works with animals. If you have a pure intention to help and give value and wait for the yes, then you have engagement and you're no longer just blasting it away. So thank you, Sherry Matthews from Austin, Texas, and thank you very kindly, Dr. Finance, for having me up here.
Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate that. Sherry, that was an incredible share. And you're always adding incredible value. So appreciate that so much. By the way, Sherry, this shows how much I treasure Sherry's opinion. So Sherry and I were discussing one day for about probably an hour or so, just different tactics and strategies. And she kept talking about simplification. So Sherry, you don't have to look at it now, but I got the link up top. Okay, I just created a trailer for my first book, consolidated tons of knowledge into 2.5 minutes. I even have a mini trailer. I got it done in 45 seconds, but this one's better though. I've heard several opinions so far. The longer one's better. 2.5 minutes. Love to hear your thoughts. We could talk about this offline too, but there's the link at the top, and I got two more, trailers lined up for the next two books. But just thoughts on that simplification can always, and obviously I'm in the book space, but it doesn't have to be this product. It could be any products. You want to
Yeah.
sell. If you're in a restaurant, you got to sell a simple menu, right? Sometimes. What do you think, Sherry?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to create, in my opinion, you have to create images and storyline in the minds of the listener. And, you're really only able, honestly, because you have so much knowledge. I guess what I was suggesting was put it in bite size where I can take and apply immediately. So I cannot even wait to see this link. And what even Einstein, he's not really that wrong that often, but he said if you can't teach, your business to what is it, a sixth grader, then you don't even understand your own business. So you must be able to be a master teacher. You have to take complex and put it into keywords and put it into picture form and let that person participate with the conversation. So I cannot wait, and congratulations for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate you and all that you do. So, folks, we are due for a quick reset. Then I'd like to hear from Pete Cohen. If Pete's there, flash him like Pete. We'll be Pete's got some amazing shares as well on this topic. But let's do a quick reset because we have a lot of folks just walking in, have no idea what kind of incredible room they just walked into. So it's the Finance Club, folks. Hit that greenhouse at the top if you haven't already. Definitely give it a follow. We just passed the 15,000 mark in members. How to sell everything. We had a sales masterclass who won the Sales Legends, a Hall of Fame speaker, folks. Only about 170 of them alive, and he was about the seventh or eighth that came through our room so far. But he's a sales legend because he sold millions of copies of a book. Not just the millions of copies. Forget that. Like Grant Cardone came in. He read Jeffrey's book. Like he is the mentor to. Let me give you an example. Joe Soto, who's the mentor of Ty Lopez, right? So everyone in sales has read Jeffrey Gitomer's book, right? Sharon Lecter was on stage today. She knows Jeffrey. Everybody, they're all good friends. Jeffrey has been doing this for a long time. 5 times New York Times bestselling author, right? And every one of his books are sales legends. So that's who was here. We had Tim Story stop by, who's been on Oprah 38 times. He's pretty much best friends with Oprah. He's a celebrity mentor. We had Grant Cardone popped in. Then Sharon Lecter, and then just amazing other influencers of all sorts. And we just had a great discussion on how to sell everything. So that's where we're at, folks. If you can, give a follow for those that you resonate with on stage. And also I want to know what you guys are up to. Let us know in the chat where you're from. Is there anybody in here in Antarctica? I need to know. I need to find someone in Antarctica. We talked about this earlier. We're joking, but yet serious. If you look at Jeffrey's profile, it says spoke on 6 continents. I can't tell you how many people say that. That's Hall of Fame speakers. Dan Clark too. So the joke was, if we can find one person in Antarctica to come on Clubhouse, we can all say that we spoke on seven different continents, because really this is a global stage. So if you're from Antarctica, let us know where you're from in the chats. What you thought of tonight? What's your thoughts of how to sell everything? And yeah, absolutely. So And give it a share. I want to thank the action takers. We got 216 shares. Can we get 225? Dr. Aziza has shared. Thank you, Dr. Aziza. She says, heart-touching insights, very practical and important message to influence and inspire through your work. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Michael Yap, for sharing. Paul Nadeau, thank you for sharing. Michael Fedek for sharing. Dr. Renee, Allison, Diane, Heidi for sharing. All right, folks. So can we get 225? We also got Pete Cohen shared. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate that. On the way there. Matter of fact, let's hear it all for Pete. Pete, love to hear your thoughts on the incredible topic, how to sell everything. And also, if you want to give a little introduction as well. Welcome, Pete Cohen.
Well, look, what can I say? It's 10 to 5 here in the United Kingdom. And guys, can we seriously give it up for Dr. Finance? I feel like I've seriously missed out, you know. And what I realize is just how everything is all connected. You know, when you just said what you said about the book and the speakers, the people that have come in the room today, it's just crazy to me. You know, Sharon Lecter just came in. I mean, I've met Sharon a few times. The impact that woman has had on my life, the fact that she basically brought one of the greatest pieces of work to life, which is Outwitting the Devil, which was a book by Napoleon Hill, which almost never got published because Napoleon Hill's wife didn't want that book to go out, but mainly because of the title and mainly because of the abuse that Napoleon Hill had suffered from even writing the book Think and Grow Rich, when he was talking about things that, you know, he was speaking against a number of different things or giving a different perspective. And I just really appreciate you, Dr. Finance, because you selflessly create a space, you bring people to people. And the only thing you can't do is you can't do it for us. You know, we still, all of us as individuals, we have to do the work. And I just woke up. I was in another room. You pinged me in. I was just waiting just for that conversation to end, and you know I was ready to come in here. And I just want to thank you. And in the title of the room, first off, you know, the lady that just spoke before. Um, I'm not sure if she's still here, but I wrote down what she said about a lot of us put content out that is for our peers. If you want to put content out that's to attract people who don't know you, that's an art, that's a science. That's where you have to become a creator. You know, how many of us in this room put content out? If you put content out, then you're a content creator. But it's really just about how creative can you be with your content? Because if you're not creative with it, forget it. Honestly, you might as well walk away, because there's never been more people than there are now who are making videos, podcasts, clubhouse rooms. If you don't know who you are, you don't know what you stand for, good luck in standing out. And no one knows this any better than me, because a number of years ago, you know, I could do anything. I was on TV. I've written books published by the biggest publishing houses in the world. But this is like 20 years ago, you know, and it was easy. Everything was easy. I didn't think about any of this stuff. But then all of a sudden, I wasn't flavor of the month anymore. You know, TV didn't want me like it did before. The magazines and the radio, all of that stuff, it kind of disappeared. And then I had to reinvent myself. And then to reinvent myself, I had to learn a whole lot of things that I didn't know about. And that was unfamiliar and it was unknown. And it was very easy to walk away from that. But I couldn't walk away from that because my message is too important. So I just had to learn stuff, step into a world of uncertainty, unfamiliarity, but I've never stopped building connections. And I just want to say this, right? When you say how to sell everything, one of the best ways to sell everything is to sell other people. You know, the greatest selling is when you're not selling anything. People are selling you because they love you, they like you, they know who you are, they know what you stand for. And that's called, some people call it edification. For me, it's the most obvious thing. It's not something I do because I want to do it because I want to be known. It's just literally, you know, I can't even believe I'm not following you, Dr. Finance. I've just clicked on your face. I thought, I'm not even following you. So I've just started following you. And if there are people in this room who want financial education, then there's a few people on Clubhouse that I would say, go and listen to what these people have to say. And Dr. Finance, you are most definitely one of those people, not just because of what you say and your own experience, but the people you keep bringing to the table. You keep exposing people to us that if we went to go and listen to some of these, like Tim's story, if you had an audience with Tim's story, you're going to have to pay a lot of money. But what we're now doing is we're paying with our attention. And I would just like to ask you this question, please, Dr. Finance. What can, apart from sharing the room, what can every single one of us in this room do for you? And that's my question. Back to you.
Pete, that's incredible share. By the way, Pete, we were following each other, definitely. I have two accounts here. I think you were talking about my business account, so you're probably not on the business account, but yeah, we definitely been following each other for a while. But yeah,
Yeah,
appreciate you,
you're
man.
right. I'm sorry, I just saw that. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, but thank you, Pete. Appreciate the kind gesture. For me, you know, I'm a service person. I see it as friendship, right? This is everything we talked about earlier. Really coming full circle. This is how I live my life. Like I I like Diamond. I like to talk to Diamond offline and hang out and learn from Diamond as a friend. I like Mike Alden. It's the same thing. We have conversations, me and Mike offline for an hour. Doria Cordova and Sherry and everyone else that has been through this stage, like superstars, like tomorrow. So Jeffrey Gitmer and I, we're probably going to talk for about an hour. Okay, we're going to plan on how he's going to come visit me in Philly because he loves Philly, and how I'm going to take him out to a deli because he loves delis here in Philly. He's an old school Philly guy. That's what he does. He loves it. As he says, he bleeds green. And I like his message. I like I appreciate his knowledge base, but I like his heart. I go for that first. Just like he was saying, I'm not interested in can I make a dollar first. It's can we be friends first? Because you can make a dollar with anybody, but there's a lot of risk to that. But if you can find great people to lock arms with, that will support you and you can support them, the money will come later. That's a fact, right? Especially if you got the right people. So it's can you be friends with this person? Can you see yourself wanting to be around this person for a long time? I always wrote about the individual. There was a whole chapter in my third book, The Survival of the Richest, about the forgotten individual. And in finance they forgot about the individual. That's how I came up with all the conclusions. In biology, I even argue in the third book, they forgot about the individual too. That's a whole nother conversation. Most people forget about the individual, not themselves. I'm talking about other individuals, not just groups of people, one by one. Mike Alden, the person. Doria Cordova, the person. Sherry Matthews, the person. Pete Cohen, the person. Looking at the person next to you and saying, how can I help you? How can I be a better friend to you? Right? Like as the old cliche goes, if you want to be a friend, you want to get a friend, you got to be a friend, right? That's it. That's my ask. But really, um, I just want to keep the community together. And if I can help someone else out, I'm looking at expanding this group. I want to be the next. I want to have Oprah here and her saying the same stuff that a lot of people say on this stage. That this is a great community. That's where I'm going. So, Pete, if you guys can grab the mic for just 2 minutes, I got to just step off for a second. I'll be right back. Thank you, guys.
Hey, no worries. Yeah, I mean, look, for those of you that don't know who I am, in fact, let me not even tell you who I am. Let's tell me who I'm becoming, because that's what all I'm interested in. I think our past is such a wonderful thing to discover, but what better thing to discover who we want to become? And some of you know this story. It was interesting just hearing someone's a cancer years ago. Many of you know the story, have heard me speak, but there's an update to the story. So 12 years ago, my wife was given 18 months to live with a very aggressive brain tumor. And I've told this story so many times, but I never get bored of telling the story because it always reminds me of the power of the future. What my parents told me, which is it's not what you know, it's who you know. And now how we can help and support other people. That's what Dr. Martin Luther King said. The most important question we should be asking each other is, what can we do for you? How can we help you? What do you need? So I found a treatment called Dr. Brzezinski. Huge amounts of controversy about him. There's a documentary that I watched. I got to know the director of the film, the maker of the film, and we took a chance. And we the treatment cost us $250,000, saved her life. Happily ever after. Well, we did. We got married, and then in November last year, she had a massive turn, a massive seizure again, and things got progressively worse. And in April, she was given 6 months of dying. Begin to tell you what I was seeing in front of me. We didn't have our affairs in order. That was one of the first things I had to do. Thought that sort of thing was really going to happen. She lost her right side. She wasn't able to move. She wasn't able to walk. And I was literally couldn't sleep, as I'm sure you can imagine. But at the same time, I was looking for what else can we do, because there was nothing they would do here. No surgery, no radiotherapy. They just wouldn't do it. And chemotherapy just is not effective for this type of brain tumor. We couldn't go back to America because of another decision that we had made, that many people have made across the world, to wouldn't allow us to step back into the country at this moment in time. But then I found a treatment in Germany, and we've been going to Germany. And what I've seen with my wife is nothing short of a miracle. The turnaround. If it's like, I don't know how many of you have seen a miracle. I mean, I see this miracle was the biggest I've ever seen. And the reason I'm telling you this is because miracles happen, great things happen, but we need to be open to the possibilities that exist for all of us. And what we hear when people talk and share their knowledge and wisdom, that it often translates to us as individuals stepping into the unknown, stepping into the unfamiliar, doing something maybe we haven't done before. And the body doesn't like that. Our body, which I believe is the unconscious mind, if the body doesn't feel something, if the body feels uncomfortable or feels pain or feels frustration or even perceived pain, that's why most people don't exercise, because the body doesn't like the way it makes them feel, even by thinking about it. And what I believe is one of the greatest things we all need to do as individuals is to learn how to think greater than we feel. How many people are there in the world right now who are thinking about doing something? Oh, I think about getting out of bed, thinking about exercising, thinking about phoning someone up, thinking about, reading that book. But you know what? They don't feel like it. And because they don't feel like it, they won't do it. And with all of this knowledge and wisdom that we're all being given by these incredible, that you see on this stage, there's one thing they can't do: to reinvent yourself, which is what I'm seeing more and more. People who are going, you know what, I've had enough of this. I'm changing. I'm going to be the change. I'm going to start with, but stand on this. I mentioned this in a previous room. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Some of you know Rob Moore. I've known Rob Moore for 20 years. We made a TV program together many years ago. We've been friends ever since. When he was on Clubhouse, I kind of followed him. He'd invite me on stage, which is such a wonderful honor. When Dr. Finance invites me onto stage, I mean, that's someone inviting you to speak. And I'm very grateful to that. Rob introduced me to Matt Fidesz, who was on Clubhouse a lot at the beginning. I know, Diamond, you've heard Matt Fidesz speak. Matt was Michael Jackson's bodyguard for 10 years. And I've got to know Matt so well. I was supposed to be at an event with him today in London. I know that if Michael Jackson was still alive, I probably would have met Michael Jackson by now. Now, Michael's not here anymore. His music is. But we still have this opportunity with this great app called Clubhouse. And it's people like Dr. Finance that have stayed, and people like Diamond, and many other people who have stayed, like me, have stayed on this app when many people have come and gone. Builders. We're business people, but we know that it's about seeking service over self. Ian Hill said, the era of the go-getter is gone. It's gone. It's gone. Go-getters, they don't stick around too long. Go-givers, whoa. If you're in the go-giving business, flash your mic, give a gift, share the room, because it's the go-givers that we do what we do because giving is receiving. I don't care. I don't want anything back from anyone in this room. I'm just giving because it feels good. It feels good for me. And I appreciate you. I think you're back in the room, Dr. Finance. Big shout out to you. And the next time I come over to Philly, I'm coming over to your town and we got to get ourselves a cup of coffee.
Ha! Thank you, Pete. Appreciate that. Absolutely, we'll grab a coffee for sure. More than that, we'll get some lunch and dinner. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate that share and appreciate you stepping in. I had someone at the door, so it's kind of tricky to run this room for so many hours, but that's why we have amazing panel. We got amazing group of Gold Badge Mod Squad here to support, and so Pete, that's an incredible story, And by the way, I would have loved to meet Michael Jackson. I could ask him the question I ask a lot of superstars these days. I say, if the next Michael Jackson was standing on the corner, right, and he didn't have a connection to get to the top, would he still be there? And love to hear your thoughts on that. I asked Bob Bodine, who's actually one of the top sports executives in the world. He's the guy who got the NFL commissioner job and the baseball commissioner job, etc. He should be on this on our show next week, actually, if I can finalize that. But he was on the podcast for 3.5 hours last week, broke the record, and he said, absolutely not. Everyone needs bridges, and that was the section in his book. He actually wrote a book called The Power of Who, and it was called Everyone Needs Bridges. So, your thoughts on that, Pete? Or about that particular topic, or again, how to sell everything. So,
Well,
Pete,
look,
I see you
you look.
flashing.
Thank you. You look at anybody who's had success, right? You're like me. You're just curious. How's this connected to this? And Michael Jack. By the way, if Michael Jackson was still alive, we would have got him on Clubhouse. There's no question about that. And that just to me just says one thing: possibility. Michael Jackson would not have been Michael Jackson without Quincy Jones, right? Everyone knows that. In fact, Will Smith would not have been Will Smith on air if it hadn't have been for Quincy Jones. And you just see this happens all the time, that people lift other people up. And you see that a lot of us get to the point in our lives, one thing, it's about giving something back. It's about connecting people. For me, is just the magic of life. I just what's the point of life if you're not connecting things to things that make things better? That's how nature works. And men have a big, I say men, probably that's probably a good way rather than saying people, because I think men screw it up because men have basically been running the world for years, and look at the state of the world. But that's another conversation, that because there's this greed, and rather than creating something to give it to give it more life, to pass it on. And the man behind Michael Jackson, there's probably a few people, but one of them was definitely Quincy Jones. And like I said, with Will Smith, exactly the same thing. It's a fascinating conversation. Maybe we some time about the power of connection and building connection selflessly. So yeah, thank you for that. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
thank you, Pete. And actually, just to add to that, I mean, this. So there's only a few really big stages on Clubhouse that still do anything similar to what we're doing here, and I mean, the amount of connections that we've made on here is absolutely incredible. Actually, I just see my buddy Vince Cesari just came in. Vince, I know you're a little shy, but if you want to come on up, I'm going to invite you to speak. Vince is one of the top martial artists in the world. He was a top speaker. Talk about connections. So tonight we connected Tim Story. This guy is like best friends with Oprah, with Jeffrey Gitomer, the legend of sales, on stage. Okay, and I talk about bridge. So think about how you can serve. This is a case study. Okay, this is not me being arrogant or anything. It's just a case study. You can dissect that moment where who knows, as Tim Story says, you never know who the next. He said this twice. He's been on stage twice here in this club so far, and both times he said you never know who's going to be the next superstar. Right? He experienced this so many times. He's the celebrity mentor, and now you got this a wonderful connection happen on stage, and who knows where this can go. You got Tim's going to be one of the biggest superstars for airports. He's got his own TV show now, the first before Oprah, right? Like, who knows if Jeffrey and them they all connect and do something amazing, sell something crazy in airports from this connection that we can't even think of right now. That's the bridge right there, the bridge that Bob Bodine I was mentioned earlier was talking about. And it doesn't have to be someone at a higher level bringing someone across the bridge. Sometimes it could be like I'm not at that level, but I connected them, so I was their bridge. Even though from the scale of influence, you can say they have more. You never know. It could be the mailman, the mailwoman, the waitress can be that bridge to someone to get to where they want to be. So you don't discount anyone from any occupation or social status, folks. Anyone can be your bridge to get you where you need to be in life. Pete or Sherry, I saw you flashing thoughts on that.
I mean, what can you say? I mean, it's just poetry in motion. You're just like me. It's just like Vince came in, and I've just started following Vince. Whether Vince comes up on the stage or not, I don't care. You just said enough for me to go, I want to follow this guy, you know? And the fact that we have this opportunity to connect for a lot of people, because it means the game isn't about you, it's about what you can do for others. And I just appreciate that. I love these conversations, and I'm excited to think, well, who else can I meet? I saw Jude just on Flash there. I've heard this stage.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be quiet now, and I'm sure there are some other people here that to speak. But Dr. Finance, once again, I appreciate you. 590 comments. That's pretty powerful, my friend. Let's make history.
Yeah, Dr. Finance, it is Jude. And Pete, I enjoyed you so much. And Dr. Finance, you're not going to want to hear this, and I'm well aware of it, but I'm going to say it anyway because I've gotten to know you so well. You do bring phenomenal people on this stage. There's no two ways about it. You have since the beginning, and it's such a room about community, and it's not controversial, and it's not promotional, and it's not a lot of other things. But what it is strong community. And I think, Dr. Finance, that sometimes all of us take our, what I call IQG, I'm with Einstein on this, innate quality and genius for granted. Einstein believed everybody had genius. And I've asked this question of every famous celebrity I've ever interviewed on television or for associations or high level CEOs. I ask this question all the time. What is your genius? And I do believe, Dr. Finance, yes, your guests are very interesting people and successful people, and we enjoy learning from them. But I think, Dr. Finance, that you have this very special gift, and many hosts do not have it. I mean, I'm known as a really good interviewer on Clubhouse, and I am. That's one of my skills. I'm a professional television interviewer and TV newscaster. All those things that I've done in my career have made me a very good interviewer because I'm an excellent listener, which goes along with sales. And I do know these things about myself, but you have this wonderful gift, Dr. Finance, of making everyone who comes on your stage so welcomed. I feel as though I am in your home at a party with you in your home. And as a good host will do, you're running the show. You want to make sure the food's all right and that everybody's, has what they need. But what we do as a great host, you say, oh, Dr. Fernance, you just have to meet Diamond. Or you just have to meet Mike Alden. I don't know if Mike's still on stage or not, but I've interviewed Mike too, and I agreed with so much of what he said about the relationship. But I think that, Dr. Finance, that one of the reasons that this room is so successful is that you make everyone feel so valued. And as whether you're a coach for all of us, because there are a lot of coaches on here, or we're advisors, I just find that when people feel heard, when they are acknowledged, that builds a community and a rapport and a trust that no matter how many words you say, will build. And I don't really know anything about sales, by the way. I don't know about closes or scripts or cold calls or any of these things. And I helped a company who had a $16 million product and they couldn't sell it. And they did a competitive analysis, and this is really important for any of us in sales or people who that's what your main role is sales. They had their sales team out there. They could get in front of the clients with this $16 million tech product. And even though it was priced the same as a competition, and the service was the same, they couldn't make the sales. So they did a competitive analysis and found out it wasn't the product, it wasn't the price, it was the presenters. And the presenters didn't have many of the gifts that those of you on stage have. We have the ability to connect, we have the ability to listen, and we have the ability to people move forward. And for me, someone said to me, I said I was coaching a salesperson in real estate, high level, and I said, I really don't know anything about sales. I don't know why you've come to me. She said, you're selling all the time, and I said, what does that mean? She said, because if you get on a stage, this is what's so important to me for everyone, that you don't have to say what it is you do. People see it, they feel it. And she said, when you talk or I hear you standing up in a meeting, she said, I want to do that. And she said, but you don't sell it. So I really don't understand sales, and yet I can help people sell. So I know it's kind of contradictory, but I think just being what you know, we're all so much more alike. Someone else mentioned that earlier tonight on stage. And I remember being with a client when I was doing public relations before I went on television. And we were in a prison to speak to women who were incarcerated. And when we left, it was a reporter. She was doing a story. And when we left, she said, you know, we're so much more alike, except by the choices that we made, than we are different. And so I feel, Dr. Finance, that's one of your gifts. That's why we all come back on Friday night. And sometimes I don't get to stay the whole time, but I always, wherever I am, if I can possibly be with you, yes, I like your guest, but it's being with you. That's the part that I like best. So thank you, Dr. Finance. Back to you from Jude.
Jude, thank you so much. First of all, hats off to you. Jude, you're also very humble. You're a great interviewer. And Regis Philbin, come on, like you having him as a mentor, like you know, you you've interviewed some of the greatest people out there. So and coming from you, I don't take that compliment lightly. That's an extremely big compliment, and I appreciate that. And it all ties back to sales. Like, you know, these are the same skill sets you can use to sell people stuff. But if you sell from the point of service, as Jeffrey Gitomer said, how I know I don't see it as selling. He said I see it as, if I can believe to myself that I'm going to make their life better, then this is not selling, right? So it's the same thing with serving people in any capacity. So thank you, Jude. I appreciate that share, and love to hear. Go ahead, Jude. I'm sorry.
Much. Anyway, I just
Oh,
appreciate you, Dr. Finance, and we all do. And I know that, you know, people flash mics and they do all these things, but we all do. And I just you just make everybody so welcome, and I do feel that's one of your gifts. And so thank you. And Pete, I enjoyed getting to know you. I appreciated your comment that you just sent too. Thank you. Did Mike still stay on the stage or not? Because Mike I've interviewed too, and he's so right. That rapport building, you know what I've learned about human nature, and it doesn't matter whether you're running a company, you're the CEO, and 10,000 people do what you want them to do, or you're a star. I mean, even some of the greatest stars. I read a biography about the making of On Golden Pond. It was near the last films. I think it might have been Henry Fonda's last film, and maybe it wasn't Katharine Hepburn's last, but it was near the end for both of them of their careers. And the director, I don't remember now who directed, maybe Barry Levinson, but I read the story on the making of that film, and they said that when these two stars, now these are major Academy Award winning, household name, iconic stars that are still revered to this day and looked up to, and people cite their examples of their great acting skills, their talents, who they were. These two stars would go up to the director after a take and say, "How was I? Was I okay? Did that work? Was it all right?" And I thought, wow, if you can be that humble and still want to keep learning about, was that all right? We all want to be appreciated, acknowledged, and recognized. And I think that's the greatest gift we can give anyone. Sales in our personal lives, our friends, our families. That's the greatest gift. That's it from Jude.
thank you, Jude. Appreciate that excellent share. All right, folks. Speaking of sharing, I'm going to keep the room open for about another half hour, and then I think I did my justice tonight. So, with that said, I'd like to thank those who have shared so far, the action takers. Thank you, Ursula, Heidi, Grandma Sherry, Khalil, Queen, Farah, Amir, Sherry Matthews, Dylan, Mike Alden, Pete Cohen, Dr. Aziz. Folks, we got 227 shares. Can we get 250? Folks, 250 shares. Very easy to do. All you got to do is hit that little box at the bottom with the arrow pointing up. And that's it. And it goes from 225 and we'll get to 250 real easy. Oh, we got 228 already. We got Michelle Patch has shared. Thank you, Michelle. Ursula shared and Heidi shared. All right, so that's great. As we're working our way up to 250, and by the way, thank you, Angela, for sharing. And Consuelo's here. Thank you, Consuelo. And I'm actually getting to see who is active. It's incredible. Thank you for the action takers. I love to hear at least from as many people as possible before we close the stage tonight. So if you haven't spoken already, just come on out and just say hi. Love to hear your thoughts on the topic, maybe something you learned. Try to keep it about a minute each, folks, so we can get as many people to share as possible. I see Angela's here, Michelle, Khalil, Troy's here. Welcome, Troy. Troy, that's wow. Troy, I haven't seen you in a while. Appreciate you. Troy was part of the original community that this club began with. So thank you, Troy. Thank you, Elena, for being here, and Sharon, Frank, Pauline, Dr. Aziza, Blake, Michael is here. Mike. Oh, and Michael Fedek, love to hear you share if you're here, Mike. flash your mic. I know you're doing some amazing things up in Canada. So welcome, Benita and Mike. I believe I'm saying it right. Welcome. Okay, there he goes, Michael. I want to say hi to Mike real quick. Michael, how are you, sir? Michael
Hey,
first.
good. You know, my mom's a little bit better. I flew back to Toronto to go to TIFF to a market screening of a film I'm an executive producer on, luckily, and it went well. And just hanging out in Toronto, but I'm still praying for my mom to, of course, have a better recovery. Criticizing my brothers because I haven't heard a call from them to talk to my mom, and I don't know when she's awake or not, so I'm kind of waiting for them. I asked them to call me so I can call her when she's awake, but now I'll probably be more aggressive and start calling to, no matter what time it is, to try to see her, or, so or like at least she can hear me. And so, yeah, no, I always love coming to your room. I love the space here. Sort of, there's a background noise, uh, but yeah, I love, this in terms of your mood to elevate our learning. And on an energetic level, there's so many wonderful people. It's like I feel, what the heck am I doing on the stage with all of you guys? But like I'm so honored and learning, and it's very uplifting that way. I'd love to be, I would say, aspire to be as successful as many of the people on this stage. That's for sure, in my own way. However that looks like, success to me is fulfilling dreams that can come as money, but it's more of, achievements and what you want to do in your life and being happy. And one thing I really learned here and from some other people is in Clubhouse is to, and from people in this room really, is to really manage your emotions so you're not triggered. That's a big takeaway I've got from that room. So it's not really just about money, although that helps too. you know. So Dr. Finance is an expert professor, and that's thanks. I don't want to keep blabbing on, but I love coming to this room. Thank you, Dr. Finance, and everyone. Peace and love to everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. And folks, if you can just send some love and cheer out to Michael into the chats or on stage if you're on stage. Michael is going through some stuff. A lot of us are. Michael's going through some intense stuff. So, Michael, my heart goes out to you. And by the way, are you in? I believe the Toronto Film Festival is happening right now.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
is that correct? And
Yeah, I came down here for a meeting. We had a market screening for buyers and distributors, and that was very good. And so I came out here to support the team, and it was mainly executive producers from our team and the director. And it was good to meet a lot of them. Our team was like spread out all over North America, so some of us had not met each other. So, but we had contributed to this film. So yeah, it's great.
Michael, that's incredible. I'm actually involved with as an executive producer to a film. I'll tell you guys about it as we get closer, maybe another month or two. But it's going to be huge if it works out. And from my understanding, the Toronto Film Festival is like the second largest in the world, and it's going on right now. So there's a lot of activity in that part of the world in the realm of filming and acting. Is that right, Michael?
Yeah, it's in the top 10, probably number three. But yeah, it's way up there. So congratulations. And if there's anything I can do to help anyone, I mean, not that I don't know anything, but like whatever I do know, like more than happy to have a conversation and help you. And, you know, that's what I love about this room too. So yeah, and congratulations, Dr. Finance, and all your success because wow, you're like blowing people away here with your guests, the quality of people, and just what you're doing. It's working.
Thank you, Michael. And the goal is to uplift all you guys. So let me ask you a question, Michael. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I know you're an amazing contributor and leader to this community. Do you feel that what I'm doing here, and I love to hear everyone's thoughts on this, but we're going to go round robin here as we get to listen to everyone's thoughts. Do you feel what's going on here, what I'm doing here? Am I building your life up? Is it helping? Is the knowledge, the experience that you're getting on stage, is this improving your life? I will love some feedback so I can know how to tailor which direction I'm bringing this. So,
Oh,
Michael, your thoughts?
absolutely. absolutely. I think
And I'm not fishing
you
for
see
compliments
the
either, Michael. So I mean, give it for real. I'm
no,
serious.
no,
Yeah.
no, no, absolutely. Like, you bring it from the heart. You might be Dr. Finance, but it would be more be you should be called like Dr. Authentic, and you're bringing it from the heart. You're uplifting people's energy. Yes, you talk about people, like a lot of the people who come in are at this high level, but you bring it to a human uplifting level. So yeah, what you're doing is working. I mean, I get mad at myself, even though it was really late today that I joined, but I still joined, and I'm so happy I came in. I thought, oh, it might be over, but it's still going on. So yeah, what you're doing is totally uplifting me, and I believe everyone in the community. And I don't just say that for me. I look at all the wonderful, accomplished people like Jude, who just spoke, and others like Pete. And would have loved to have heard Tim. And these kind of quality people, they're coming back and back to this room. So you're definitely, doing something that's just incredibly amazing, I would say.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. And I just want to interject real quick, folks. Here's a lesson, if I can offer another lesson for you folks. You see what I just did? I asked Michael for feedback, and anyone else on stage, I welcome and encourage the feedback. But I want you to think at a deeper level what's going on here. I'm not just asking for feedback. I'm going to listen to his feedback. My ears go up. I'm hanging on every word he says, even if it's bad. And it might hurt the ego, but I got to hear it. So, why is this important? If you own a business, let's say you own a restaurant. I love using restaurants as examples, they're very easy. And I hope you don't mind my voice. I've been speaking for about 5.5 hours. But if you walk in a restaurant, you own a restaurant, someone walks in, a customer, and they tell you, this food is lousy. Okay, yeah, you hurt their feeling. They might hurt your feelings, and that's not helpful though. But if they tell you it's lousy and they tell you why, which can help you to improve, they actually made you money because you can. If 10 people tell you the same thing, you have an issue you need to deal with, which can instantly start saving you customers and making you profit. When you listen for feedback, you ask feedback and you take the feedback, and it's what you do with that that can transform any industry you're in and improve your life. So it's extremely important to ask for feedback. Michael just gave me invaluable information, and I'm trusting that it was correct. Now, I know the bad parts. I see that sometimes, but I take this information, good and bad, and I keep trying to tailor it to serve better. And it doesn't have to be for the stage. It can apply to any product or service. You can take, Tracy, for example. Tracy's one of the best florists in Toronto. So, talking about Toronto, she was just here a few moments ago. Tracy sells flowers. What's that got to do with me? Nothing. But she has a product. It's flowers. You can take that. It doesn't matter if it's flowers or if it's anything. Like Sherry sells. She has a few businesses, but one of the businesses she's working on right now is her cancerpreneur business. Completely different in flowers, but the idea is still the same. She's going to rely on feedback to tailor to ensure that her products or services are making sense and are going to make profit, right? That is the huge lesson there. It's a huge lesson. Feedback can be invaluable. So thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Love to hear from. I saw some other mic flashes. Just jump on in, folks. We got about another half hour, so you haven't
Hi
spoken.
everyone.
I'll keep it open. Go ahead, Dr. Aziza.
Hi. Good afternoon from Singapore. Really wonderful to have all these sharings. Dr. Finance is really touching the core. I'm saying that everybody in this room have been doing amazing. Shout out to Dame Doria. I think she just left the room. But nonetheless, I'm just enjoying this space so much. When you talk about being authentic, and that actually draws people to you. When all of you were talking about these conversations, it reminded me of a call I had yesterday with one of our friends I met last 2 weeks ago in a conference, and he is a Welby. I just messaged you, Dr. Finance, in your private group, and guess what? Welby was the creative director for Michael Jackson's One Show. So talk about all these coincidences, and I had a very interesting experience with him on authenticity. When I got on a call with him, we met in the event, and yesterday when I had the call with him, he was like asking me about me, and I was like just talking, and then once I got to a stage, I said that, hey, he's taking everything from me. And he was so genuine in wanting to know who I was. And then I really didn't know his background till the moment that I really did a research on him. And I was like so inspired by what he do and what he did. If you heard me right, is he was so interested in knowing who I am. And that opened me up. And later on, when I found out about him, it really connected us to another deep level. And guess what? Now the conversation's taken on a new phase, that he's written books and he's been into, he loved our concept of conscious leadership that we are doing from, for global business owners to come together. And he's so exciting. So this really is about building relationships, coming back to the topic that we're talking into today. How can we build powerful relationships even before we sell anything? So, and when we build that relationship, I feel that anything that we are out to sell will be sold by itself. There's no need to push and shove to get things out. And so thank you so much, Dr. Finance. I would love you to have him on your platform. I would love to connect you with him. I've just sent you an SMS on that, on WhatsApp on that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aziza. Yeah, I will absolutely take a look at it tomorrow. I think I reached my maximum capacity of thought for tonight. And as far as that's concerned, I got 100. I'm staring at 100 plus DMs in my inbox, which it's going to be fun tomorrow. So, but yeah, I'm definitely going to keep that in mind. Thank you, Dr. Aziza, and appreciate your share, appreciate your support here, and thank you for all you're doing on Clubhouse as well. Love to get a few, I see a few more folks would like to share. We got Nathaniel Woods is here. So Nathaniel also doing incredible stuff. Welcome, Nathaniel. And maybe let's try to keep it about a minute or so max, because I want to get as many people to share before we close the room out tonight. You guys have been so patient on stage. I know we had a lot of diversions tonight. Grant came in, and the room kind of went different directions, and that's the art of hosting stages. I got to be able to adapt to the moment. And so, with that said, many of you may not have gotten a chance to ask your questions or whatnot, but that's why, you hear me still running the room 5.5 plus 6 hours later. I want to make sure I get at least as many people to speak as possible. So, Nathaniel, the floor is yours.
Dr. Finance, thank you. I'm impressed. I think your vocal cords are getting stronger. Um, I couldn't do it. Thank you. And your heart is getting stronger, clearly, because people keep coming back and people can feel it. So I just wanted to offer quickly from my 4 years of doing, being a communicator with high ticket sales, just some actionable, real time uh, things that you can employ and implement right now that I have found to diffuse what people could typically call being seen as like a pushy salesperson, because that just it's inauthentic at its core, and it's one-sided. So um, the number one thing I think that in high ticket sales, and being a good, I call them a permission based communicator, is simply to detach yourself. I mean, this is so easy, but I for some it's very hard to do. So I invite you to consider trying this with your own communication, and that is to detach yourself from any outcome completely, like truthfully, detach yourself from the outcome of making a sale or one of my old mentors called it when people are attached to the sale, they have like a and let's say they're commission based, they have commission breath, and like every time they're breathing, it's like that's the purpose. But when you detach yourself, you position yourself as somebody who's genuinely there to see if you can help them. And I wanted to give just a brief understanding of how I understand what sales is. Like sales is an art. It's an art of finding and maybe solving some problems through deep listening. And after you've deeply listened, you ask skilled questions. That's all it is, in my opinion. And it's about finding and solving problems. So in permission-based selling, of course, the other thing is if you're detached, then you ask permission every step of the way. One of the simple questions I ask when I talk to people is, hey, just to see if I can even help you, would it be appropriate if I ask you a couple questions just to, so I can learn more about you and what you might possibly be looking for? And let me think about that. If somebody asks you that and you could feel they're genuine, are you going to say no to them? And generally, I haven't experienced that. And so this is my final tip. I've got a bunch more, but Dr. Finance said limit it, so I'm going to close here. Um, when somebody says something, this is the next step. When somebody says something to you like, "Oh, this has been really stressful for me," or they say something to you, they say a word like, or I'm really struggling here, or this is a challenge. I would invite you to never assume. This is the tip. Never assume you understand exactly what they mean when they say something. And so this leads into part two of that is ask probing questions. Ask deeper questions. Go deeper in the conversation. And when you're listening, so when somebody says stress, well, hold on. What do you mean when you say stress? Because truthfully, in their world, maybe they're a different culture, different person, different uh, their different situation. You don't actually, I don't actually know what they mean by stress. So that can open up even deeper, more of what they're going through and more context, just to see if what you're doing may help them or not. And then, so I'm going to complete with there. Thank you, Dr. Finance. I hope those are actionable things that each of you can work on now. Detach yourself from making the sale. Ask permission every step of the way, and never assume what they're going to be saying, or what they're saying. Never assume you know exactly what they mean when they say something. So ask a little bit further. I'm complete. This is Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, that was brilliant. Thank you, Nathaniel. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate your support, endless support of this community. You come here every Friday faithfully, and that's why I'm sticking around. I mean, I can close this room up an hour ago. I did my piece. I think I did enough, but I keep it open because I want to hear people like yourself. If everyone who supports this community has been hanging there thick and through, why not just keep it open an extra hour or whatever, and just hear everyone's thoughts and comments because it's brilliant. Like we have a lot of brilliant people here that might not have as much influence as Grant Cardone or Tim Story or Jeffrey Gitomer, but you guys are doing amazing things in your own right. And growing up, I used to interview everybody. And I didn't call it an interview. I would just ask questions. I'll ask the crossing guard question. I'll ask the bus driver questions. Like everyone has expertise in what they do. So that's why we all can help each other out. Thank you so much, Nathaniel. Let's hear from some other folks. I see Heidi flashing. Heidi's doing an amazing book on Clubhouse, and definitely overdue. We need a book like that to really support this community, and she's going to be putting a couple good quotes, hopefully great quotes, Heidi, from this room
Yes,
into
yes,
her book.
sir.
So welcome, Heidi.
Thank you, Dr. Finance. And I just want to give you kudos and accolades and feedback. Um, I come in the room like a lot of us, and you're amazing. You get great speakers. You run the room, great interview with the people, as well as the questions that we are allowed to ask. The biggest piece that I hear from you is your heart, and you're acknowledging people. You're talking through us, through our hearts. You say our names. We share the room. You acknowledge that. You're just such a heart-centered leader, and you give, and I imagine you're getting back too because your heart gets bigger. I just want to say thank you for holding space every Friday night. Last week I was in London. I wasn't here, but every time I can be here, I am, because you fill my cup. Not just the speakers, I mean, they're like out of this world. So I just wanted to say thank you, and take my time while I had the mic to say that. The room was great tonight. I learned a ton. A couple quick takeaways was the humor, starting with not a joke but a story, and also adding value. And if you get a no, then I didn't provide enough value to that person, so to get clarification as to why and what I could do to add that value, and so much more. So thank you, Dr. Finance. And yes, that this book is wrapping up. I keep asking people to share, so I am stopping that, and it's out.
probably in the next week or two. So thank you so much for your support and even shouting that out. Like you don't have to do that. You're just really very kind. And so thank you, my friend. Back to you, Dr. Finance and Diamond and everyone who holds space and comes in. And we're a collective, right? We're making this room as it is as a family together. Thank you. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Heidi. Appreciate that. And yeah, lots of luck with the book. Appreciate your support. And folks, if you haven't given Heidi a follow, definitely give her a follow. And Heidi, maybe if you want to do a reset in a little bit, if you're available, I'll probably keep it open another 10, 20 minutes or so. I think we could do one more if
Want
you're
me to do a
interested.
reset right now?
About maybe a couple more shares.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Heidi. Appreciate that. Heidi's also, she has some great hosting skills as well. So let's see. I see Allison flashing, but yeah. So Allison, if you want to say hi, and then we'll go from there. Welcome, Allison.
Thank you, Dr. Finance. I'm going to chip in a little on the sales from a different angle. As a creative, I work in the fashion industry, as most everybody knows. As a stylist, I'm not selling to the client or customer or whatever. I'm selling to the director, the producer, whoever's in charge of the magazine or the film or the editorial, whatever's going on, the advertising, the high designer at the top. So some of us, like actors, musicians, we have it very differently. We're selling to each other, the person at the top, because we have a collaborative team effort. And the thing about that is the client, when I do a photo shoot, is already on set most of the time before I'm even brought onto the team. And that started when I was interning. The very first person I ever worked with was Adam Lambert as a music video. He was already selected. And then I came on set. So a lot of people have that sort of situation. Now, when you're the stylist or the designer, any sort of creative, if they like you, this is a situation of people buy people, not things. When they like you, your work, your personality, whatever it is, you're going to work with them again. It's almost guaranteed. People will get hired for a role without even trying out. I have been given a stylist job without even knowing what it is because I worked with that person before. I even was at an event once and impersonated somebody at that particular party. And a week later, I received a script in my email with somebody whose voiceover I'm going to be doing. I don't regularly do voiceover. It is a natural talent, but just from a creative standpoint at a different angle, this is how we do things. It comes to you. You attract these opportunities because people buy people. And I'm going to land it at that just so everybody could see things at a different angle. I know Consuelo's in here and she is familiar with that. Hi, Consuelo. I love you. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Hey, Allison, I got a quick question for you. So I'm curious. I love to hear everyone else's
Sure.
specialty. I always get curious with people's specialty. So, fashion designer and stylist. Now, this is definitely a very different product or service compared to what we've been talking about. But maybe you can give your thoughts on, from your perspective, from your industry. How do you? What's the best tips on selling in your industry? Like, do you have maybe one or two tips that have made you successful in what you do?
Yeah, for me personally, it's networking. I have landed pretty much any work opportunity from networking. I don't land anything from taking an old school resume and sending it out. It's very different, and we do have our own resumes, but conversations of being on Clubhouse like this, Diamond's room. If hypothetically, like say Diamond's going down the red carpet, she has a red background. If she's a celebrity going to a premiere for a movie and I'm styling her and Diamond likes my personality and likes what I select for her, she gets compliments while she's there. And she's going to tell her PR, her manager, you know what? I want to work with Allison next time. That's how a lot of people, it works like as a stylist. And they're, what a fashion stylist is, that can be a little complicated in and of itself because it's become broad. But it's just, as a creative and, acting, I'll tell you, James Cameron, for example, Avatar 2 is coming out in the winter in December. Kate Winslet was given a role in that movie because he worked with her on Titanic. He liked her, he's worked with her, he knows her. He found a spot for her in Avatar. And, it's working on a James Cameron film is just not, it's a diamond. It's a gem, a needle in a haystack. So, hopefully that answered your question. If not, feel free to have me clarify any more.
No, Allison, that was brilliant. And actually, in I believe 2 weeks from now, I'm getting a red bar. Hopefully, can everyone hear me loud and clear? I just want to make sure I got a red
Yes.
bar here.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. So we're going to have Dr. Bill Dorfman. I don't know if you know Dr. Bill Dorfman. He's one of the celebrity dentists out there, like the biggest in the world. And you say, still dentist. What's that got to do with anything? Well, if you're an actor, an actress, and you're famous, you're going to want to have nice, great, white, shiny teeth because your smile becomes priceless at that point, right? So why is that important? We're going to have if we set up the room correctly, it'll be about presentation and the importance of presentation. And what you do actually ties right into that because you're a fashion designer and stylist, right? So fashion ties into the presentation the same way that Dr. Dorfman is giving everyone great teeth. If you ever watched Extreme Makeover, he was on that show, the only dentist on that show, and he had changed people's lives literally by fixing their teeth. Well, what you do is not very different than that, right? Like you're changing their wardrobes, but when you put on men when they put on suits or when a woman puts on a great dress, right? Like it changes your personality instantly, the way you reflect on yourself. As the people in Men's Warehouse, I believe, say, it's the suit makes the man, and then some people say the man makes the suit. The same, and you can, of course, you could do this with the woman as well. The point being that being a fashion designer, the presentation that you are adding layers to people are actually building up their confidence and thus helping to change them being able to produce better sales, which brings it right back to the topic of this room. So, don't discount what you do, Allison. You're having a major impact on people. Like things that might not seem obvious when you look at it from the bigger picture. We all play our part in helping making the world better. So, last thoughts on that, Allison, and we're going to go to someone else. Thank you again, Allison. Appreciate you being a good sport. Allison, you want to add anything else? Okay.
You're welcome. Thanks for letting me share.
Okay, thank you, Allison. Appreciate that. All right, anyone else want to chime in before we close out the room tonight? I want to hear from. We still have some amazing folks. I see Consuelo Flash. Welcome, Consuelo. By the way, your buddy Tim Story was here earlier.
Oh, is he?
So,
Hi, Dr. Finance. I'm coming from my vacation. I'm still in Vancouver, BC, visiting my son. And yeah, I'm sorry I missed last week also. I was on a plane. So yeah, what Allison just alluded to, I just thought I'd just share because, I missed the entirety of the topic tonight, but I think you were mentioning about sales and feedback and all that. And I'm thinking this might tie into what I can share. Being in the travel industry business for 34 years, I've always said to all when I was a general manager of an independent agency and also working as a senior consultant in the travel industry, when I hire staff, it's always about, when you hire them prior to, you always do the interview and say, you're not just selling travel, you are a customer service based uh, personnel and also a salesperson. So if you're not you don't like to do sales, I'm sorry, I can't hire you. So in essence, selling travel is not, it's not difficult, but it also ties into clients that really want to, spend their investment in traveling with you. So, in essence, at the end of it all, you become their uh, basically their consultant from the beginning of their journey to the end. And sometimes you're with them for an entire year in a relationship. So building that relationship is so important. And the networking part of it, because if you've done such a great job in any sales industry, it's all about rapport and getting to have many other clients beyond measure as to giving referrals at the end of it all. So that's how I've been able to be successful in the sales industry. And I believe in the staff that in their talents that, you don't necessarily have to be, you know, a go getter, but if you have the heart and soul and be genuine about what you're passionate with and what you're selling, it just becomes more a natural thing. So I think if you're just a natural person, a genuine person, and really, really is after the heart of a person that wants something from you, it is going to end up to be the most important thing in their lives. So, in the travel industry, it's really important because not only are you selling their bucket lists, their ultimate, dream or their celebration of life or whatever. It also is something that at the end of it you can become really successful as a salesperson because the travel industry is never going anywhere anytime soon. That the agents are going to be um, going away. But people may say that all the time, and I always say we're always needed. So the feedback is so important. What you said earlier was that that is the key to everything. The welcome homes, the thank you. How was your trip? How was your vehicle? If you're a salesperson, how did it go? Follow up a year later. Follow up all the time. Celebrate them because at the end of it all, it's all about the referral and the rapport. And I think that's what the gem is in any salesperson is being genuine, having the rapport, and making sure your networks in so much in their life and also in the network that they have become part of the events that they go to, be part of the conferences. Go and make yourself unknown, because it's really important to be successful in that sense.
Thank you, Consuelo. That is a brilliant, brilliant share, and appreciate all that you do, folks. We got an amazing, amazing talented panel here. Consuelo is always bringing a lot of gems, so appreciate that. And folks, we're going to take a few more shares, and we'll probably want to close the room down. But I want to just add real quick something that I thought was important when we had Jeffrey Gitomer. He mentioned this in the interview I did a few days ago. He also mentioned it again tonight, and I would hear this story 1,000 times. Like, I will be talking about this for forever. It's such a great point. And I'm going to switch mics. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm switching over to my other microphone here. Just want to. He told a story about an incredible situation with. Last week we did a stage. Excuse me one second, folks. Just lowering the volume for his other one. Okay, so Jim Rohn. We did Jim Rohn. We did with Kyle Wilson, was a business partner of Jim Rohn, who was the mentor to Tony Robbins. Well, Jeffrey Gitomer knew Jim Rohn very well, and he told a story about why he asked him one time why he would give the same amount of energy speaking to thousands of people that he did to one particular stage that had 19 people. And why you give so much energy when there's small stages? And he told a story to one time when he had 19 people in the audience. And guess who one of those people were? His biggest student ever, Tony Robbins. I mean, that just blows my mind. Like, I just think about that. It's so important, folks. You never know who's in the audience. A lot of people count volume on Clubhouse, and I do too, because I have to as a host, in order to gauge success and things like that. But I always keep in mind things like this, but this story right here just puts it over the top. 19 people, and he was talking as if he was talking to probably 10,000 people, pouring his heart out. And Tony Robbins, the superstar of the self-help movement, was sitting in the audience just listening, and eventually became his greatest student. You never know, and it doesn't have to be a stage. It could be, you might have a mom and pop shop, and someone walks in. You never know who you're talking to. They could be your next biggest customer, your next best friend, your next partner, your next life partner. You just never know, folks. So always give it your all. And I think there was a lesson in that. So thank you so much, Consuelo. Appreciate your share. We'll take a couple more shares, and then we'll actually let's do a quick reset, folks, because I'm running out of juice here. Been doing this about 6 hours. Heidi, you want to do a quick reset, and then actually, Heidi, if you want to take over and just get a few more introductions from those we haven't heard from on stage, and then we'll close out in about 15, 20 minutes. I'm going over overtime here, folks, for you guys, because I want to hear from you guys. We had such an incredibly packed stage tonight that I feel that I need to get everyone to at least say hi, if anything, for being so patient and supportive to the community. That's my giving back, and I don't care if it's a few extra minutes. It's for you guys. So, Heidi.
Awesome. Dr. Finance, thank you. All right, everyone, you are here in the Finance Club, that little green house for those iPhone users, or if you're an Android, the little title, just click on that. If you're not a member, join that, and you'll get notified of this room every Friday night. It comes in for your listening pleasure. Great leaders, great speakers. Dr. Finance runs an awesome room. Tonight, we talked about how to sell everything. Sales Masterclass with Jeffrey Gitomer. It was awesome. The replays are on, so if you want to hear the replay, if you just came in or you had to come in and leave, those little three dots on the right top, click on that, save the replay. So the replays can be found in the club. It can also be found under the speaker's profile, and under your profile on the top of your hallway, that little bookmark is where all your saves are. And the thing about the replay is you can fast forward through them. You can speed it up so you can listen at 1.5 or 2.0, and it's a great tool. So with that, I also wanted to tell everyone tonight, we have a trailer. Dr. Finance's 2-minute trailer is the link above, right above the room here. If you click on that and you save it, I also put it in the chat. Let's listen to that 2-minute trailer for him. He wants feedback on it. He does so much for us. Right now, there's like 44 listens. Let's get it up to like 150, because there's 79 people here. So let's do that for him. And in the meantime, everyone who shared the room, thank you so much. We're going to be here for about 15, 20 more minutes. So can still share the room. And the sharing of the room, people come in, they can also listen to the replay, because this, as it always is, was pure gold. So with that, who on stage wants to share quick couple of minutes to say either what you have learned tonight about sales, or maybe some feedback for Dr. Finance, or anything that's on your heart? So I am looking for flashes. I see networker flashing. I see Queen and Micah. So we'll go in that order first, and then we'll go to the others. Networker, over to you.
Good morning, Dr. Finance, and good morning, Heidi. It's very early morning back here. I've been in the room for many, many hours, and sales is my thing. And the way it was started, I like to buy, but I don't like to be sold to. So this was really great. I just want to thank Dr. Finance as well to bring so many good speakers here in this space so that we can learn so much. Coming back in another time zone in this room is sometimes very difficult, but I can say every time I've been in this room, I've learned so much. Being a club owner, it's not that easy, but it's rooms like this where we come in and also learn how you guys do it, what we can take from there, and just move on to build our communities. And this room is pretty much community based, and this is what Clubhouse is also about. And going back to you never know who sits in the room. Our rooms are not big, and I must say, be aware when you host rooms on in your clubs on Clubhouse, because I have amazing stories as well with people was coming to our rooms with very small community and has uh, collaborated outside Clubhouse, and you never know who comes into the room. So thank you so much for this connection and this rooms and the time that you are investing in all of us. So all those who are listening to the replays, reshare this room, because you do have WhatsApp groups, you have Facebook groups, and Clubhouse has made it very easy for us now to also resend it to so many social medias. So please do that and make this community even bigger, because this is a good one. In all time zones, look at Dr. Finance. He's still here, and it's supposed to be way past his halala time. It's our morning, our day has started. But thank you for the hours that you invest in us as well in the European time zone, so we also have an opportunity to come back in. Thank you. Back to you, Heidi.
Whew, network. That was an awesome share. I could not agree with you more about Dr. Finance in this room. You never know who comes into the room. Your new best friend, your new partner, your new business partner could be right here. So check out everybody's profile and give each other a follow. And I'll also say, if you hear something from someone, whether it's the speaker, Dr. Finance, or any shares, give them that love. Send them a note through the back channel or through the Instagram or publicly through the chat. And that goes a long way. We're all here to lift vibration of the world. So thank you, networker. Very much appreciated. All right. So Queen was next. I don't see Queen. Queen, are you still here? Okay. And then Micah. I see you, Micah. Okay. Over to you, Micah.
Thank you very much. I must say, I came into the room, didn't really expect it, but I just felt a certain energy. And Dr. Finance, I love it, and you just bring so much authentic, energy to what you say. It's not a pitch. It's the real deal, right? So I love it. Diamond. I'm reminded of I think I was on the app for maybe a week or so, and I came into a room and I was trying to give my advice, and and I remember you gave me some good advice to just get a feel of the room and learn how to be the expert when someone is reaching for your expertise, and I really just learned a lot. My 20 plus years as a trainer and health advocate, it just really humbles me to hear a lot of things that I heard in this room today, and it reminded me of moments in my life when I allowed my authentic self to be the person that could help the next person, right? Someone else. So Dr. Finance, I actually back channeled you when I came in the room, and I said, hey, I want a chance to pitch, but I was so motivated by the energy in the room. So that's where that came from, and you follow me. I don't remember how or why, but something's right here. I think this is my new favorite room on the app. I'm gonna make sure I'm not partying away my Friday nights, and I did commit to putting in some extra work this weekend. So here I am, and I just want to say thanks again, everyone. And one thing I learned as a trainer, I had a client, and he said, "Oh, you're a good salesman," and I scratched my head. I don't feel like a salesman, but I told him, "No, I'm selling you to yourself. You're worth it. You're valuable. You deserve to to live a better life." So I just want to say that, and thanks again. I've seen a lot of amazing faces, voices, and yeah. I love it. Thanks again, everyone. Happy Friday. Name's Micah. Micah.
Micah, that was awesome. Thank you. And I love your, first of all, you are so authentic and your humility about, and I think I was in that room when you were in there with Diamond and she so lovingly shared that with you. And, you know, people, we come on Clubhouse, we get excited. And you just, we learn, right? We come in a room and we kind of get the feel for the culture and the rule of engagement and all of that. And I'm thrilled that this is your new Friday hangout because, and bring friends, right? This is a nice dinner party where we're all here, we're learning, we're growing. I don't know about you, but I leave this room in the highest vibration every Friday night. So thank you so much, Micah, for that beautiful share.
Thank
Um,
you.
you're welcome. And who else would like to share? I'm looking at Mike's opening. I see Khalil, and then I see, okay, Khalil, and then Maria. Over to you.
Hello,
Khalil
hello,
first.
hello. Good evening, good morning, everybody around the globe. Thank you, Dr. Finance. Thank you, Heidi, for running this room and also for Dr. Finance and also Diamond. Oh my gosh, you guys, first time I say, hello, this is Diamond. And then I hear Dr. Finance here, uh, Mr. Dr. Finance here, he's keeping it real 100%. What I hear you saying here about Jim Rohn and to put that electricity in the room, put the same energy. If you talk to one person, 16 or 10,000, that's amazing. Mr. Dr. Finance, you should be Dr. Networking because you are the connector. And I'm sorry I missed the segment with Jeffrey, your Philly guy, and also Mr. Um, the interview that you have with Jeffrey and Mr. Story, that was amazing. I have actually Clubhouse it's a big thing, big deal in my life. Changed me big time, especially hearing your voice, how human you are to connect and be humble because you don't have to do this. None of you guys have to do this. Thank you for being in this room, creating the space to be safe and learn. What I heard you saying also about adapting and being able to lead and adapt to everybody that comes to the room and keep in control. That's amazing. Thank you, Mike, also for sharing, and Jude and everybody that shared here the stories. Sorry, it's been a lot of challenges, but hey, we're still here. Thank you. I'm grateful. It's Khalil and Don speaking.
Awesome, Khalil. Thank you for sharing. And thank you for being here. And the replay is on, so you didn't miss anything. And just click on that little three dots on the top. Also, everyone, Dr. Finance has a newsletter. He put the link up above. So if you're not getting that newsletter, it's awesome. I get it. Click on that little link, go to the link, and then fill in your information, and you will get the newsletter. So, Khalil, I completely agree with you about the shares and about the authenticity. And this is Diamond. I don't do it as well, but I can. I love it all. So thank you for that share. And Maria, I believe you are next. Are you available?
I am Heidi. Hi. Hi, Heidi. Hi, Dr. Finance. Well, I just want to say that what I thought was amazing about Dr. Finance's share about Jim Rohn is that it's a life lesson, right? You show up the same way whether you're talking to one person or you're talking to 1,000 people. So, because the authenticity is what resonates. When people know who they're going to see when they approach a person, then there's a confidence, there's a trust. So I like to be the same person I am, whether I'm talking to my children, my friends, my brothers, um, I wish I had parents on this earth, but if I was talking to my parents, if if I'm talking here on Clubhouse, I'm always the same person. So everybody knows, no matter what their role in my life is, they always know who they're going to receive. And it's always me. And so I'm not a chameleon. So I feel like authenticity is really the key to success, because um, a lot of people try to fit in, but they don't realize that the best way to fit in is by being themselves, if that makes sense. So that's what I really wanted to share. So always be you, because, and I'm going to throw in God, right? God created us in his image. And so if we're always that person, then everybody knows how to be with you, react to you, share with you, be vulnerable with you, be strong with you, all of that. So that's why we're successful, because we are like Dr. Finance. I feel like every time I hear him, he's always the same. And that's what builds the trust. That's what builds the faith. That's what builds the community. That's what builds this room. So, and Heidi, you are consistently you, and I respect you, and I follow you, and I actually also am guided by you, because you're always the same. And that's the respect. And respect is a big word. And so that's why Aretha Franklin made that song, RESPCT, right? So I'm going to stop talking now, but I hope that my message came through clearly. Just be you 100% of the time. People will know who's showing up, because you're showing up as yourself all the time, no matter what the role is. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Wow, Maria, that was an incredible share. And when you ended it with "that's all I wanted to say," that was a lot. So you talked about authenticity and consistency and reliability and predictability, and to being the same person, whether you're talking to whoever you're talking to, and that that it builds trust. And I agree with you so much. And I'll just share, for years, I worked for AT&T Mobility for 33 years. I left there in December of 2020. And, throughout my career, I never got intimidated by levels, like this person's a director or a VP or a GM or whatever. Like, it didn't matter to me. I just spoke to people the way they put on the pants the same way I do, right? And people were like, how do you have that confidence? It's like, and then they had confidence in me because I didn't change, because I was talking to a different level, and it was very levelly in this corporate environment. But I didn't look at it that way. I didn't look at people that way. And I so appreciate the feedback too, that you said that I'm consistent, because no one's ever really given me that feedback. And I would like to think that I am. And, I'm out in the dating world right now, everyone, a little vulnerable story here. And I look for consistency. I look for predictability. I want someone to behave similar from one day to the next. That's important to me. That builds trust. That was a great share, Maria. Thank you so much for bringing that in. And that also is how to sell, right? I mean, every time we have a conversation with anyone, we're selling, whether we're selling a product, whether we're selling ourselves. I loved what Micah said about how he coaches people to believe in themselves. Like, he's selling people to sell on themselves, to buy into themselves, and whether we're parenting kids to eat peas or broccoli, it's sales. call it what it is. Somebody said earlier, and there was a question, why don't people like to talk about it that they're selling? I mean, it's just words and terminology, right? So with that, thank you so much, Maria. That was great. I went off on a little share myself there. With that, who else? Let's raise your mic if you'd like to share something. I'm going up and down. I see Angela. And do I see anybody else? Because I want to build a little queue here. Okay, Angela, the mic is yours.
Hi, I just want to say hello. I've seen a lot of people in the hallway that I follow, I learn from, and I invested my time and money into learning from. So I wanted to come in and say hi and listen to what was going on. And me, myself, as far as selling, when I first came on the Clubhouse, I didn't come on selling. I came on to learn and actually build relationships and collaborate with people just as talking and knowing what was going on in the world, that I didn't want to watch the news with the pandemic, and I had lost a lot of family members just as well. So I had put myself on hold from selling because so many people kept getting sick in my family and passing away. So I closed my daycare after 20 something years. So I really missed that because kids will really be honest with a lot of things, even though it's a lot of knowledge in a whole lot of these rooms. When you sit and watch and you really pay attention, it's like being around children sometimes because you can actually read it without even seeing people. So I figured that was very important to learn about cells too. So I had just went into the other room because I wanted to fix my thing for P class, my daily check-in. So that's what I was doing too. So I wish he was here. Diamond, a lot of people on this stage I actually follow, and they follow me just as well, and I'm learning from. And as far as with the mass, I end up having another problem with my tooth because my grandson, before my grandson, I had fell out and stuff like that and messed up my tooth. And then afterwards, with the car accident, I messed up my tooth and I lost my crown. So I'm going to be doing a book as I'm floating around on Clubhouse because the last chapter of my book is yielding. So all the things I actually learned and put into me, that's what it'll be. The goddess behind the mask. So it's a couple of books that I'm going to do. So I always be myself. I'm always giving. I'm always going to be myself. And it's not always about the self. So in the community, I'm very big in the community of supporting the community, helping the community, volunteering with a lot of people with special, unique situations. And also, as with the libraries, the district lady, I had to close my farmers market at the state building. So a lot of things I actually do, and I still do a lot with the children in the community. And I work with a couple of doctors. So when they see me, they told me my personality is too strong to worry about my teeth because we all lose them eventually if we get old enough. So I had just finished a project teaching kids how to grow. And the other doctor I was working with, he teach the kids about going into the labs to learn about cancer cells, and I teach them about growing in the garden to take back to the ones they helping. Thanks for letting me share.
Wow, Angela. Thank you for sharing. And I'm so sorry for your loss. I can relate to that. And also, you've been through a lot with transitioning, with closing your center. And, um, you know, this has been a lot of shifting these last couple of years for most of us in the world. I also wanted to say, children, you know, you want to watch children that they are in the moment, they're authentic, they just know how to be in their joy and their delight. And I thought it was interesting that you said that you watch children for sales, to learn sales. So that was a great point of view. Thank you.
No, I also had children in my daycare for 20 20 something years licensed. Before then, I used to have all the children in my community because I was a young teenage parent. And I didn't want kids to get in the street and get involved with a lot of things because they wasn't getting the attention. I taught the kids in my daycare how to be entrepreneurs, including my grandkids. And my grandkids had to call me Miss Angela until after 6 o'clock, for nobody felt like anyone was getting special treatment. When my mother got real sick and she kept going into comas, the parents wanted the kids to to not leave the daycare, so I used to take them with me to the 24-hour nursing home, and they visit a lot of the people in the nursing home. But it was starting to be too much for me because I had the farmers market, I had a store, and plus I had a daycare, and I had 4 of my grandkids, and plus I had lost another grandbaby last year. So yeah, and I don't look at it as being sorry because my mother asked me to let her go, and I didn't see her on my birthday, and she passed away a day after my birthday because everybody kept going to the hospital to visit her and was giving her pneumonia. So I don't take it as a loss. And then my last grandbaby, I lost. My daughter named her after me and my mother, and I was like, oh my God, what is this girl trying to do? So it's good. And my 2 grandkids that left, and they live in Vegas now, they one of us going to college for criminal criminal justice, and the other one is a assistant basketball player. She wanted to go for well, she's going for a business, and she had got a before the pandemic, she had a scholarship to go to Yale for the entrepreneur program, but they canceled it out during the pandemic. So I do believe that what I had, it passed on through them. So I'm starting over. And as far as being with Pete and Peak program, just as well, I'm on a mission of designing myself for the future self and present time. So that's what I'm doing now, making the right connects, learning, investing in myself and learning, taking my time, and then not really worrying about how other people really look at it, long as I be me. Thank you.
Exactly, Angela. Thank you. And what a proud grandma you are, I can tell.
Great
So,
grandma. Great
congratulations.
grandma.
Oh, great grandma. Woo! Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. And who else would like to
Hey,
share? We're
Heidi,
gonna.
Dr.
Yes,
Finance
sir.
here.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Heidi did a great job. I'm going to take it over if you don't mind.
Certainly. And I want to
We're going to
thank
be
you for
closing down in
thank you
about.
for trusting me for with your room. It's a sacred thing. Thank you. Back to you.
Absolutely, Heidi, and I want to appreciate you for stepping in and give me a little breather there. Definitely well needed. Thank you, Heidi, for always trying to be very helpful. So, with that said, though, folks, I think we've served well tonight. We've done about 6.5 hours here, maybe 7. So we've just in summary, we've had Jeffrey Gitomer, one of the legends in sales. I mean, literally his books probably sold more books on sales than anyone in history. Most salespeople that know of his book and read his books, all of them. New York Times best-selling author. I mean, the guy's literally a Hall of Fame speaker. To be awarded that, that's the best speakers, not just in the country, in the whole world. There's only about 250, 280 of them total. About 150 to 180 are alive. He's one of them. And folks, I mean, he's just an all-around incredible guy. So he was here tonight. Tim Story, we had Sharon Lecter, my mentor, popped in, Grant Cardone, just to name a few. This was an incredible night, folks. It's every Friday. There's always something special about it. But I want to thank you guys because I highlight a lot of the influencers here, but the reality is, um, we're all special in our own ways. So, and don't you forget that. It doesn't matter that these people have a lot of influence or doing great things. We're all great in our own way. We all have our own genius. It's really just about figuring out what it is that we really specialize in to share and add value to the world. So I want to thank Diamond for helping the co-host, and I want to thank Heidi and Michael and Consuelo, Beverly, Lady Jules, Hurricane, and Christopher, Networker, great share earlier, Networker, appreciate that, and Megan, appreciate you being here, Megan. Megan, if you want to share, I didn't hear from you tonight, so just flash your mic. Megan's an ambassador to this club. So before we close out, if you have anything you want to say, welcome Megan again. And James Yaraj, nice to see you, James. If you wanted to share, I know you've been here for a very long time too. So James, flash your mic if you wanted to say hi. Allison, great share, Allison earlier. Thank you for humoring me with my questions. Linda, appreciate you being here. Linda, love that book there, The Gift of Multiple Sclerosis. Check that out, Linda McCain. And then we got Benita in the house. Thank you, Benita and Pauline. Frank Sunis is in the house. Thank you, Frank. Been looking at what you were doing on Instagram. You're doing some really cool stuff there. So great job, Frank. I know a lot of you folks have probably came in a little bit towards the tail end. So I just gave you a little summary of what you missed. But no worries. Check out the recording It'll be available shortly. Thank you, Elena, for being here, and Khalil, nice share, and Angela, thank you, Angela. Love that picture, by the way. That's really really cool. And Maria, great share, Maria Linda, I'm sorry, and Kelsey and Suzanne. Suzanne is also always supporting here. Suzanne Suffaletta, appreciate you being here. And then we got Joy and Pasquale. Welcome, Pasquale, and Mike. Mike, let me see if I say it right. Mike A. Is it Mike A? Mike A. I'll get it right eventually, Mike A.
Let me help you out. Micah.
Micah. I'm
There
sorry.
you
Thank you,
go.
Micah.
Yeah, it's a biblical name. It'll make you remember it.
Yes. No,
There
that's
you
a cool
go.
name. And I hope you don't mind. I have to shuffle around a lot of names over the course of a night. But Micah, I will get it right. I probably will say it wrong a few more times. It's just me, but I will eventually get it right. When it sticks, it'll be there. So appreciate you, Micah, and let's see. I also want to thank the folks in the audience. Audrey, yeah, come on up, Audrey. I thought I already brought you up here, but come on back up, Audrey. I'm not sure how you ended up over there. Welcome, Audrey, and then we got Margaret and Adriana, Ursula, Robert, Deborah. You folks might not be on stage, but I see you, and I know what you guys are doing. You're supporting the club. I appreciate you, just like I appreciate everybody else on the stage. Amir and Ruth, Rahan, Yoko, Lily, folks. We got folks from all over the world. Selena, welcome, Selena, and Helmy, Corey, Matt, and Hope. I love those glasses, Matt, by the way. That's pretty cool. And then in the others in the room section, this is the often neglected part of the stage. But the reality, folks, these are the foundation, the Clubhouse. We would have nothing, no stage, zero. None of this would happen without the people that are listening in the background. So I want to thank Frank and the others in the room section, and Junior. Nice hat, Junior. Amy, welcome, Amy and Lucia, Lily J, Argentina, Kimberly, Jared, Gregorio. We got people from all over the world. Let us know in the chats where you're from. And if I call your name out there, feel free to raise your hand, and just for temporary purposes, here I'll actually open it up to you guys. I'm sorry. And then Riza, just raise your hand, just if you want to say hi, and not necessarily come on stage. We're winding down here, but Maggie and Brooklyn, Kwake and Tammy, Deal, Glenda, Rose, and New. Hey, New, how are you? Bren, Jacob, Ricky, Ali, and then we got Ellie, we got Farshid, we got Stev, Boyan, Fire, we got Will, Eon, Faizan, Tommy, and Lanu. And have you all, everyone I just called, have you guys followed the Finance Club? I hope you guys are following the Finance Club. I know a lot of you are new. All you got to do is click that little greenhouse at the top, and you click follow, and click follow for myself or Diamond Diva up here, and hit always. So Diamond runs our room on Wednesday night. That's the next time you'll see me, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. We're all going to be there 4 p.m. Eastern time. She runs her room for 6 hours too. And then this Friday night stage. So you got two opportunities to meet legends on Clubhouse and really see why there is value in this crazy app they call Clubhouse. If you want to see the real value, like we're going to show you. We're going to show you why you should be on here. Um, as Michael Fedical said earlier, you come here and you are uplifted. That's the whole point. And I'm bringing people smarter than me in here so I could be a student too. So, and I hope everyone else can see it that way too. As they say, if you're not the smartest one in the room, or something like that. All right, I'm getting a little goofy late at
I'll help
night.
you out. I'll help
Thank
you
you.
out. If you're the smartest one in the room, get it. No, if you're the smartest one in the room, get out of the room. You're in the wrong room.
Yes, something like that. Exactly, exactly. Hey, it's Friday night. We're all a little tired too. So anyway, you got everyone get some rest. I want to thank everyone again for being here. You're in the Finance Club, How to Sell Everything, Sales Masterclass with Jeffrey Gitomer. Who am I say to say you guys get some rest? Some of you folks are actually just getting up. Like we got people from all over the world here in the UK. They're just waking up. Well, thank you, folks. I want to also just share a few more thoughts. So I left this link at the top for you guys. Don't forget to follow us on other social media platforms. But more importantly, I want everyone in here to be on the newsletter. I only send it out once a week, but if anything happened to Clubhouse, you will know exactly what the next steps are because I'm going to tell you in the newsletter what we're doing, what events are going on, and keep you in the loop. This is the best way to get in contact with me through the newsletter because all the social media platforms can go down at any time. It can switch, they can mess up a profile or whatnot. But if you're in a newsletter, you're always going to be consistent and in the loop with this community. Second point I want to make, folks. I've said this before, but I feel it important to let you guys know in case you just walked in. I'm holding a mastermind in January, February. That's the plan, with two legends in the book writing space. The guy named Mark Victor Hansen, who co-authored the best nonfiction book series in history, 500 million copies sold, Chicken Soup for the Soul, and Sharon Lecter, who was here on stage earlier. Both of them in the same place at the same time in person. There's only going to be 15 to 20 people in there, so this is going to be a tight knit group. This is called an investing in yourself. If you're interested, let me know. We're already filling up, and we've only been just soliciting. I wouldn't say soliciting, but like mentioning it to other folks. We're ironing out the details. The next couple of weeks, being Preston Weeks and I, Mark Victor Hansen's right hand man, will be really hammering out the details. But if you want to be first on the list, DM me with your email and phone number and what you're interested in, and we will definitely keep you posted. Okay. So that's for the mega mastermind. It's going to be in a beautiful place in Arizona. So you're going to be hanging out. You're going to combine a vacation with it, the whole 9 yards, and you'll get to hang out with me. I want to bring about 3 to 5 VIPs there as well. So other superstars you've seen on the stage, I'm going to give them a pass to just hang out with us and really just truly mastermind in the sense that Napoleon Hill meant, where basically we all get to become one mind and help lift each other up. It's incredible. It's going to be an incredible experience. I want to offer at least 5 to 10 times the value. So thank you, folks. Appreciate you guys being here. We're going to see you next Friday. I'm hoping to get Bob Bodine in here, but the art of event planning is always constantly in progress. So Bob Bodine is one of the top sports guys out there, recruiters. He's if you look at his book, The Power of Who, he's got endorsements from people like Wayne Gretzky and the NFL commissioner. What NFL commissioner ever endorses a book? Well, he got it because he knows how to connect. He's a master connector. So hopefully we can get him. If not, at some point or other, we will. We definitely are our lineup for the next few weeks. We've got Ken Foster coming here, major radio guy. We have uh, Stephen Covey, the fourth, Stephen Covey's son is actually going to be on here in the next few weeks. That's incredible. That's going to be incredible. And just so many more. We got Jarek Robbins lined up. That's Tony Robbins' son. We just got to get him all set with a date. And Tim Story was on tonight. We'll get him on here eventually. So working behind the scenes to make that happen. With that said, folks, I want to thank everyone for being here. And if you can, let's all come off the mic and we'll do a quick countdown, 10 to 0, and then we're going to close out. Okay. So
Thank
thanks again, everyone.
you, Dr. Finance. You thank us. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
This
Thank you.
is Suzanne.
The
Thank you,
room made
Suzanne.
my
Thank
evening.
you.
Thank you.
Should we give
Thank you,
Dr.
guys.
Finance a round of applause again for a great night?
You.
Hip, hip,
Pew, pew, pew,
hooray. Thank you,
Congratulations.
Dr.
Fire, fire,
pew.
Finance.
donkey.
Yay. Thank you. Awesome.
I'm sending my heart emoji out to you guys.
Yay.
Get some rest there, Dr. Finance.
All right.
Thank
You guys are
you.
the best. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right. So, folks, let's do a quick countdown and then we're going to sign out. I'll see you in Diamond's room on Wednesday. 10,
9,
9,
9,
8,
8,
8,
7,
7,
6,
6,
6,
6,
5,
5,
5,
4,
4,
4,
4,
3,
3,
3,
3,
2,
2,
2,
1.
1.
1.
Bless up.
Thank
Bless
you, everyone. Have a
Now,
great
us.
night. I'll
Wednesday,
be seeing you
everyone.
soon.
See you in the
Great weekend.
See
club.
ya.
Bye bye now.
Happy
Take care now.
birthday to you. Good morning.
Thank you.